Well,
So,
that's he had good cause to fire.
So, with that being said, this is where we're going to turn it over to you, Mr. Robot. I put the link in the private freaking chat on the sides for the topic that you wanted to talk about, which is up. And this one has to do with populists are gaining power and keeping it. What comes next? So,
okay, I'm just trying to find the thread that it was on.
okay.
Uh,
Well, I've got
Let's
the
go.
link. I've got the link that you posted in the chat.
oh yeah, can you like reply to it again in
No, it's right here in
where?
Rumble in the private live chat on
Oh,
the side.
okay, but I posted a whole bunch of links. Remember, if you can
Okay.
find that thread, you probably didn't see it.
Which site?
It's on Politico is what he got. So
Hang on.
the one that he
Let me
posted.
try and find this thread.
You want me to put it on our chat?
It's all right. I'll find it in a second. Here it is.
Like it's
So basically, I wanted to just talk about how people are starting to wake up to the
hold
great
on.
scam that's being played on them.
Hold up.
And,
Don't run through that whole thing yet because freaking like go into your article and discuss.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, fact basics.
Yeah.
So this is about populism on the rise, and I noticed this first started in like 2022, and then when was this one this one has only just been published recently. In 2017, Donald Trump was almost the only nationalist populist leader in the West. Liberal democracy, its protection at home and its promotion abroad was the political default across America and Europe. The United States' marquee conference for hard right conservatives, CPAC, featured only one major foreign speaker that year. Britain's Nigel Farage, who had just resigned leader of the United Kingdom Independence Party after a successful Brexit campaign. They proved that Brexit was also basically a psyop by the intelligence community as well.
Please.
No, it's true. Cambridge Analytica and all those companies, they swung the vote. But anyway, I digress. 8 years later, I'll prove it to you later, Mark.
Yeah, you'll have to.
8 years later, Trump had joined on the world stage by a plethora of right-wing populists, and nationalism had become mainstream. CPAC 2025 was a verifiable international event with guests ranging from Argentina's President Javier Milei to Slovakia's Prime Minister Robert Fico to Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, among many others. But while it's clear that nationalism is having a great moment, for now it's just that, a moment, supposedly.
I love the language that is coming out of this article, the hard right.
Clearly. Well, Politico has always been sort of against Trump.
Politics is not necessarily about nationalism. It could be. You could also talk about small government in this respect. The framing of this article is somewhat questionable.
Well, definitely. It's Politico. Need I say more? Yeah. But I just did a quick search on what I was kind of getting at.
Again, be careful with sources.
I think that's the main thing I wanted to say from this article, just to basically say that, there is a moment in time now, thanks to Trump mainly, that populism has become more mainstream than what it was.
Again, I be careful about the term populism. That has been misused quite a lot lately. And as I pointed out to you yesterday, populism just means a party that is popular. So you could
It's
argue
the word they're using,
any
populists.
party that become a government is in effect popular because they receive the majority of the votes.
No, that's not. I don't think that's how it's being used.
Yeah, I
National
know,
populism.
I know how it's being used, and it's again, I question the efficacy of this and objectiveness of that article.
Now hold on a
If
minute. Hold on. We're at
if you-
2.5. We're at 2.5 hours. This is where we're going to get back to this topic, before then, we need to take about a 15-minute break. You guys go get your coffee.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't noticed yet, Mark Edworthy is our token naysayer, British complainer extraordinaire. Do not be surprised when he disagrees with me vehemently.
Exactly. And just so everybody knows,
you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Well, that's why I brought up the dictionary right here, Matt.
Hold on. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this music on. It's this music that freaking I have put together that's all from Mark or Mr. Robot.
Before you do that, I just want to point out here to Mark, populist is a member of a political party claiming to represent ordinary people against the establishment. There we go, right there in the dictionary.
Okay, so
that's one definition, yeah.
So we're going to talk about a few suspicious, I would say, some people might say dubious political actions or events that's going on right now. And we'll talk about things going on in France, Brazil, Romania, Canada, and Australia for now. And we'll start off, we might as well do it in that order.
No,
First
actually,
of all,
hold up. I've got those sorted out. So,
okay, you want to do them in a specific order?
Yeah, let's hit this populist thing, because this is actually a good conversation that popped up with us.
Political philosophy or movement that represents or is claimed to represent the interests of ordinary people, especially against the establishment. That's how I tend to use the word.
Now, the article that you came out with on the opinion, it was one thing that stuck out that really sparked a conversation with us three last night was the part where it says, but while it's clear that nationalism is having a moment, for now, it's just that, a moment. Now, they use the word nationalism with populist. And that is something that really stuck out with us. And I think that is something that really does need to be discussed too, because we had a really good conversation about that.
Just on that one point, just before we continue, what that article is saying is that they're in favour of globalism. They're in favour of no sovereignty. They're in favour of borderless countries.
That tends to be their agenda. So my sort of stance on it is there has been, I don't know, in the last 50 years or so, there's been a sort of global takeover of Western nations by what is termed liberal democracy. But really, I would say that is a wolf in sheep's clothing, where the liberalism is actually authoritarianism and democracy is actually, elitist control of the people. And so since we have this new system of basically fascism, nationalism is now people are becoming interested in that again. And because it's not the leading, the dominant political philosophy, it's becoming, it's being taken on by the populist movement, because it has worked in the past for places like Germany or whatever.
Just on a minor point, got to be very careful of the word liberalism, because that can mean two different things. You've got progressive liberalism, which you are talking about, and then you've got classical liberalism, which means smaller government, more control over, or more responsibility by the individual.
Right, and that's the United States Constitution. That's what it's set up on, is classical liberalism.
But you guys never had a liberal party in the US, did you? Or
at first we did, but then it got replaced slowly by conservatives that crept in, and I wouldn't even call them conservatives. They were more elitist Whig Party members who.
Well, that's what became the Democratic Party, isn't it?
No, not really. The Democratic Party is a freaking mutated version of what the Republican Party was.
You've got to be very careful about looking at the term Republican and Democrat in an historical point of view, because arguably since 1950 they've sort of swapped positions.
Yeah, that's right. Well, even more recent, I would say, because like in JFK's time, even the Democratic Party was more liberal. It was like, for power to the people, progressive, what would you call it? More rights to freedom of speech, all that stuff.
So you're talking about classical liberalism rather than progressive liberalism.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like it's swapped now, but classically liberalism comes from the word liberal or liberty, which is meant to mean freedom, right? Mm-hmm. And now it started off that way. That's how they sucked people into it. But now the psychopaths have grabbed onto that power of the people and basically turned it into authoritarianism. And like you saw just before, Biden was censoring his political opposition. He impeached Trump multiple times. All this kind of stuff, censoring people.
And now you're talking about more progressive liberalism.
When you see, don't ever think that the new form of liberal is the same as what it was before. Now, when you look at the classical liberalism, you have to look at John Locke, okay? You have to read John Locke's literature, and then after that, you go in and you look at the Constitution of the United States, and you'll start seeing similarities, okay? John Locke was exiled from England because of his beliefs, so don't mistake John Locke as being something that was implemented in England either, because England was against John Locke's belief system. He actually, I think he migrated to Sweden what was the freaking country where the Pilgrims actually went to before they came over to the United States? It was where all the hippies are, the ones that smoke all the dope and shit.
That was the U.S.
What's it? Dutch. There you go.
Dutch is a country.
It was a Dutch country. It was a Dutch country. But that's where he ended up at, and then he started getting into more discussions about classic liberalism and discussing the right of the individual. And things of that nature. And also, let me point out something else. You'll hear a lot of people always talk about radicals, okay? Now, don't be fooled by that. That is not a new form of political movement that's taken place. Radicals have been around since the French Revolution.
During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the modern labor movement gained momentum as a response to the harsh realities of industrial capitalism. One of the most radical approaches to labor organizing was the doctrine of industrial unionism, particularly in the form of syndicalism. Syndicalism developed as a method by which workers in a capitalist society could gain control not only over the workplace but over the economy itself. The underlying belief was that economic power could not be separated from political power, and that ownership of the means of production must be seized directly by the workers through collective and revolutionary action. This philosophy offered an alternative to parliamentary socialism, prioritizing direct economic action over legislative reform. Syndicalism was rooted in a deep dissatisfaction with the capitalist wage system. To its adherents, the wage system was not merely an unfair economic arrangement but a form of bondage that kept the worker in a state of dependency and servitude. This idea came to be known as wage slavery. The goal of syndicalism was to abolish the wage system entirely, replacing it with a decentralized network of worker-managed cooperatives. The workers would organize themselves into industrial unions that operated independently of state authority or traditional capitalist ownership. These unions would eventually federate into a larger confederation capable of managing production, distribution, and social life without reliance on capitalists or politicians. Anarcho-syndicalist theory, a subset of syndicalism, took these principles even further by rejecting both the state and all forms of hierarchical authority. According to this ideology, the state was merely an extension of capitalist control and could never serve the interests of the working class. Anarcho-syndicalists therefore placed their faith in the labor movement itself, believing that true liberation could only come through direct action, solidarity, and the self-organization of the working class. This theory emphasized the general strike as a revolutionary tool, not only to extract concessions from employers but to initiate a full-scale social transformation. The syndicalist approach was especially attractive to workers who had become disillusioned with the slow progress of parliamentary socialism. In many countries, political parties that claimed to represent labor interests had become increasingly entangled in electoral politics and state bureaucracy. For radical workers, these parties appeared more interested in gaining votes than in challenging the foundations of capitalist power. Industrial unionism provided a more confrontational and autonomous strategy, one that did not rely on politicians or legislative reforms but on the collective power of workers themselves. While syndicalism found strong support in countries such as France, Italy, and Spain, its influence was also felt in Britain, where the labor movement was undergoing a transformation of its own. In Britain, the growing industrial working class sought not only to improve working conditions but also to establish a permanent political presence. This effort culminated in the formation of the Labour Party, a political organization that aimed to represent the interests of labourers within the structure of parliamentary democracy. The emergence of the Labour Party marked a shift from economic struggle to political representation, though the party itself was shaped by a variety of ideological currents, including syndicalism, Marxism, and ethical socialism. One of the earliest and most influential socialist organizations in Britain was the Social Democratic Federation. Founded in the early 1880s by a man named Henry Myers Hindman, the Federation became the first organized socialist political party in Britain. Its foundation marked a significant development in the history of British socialism. The Social Democratic Federation attracted many prominent intellectuals and activists to its cause, including William Morris, George Lansbury, James Connolly, and Eleanor Marx, the daughter of the famous philosopher. However, the Federation also faced significant challenges and internal disagreements, particularly around the leadership style of Hindman and the question of how best to achieve socialist aims. Hindman had initially gained attention for popularizing the ideas of Karl Marx in Britain, but he was also a controversial figure. Although he claimed to follow Marxist principles, his nationalist rhetoric and authoritarian tendencies alienated many potential allies. Friedrich Engels, the close collaborator of Karl Marx, refused to support Hindman's political efforts, criticizing him for distorting Marxist theory and lacking a clear revolutionary vision. Despite these criticisms, the Federation managed to build a small but dedicated base of support, particularly among those who had been active in earlier democratic movements such as the Manhood Suffrage League. The Social Democratic Federation was not the sole architect of the Labour Party, but it played a foundational role. By the turn of the 20th century, several groups advocating for labor representation came together to form a unified political body. In the month of February during the year 1900, representatives from the Social Democratic Federation joined forces with the Independent Labour Party, the Fabian Society, and leading figures from the trade union movement to establish the Labour Representation Committee. This committee was tasked with selecting and supporting parliamentary candidates who would advocate for the interests of the working class. The Labour Representation Committee was the direct precursor to the modern Labour Party. Although the Social Democratic Federation contributed to the formation of this committee, it remained a separate organization for several years. It continued to operate independently and maintained a focus on Marxist analysis and class struggle. Internal divisions soon emerged, as factions within the Federation disagreed over the appropriate balance between electoral politics and revolutionary activism. Over time, the Federation experienced defections from both its left and right wings, with some members joining the Labour Party and others leaving for more radical formations. Eventually, in the early part of the second decade of the 20th century, the Federation merged with other like-minded groups to form the British Socialist Party. The British Socialist Party sought to unify the various strands of revolutionary socialism under a single organisational banner. It inherited many of the tensions that had plagued its predecessor, including debates over the role of the state, the value of parliamentary participation, and the nature of class struggle. Nevertheless, the party served as an important incubator for left-wing thought and activism during a period of intense social and political change. It also laid the groundwork for the eventual formation of the Communist Party of Great Britain, which emerged in the aftermath of the Russian Revolution. Throughout this period, the broader labour movement in Britain continued to evolve. Trade unions gained strength and legitimacy, winning important concessions from employers and the state. The Labour Party gradually grew in influence, securing parliamentary representation and shaping national policy. Despite its reformist orientation, the Labour Party remained influenced by the radical traditions from which it had emerged. Figures such as George Lansbury and James Connolly continued to advocate for a more transformative vision of socialism, one that went beyond legislative reform and aimed at a fundamental reordering of society. The tension between reform and revolution remained a defining feature of the British Labour movement. While the Labour Party pursued incremental change through the parliamentary system, other currents within the movement continued to push for more radical solutions. Syndicalists and anarchists, though never dominant in Britain, maintained a presence and helped to keep alive the dream of a society organised by workers, for workers, without the mediation of the state or the capitalist class. Industrial unionism, particularly in its syndicalist form, continued to influence labour organising even as the political centre of gravity shifted toward electoral politics. The principles of direct action, worker solidarity, and economic democracy remained relevant in the struggles for fair wages, workplace safety, and collective bargaining. These ideas also found expression in the efforts of rank-and-file unionists who challenged bureaucratic leadership and sought to reclaim the unions as instruments of class struggle rather than negotiation. The legacy of the Social Democratic Federation and the syndicalist tradition can still be felt in contemporary discussions about the future of work, the role of the state, and the possibility of economic democracy. In an era marked by increasing inequality, job precarity, and corporate consolidation, the ideas of industrial unionism offer a radical alternative to the dominant neoliberal model. They remind us that the workplace is not just a site of production but also a potential space for liberation and self-governance. Traditional digital systems follow instructions linearly, executing fixed code with high speed and precision. By contrast, a biological neural network is adaptive, able to reorganize itself in real time, strengthen or weaken connections, and create entirely new pathways in response to stimuli. This fluid architecture is what gives rise to learning in organic brains, and in this new context, it offered a glimpse into how synthetic and biological intelligence might one day be combined. These experiments also raised important questions about the nature of intelligence and consciousness. If a dish of neurons can learn, remember, and act in ways that reflect intention, does that imply a kind of awareness? Or is it merely the outward appearance of learning, a reflection of mechanical responses refined through repetition? This boundary between organic behavior and conscious experience remains one of the central puzzles in neuroscience, philosophy, and cognitive science. The dish brain and its successor opened the door to exploring this boundary not through theory alone, but through living systems placed in experimental conditions. Another significant aspect of these projects is their potential for ethical inquiry. As neural networks become more sophisticated and capable of learning, questions arise about their treatment and rights. At what point does a network of living neurons deserve ethical consideration? Can pain, pleasure, or awareness exist in a disconnected biological substrate? While these questions do not yet have clear answers, the existence of platforms that bring them to the forefront of research means they must soon be addressed. From a technical perspective, these platforms also offer promising applications. Because they involve living cells, they can potentially serve as testing grounds for neurological treatments, the study of degenerative diseases, and drug testing that more closely replicates the behavior of the human brain. They may also serve as models for developing new forms of adaptive computing that do not rely on silicon-based architecture. In this sense, the project bridges several disciplines, from bioengineering and neurology to artificial intelligence and ethics. Looking ahead, the continued exploration of such systems may result in entirely new classes of machines that are neither fully organic nor entirely digital. These hybrids could reshape computing, creating systems that are not just tools, but adaptive partners in solving complex problems. Whether these systems remain confined to laboratories or one day find their place in broader society, they represent a fundamental shift in how intelligence is conceived, built, and studied. Recent developments in synthetic biology and sensory technologies have brought together several once separate disciplines, leading to innovations that are beginning to reshape how machines perceive, adapt, and respond to the world around them. At the heart of these developments are living neural networks grown in controlled environments and connected to responsive platforms. These networks, as seen in experimental projects involving cultured neurons in laboratory dishes, have demonstrated the ability to learn, adapt, and respond to external stimuli in real time. By linking the biological flexibility of living brain cells with a digital framework capable of interpreting and reinforcing behavior, these systems have revealed unexpected levels of intelligence in organic substrates outside of the body. The work has continued with advanced platforms that expand the complexity of the environment, enabling the neurons to process greater volumes of information, retain experiences, and develop behavioral patterns that hint at rudimentary awareness. In parallel with this, another class of technology has begun to focus on sensing the invisible chemical fingerprints that the human body and other organic materials release. These technologies are based on the principle that biological decay produces specific chemical markers, often in the form of airborne plumes, that can be detected at a distance. When the body breaks down, it emits a sequence of volatile compounds, many of which can be traced back to precise processes occurring in soft tissue, blood, or microbial activity. By identifying the patterns in these emissions, systems can detect the presence of a deceased individual even if the location is hidden, submerged, or buried. The connection between the two fields becomes especially powerful when the adaptable learning capacity of biological neural networks is brought into contact with chemical plume detection. Traditional chemical sensors rely on fixed parameters, reacting only to pre-identified compounds. But systems informed by living neural networks can begin to identify more complex and subtle signatures, even when traditional machines struggle to recognize them. A network trained through exposure to varied biological decomposition scenarios can learn to distinguish between natural decay, environmental interference, and the specific profile of human remains. These synthetic biological platforms are capable of adapting to uncertainty in a way that conventional systems cannot. They do not require rigid code, instead, they learn from feedback, building memory through lived experience. A system trained in this way can not only detect the presence of volatile organic compounds associated with human decomposition but can also differentiate between the decay of a living organism and other natural processes, such as plant rot or industrial chemical leaks. This is especially useful in forensic and search and rescue scenarios, where time, terrain, and ambiguity challenge the limitations of standard detection equipment. The sensors used for these purposes typically monitor the air for a mixture of compounds such as ammonia, cadaverine, putrescine, sulfur-based gases, and other volatile organic substances that are consistently released during the breakdown of human tissue. The unique blend and ratio of these gases create a signature that, once learned, can be recognized by the integrated system. When this data is processed by a biological learning model like a cultured neural network, the system becomes capable of not just recognizing known patterns but of identifying new, previously unencountered chemical profiles with a degree of inference and context. The Kardashev scale is a method of measuring a civilization's level of technological advancement based on the amount of energy it is capable of harnessing and using. It was first proposed in the mid-20th century by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev, who envisioned a framework for understanding the development of intelligent civilizations on a cosmic scale. Rather than measuring progress by political structures, cultural achievements, or military power, Kardashev focused on energy consumption, which he believed offered a universal benchmark that could be applied to any civilization, whether human or alien. The central idea behind the Kardashev scale is that a civilization's ability to manipulate and consume energy reflects its capacity to exert control over its environment. The more energy a society can harness and use efficiently, the more advanced it is presumed to be. Kardashev originally divided civilizations into three broad categories: planetary, stellar, and galactic, each representing a different level of energy control. These categories are commonly referred to as Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3 civilizations. A Type 1 civilization, according to Kardashev's model, is one that can harness and use all of the energy available on its home planet. This includes not only the energy derived from fossil fuels and renewable sources such as wind and solar, but also geothermal energy, ocean currents, and the planet's total atmospheric and hydrological systems. Such a civilization would have achieved complete control over its natural environment, able to manage weather, control earthquakes, and regulate ecosystems with precision. It would have eliminated energy scarcity, potentially ending poverty and resource-driven conflict. In human terms, reaching this level would mean fully exploiting the Earth's energy budget, estimated in the mid-20th century as being in the range of tens of petawatts. A Type 2 civilization is far more advanced. It is capable of harnessing the total energy output of its star, not just the energy that reaches its planet. In our case, this would mean capturing all the energy radiated by the Sun. To accomplish this, a Type 2 civilization might construct vast structures in space, such as a Dyson sphere or Dyson swarm, encircling the star and collecting its energy output directly. Such a society would have complete control over its solar system, including the ability to mine planets, redirect comets, and build megastructures on an astronomical scale. The engineering challenges involved in reaching this stage are immense, requiring materials and energy far beyond anything currently available to humanity. However, the rewards are equally immense, access to energy many orders of magnitude greater than anything available at the planetary level. A Type 3 civilization takes this progression to its ultimate conclusion. It is able to harness the energy of an entire galaxy. This includes not only the energy from billions of stars, but also the rotational energy of galactic structures, the gravitational potential of black holes, and possibly even dark matter and dark energy if such forms of energy can be utilized. A Type 3 civilization would likely be capable of traveling between star systems at will, altering the structure of galaxies, and potentially even manipulating the fabric of space-time. It would be effectively godlike in its capabilities, at least from our current perspective. Such a civilization might appear indistinguishable from nature itself, having reshaped its surroundings so thoroughly that its presence is difficult to detect. Although Kardashev originally envisioned only 3 types, later thinkers expanded the scale to include intermediate levels and beyond. Some theorists introduced fractional types, suggesting that a civilization could be described as Type 0.5 or Type 1.2, depending on its precise energy consumption. Others proposed Type 4 and Type 5 civilizations, capable of manipulating the energy of multiple galaxies or even the entire universe. These extensions, while speculative, help frame the broader question of what is physically possible within the laws of nature and what ultimate limits might exist for intelligence and technology. Humanity, as it stands today, is not yet even a Type 1 civilization. Estimates place us somewhere around Type 0.7 on the Kardashev scale. We are still largely dependent on fossil fuels, and while renewable energy is growing, it represents only a small portion of our total consumption. Our ability to manage natural systems is rudimentary, and we remain vulnerable to natural disasters, climate change, and ecological collapse. Achieving Type 1 status would require a transformation of our global infrastructure, economy, and values. It would involve not only technological innovation but also political coordination and cultural adaptation on a scale never before seen. The transition to a higher Kardashev level is not just a matter of increasing energy output. It also involves changes in energy efficiency, sustainability, and ethical use. A society that generates vast amounts of energy while destroying its environment or enslaving its population would not be considered truly advanced. Many thinkers argue that a civilization must also evolve in moral and social terms in order to manage its growing power responsibly. This raises the question of whether technological advancement naturally leads to ethical maturity, or whether the opposite might occur. The Kardashev scale has also influenced the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If intelligent life exists elsewhere in the universe, and if it has developed for longer than humanity has existed, then it is reasonable to expect that some civilizations may have reached Type 2 or even Type 3 status. Such civilizations might be detectable through their energy signatures. A Dyson sphere, for example, would absorb visible light from its star and re-radiate the energy as infrared heat, creating a distinctive spectral fingerprint. Astronomers have searched for such signatures using data from space telescopes, although no conclusive evidence has yet been found. This absence of detection is part of the broader Fermi paradox, which asks why we have not encountered signs of alien life despite the vastness of the universe. Some interpretations suggest that the transition to higher Kardashev types may be more difficult or dangerous than it appears. Civilizations may destroy themselves through warfare, ecological collapse, or technological missteps before reaching planetary or stellar mastery. Alternatively, advanced civilizations might become so efficient or self-contained that they leave few detectable traces. They may retreat into virtual realities, live in megastructures that are perfectly energy balanced, or operate on principles entirely beyond our current understanding. Critics of the Kardashev scale argue that it is overly simplistic. Energy consumption, they note, may not be the best or only measure of advancement. A truly advanced civilization might use less energy rather than more, having perfected efficiency and eliminated waste. Such a society might exist in harmony with its environment, using subtle technologies to achieve its goals with minimal disruption. Furthermore, the scale does not account for developments in biology, information theory, or consciousness. A civilization might be incredibly advanced in these domains while consuming relatively modest amounts of energy. Despite these critiques, the Kardashev scale remains a powerful tool for thinking about the future. It provides a cosmic perspective, helping to situate humanity within the broader arc of possible development. It challenges us to consider what lies ahead, what obstacles must be overcome, and what responsibilities come with greater power. It also invites philosophical reflection on the nature of intelligence, the meaning of progress, and the destiny of conscious beings in a vast and mysterious universe. Some futurists link the Kardashev scale to specific technological milestones. For example, achieving Type 1 status might involve global fusion energy, planetary climate engineering, and a unified planetary civilization. Type 2 might require interplanetary colonization, solar-scale construction projects, and artificial intelligence capable of managing complex systems at astronomical scales. Type 3 might involve interstellar travel, the engineering of entire star systems, and the manipulation of exotic forms of matter and energy. Others propose that the scale could be multidimensional, with different axes representing not just energy but also information processing, consciousness development, or ethical sophistication. This multidimensional approach would allow for a richer understanding of what it means to be advanced, recognizing that different civilizations may evolve along different paths depending on their environment, history, and priorities. In recent decades, the Kardashev scale has also inspired speculative fiction and popular science. Writers and thinkers have imagined what it would be like to live in a Type 2 civilization, with humans harvesting the power of the sun through space-based solar arrays, terraforming other planets, and coexisting with intelligent machines. Still more ambitious stories depict Type 3 civilizations building galactic networks, exploring parallel universes, or achieving forms of immortality and transcendence. These visions, while fictional, help explore the implications of real scientific ideas and offer a way to engage the public in thinking about the long-term future. Importantly, the Kardashev scale reminds us that humanity is still at the beginning of its journey. Our technological achievements are impressive, but they are dwarfed by what may be possible. The challenges we face, climate instability, energy transition, resource management, are not just problems to be solved. They are steps on a staircase that leads to a higher order of existence. Whether we ascend or fall depends on our choices, our vision, and our willingness to think beyond the immediate and the familiar. The scale also encourages humility. In contemplating civilizations capable of manipulating stars or galaxies, we are forced to reckon with the limits of our knowledge and the scale of the cosmos. We must admit that we do not yet understand the full range of what life and intelligence can become. This awareness can be sobering, but it can also be inspiring. It suggests that the future is not closed, that the boundaries of possibility have not been reached, and that the universe may hold more wonders than we can currently imagine.
Basically, by comparing how the brain is much like a computer but so much more advanced, so they've been able to make distinctions between that, and that's how companies like Neuralink and Kernel and CTRL are able to develop these invasive and actually non-invasive technologies that they can read your neural activity from a distance. And they can actually translate brain signals into digital data. And it's kind of like, Sonia, I remember when you were talking about the I think we were talking about Aleister Crowley as Joe Rogan or something like that, and I was kind of very hilariously debunking it. And the transfer of consciousness is possible through this these experiments that they've been doing for all this time, you know. So they've learned how to link prosthetics to your brain and computers to your brain and virtual reality environments doing these experiments, right? they're using like, so these waves, they all oscillate, which waves tend to do. And it's through that natural movement that they can use sensors and stuff to kind of determine what your brain waves are like, and they can sync up with that, is what I'm saying. And they can transmit thoughts to you using that technology, to keep it simple. So a lot of it is actually positive, because they're saying that such technology could actually be used for therapeutic purposes, like treating PTSD, correcting cognitive biases, enhancing learning by stimulating the memory consolidation that you have during sleep. Um, but as we know, it's probably being used for worse stuff. And along with all that, you got to look at like mind control throughout history. And they've always been trying to figure out how to
Mm-hmm.
hack into people's minds and get them to do whatever they want you to do, right?
Right.
So we know that MK Ultra explored mind control using drugs and hypnosis and subliminal messaging.
Mm-hmm.
And this is kind of like MK Ultra 5.0, because they've had so much time to perfect all of this. So they are using it for behavioral modification. They are using it for remote neural monitoring, and they are using it to try to develop psychotronic weaponry. So, you know,
Right.
basically like Cyclops from the X-Men, just zap somebody using your mind, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, they're using electromagnetic surveillance, and I think that a lot of that is being done using electromagnetic fields. And they can do that because everybody's got a TV in their house, or they've got a smartphone in their house.
Right.
Um, you have the neural data networks that are set up using all these idiots. I'm sorry to anybody that listens to this and they get classed as an idiot, but you're an idiot. If you own a VR headset or anything like that you can put on your head, all of that stuff is monitoring and collecting information on you. Smart watches are collecting information on you. And the guise of wellness tracking is one
Mm-hmm.
of the biggest ways that they harvest your data
That's right.
and send feedback to their big ass neural data networks that they're using for perfecting this technology. Artificial intelligence pattern recognition is a big deal in this whole thing. So they take that raw neural data and use AI to interpret it, figure
Mm-hmm.
out how you respond to emotional states, how good your memory recall is, how good you are at solving problems effectively. And they can log into that, the record that your brain naturally keeps while you're sleeping, and take that from you. So if you fall asleep wearing your smartwatch, you're screwed. Um, I think they have the technology. It hasn't been implemented yet, but the more advancement they make in mobile phone technology, the easier it will be for them to read your electromagnetic field and do the same thing if your phone is right next to you.
Yep.
So
Mm-hmm.
they can manipulate your dreams. They're experimenting with that, where they can allow subtle changes in your dreams based on what they can see. They'll be watching it on a computer screen like it's a TV show, and then they can say, okay, well, make this memory go away and change that to something else. Um, they can insert visual and auditory cues that will change your thought patterns, change the way you make decisions, change the way you respond to emotions. So, tested all this, um, especially through the MK Ultra research, which is currently ongoing, where they're experimenting with lucid dreaming and stuff. They can target certain memories and reactivate them or deactivate them as they see fit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll
I've,
stop
I've,
there on that.
I've
Wow.
actually, with what you're saying there, it actually takes it even to a higher level than that too, because I've been doing research when it comes to the human brain and comparing that to a lot of this modern technology they're putting out. And you know, even with AI, I wish that was where it ended, but it doesn't, because I remember growing up with the term wetware, or not growing up really, but whenever I was in my 30s and stuff, they referred to it as wetware, where it's biological technology that they're using. They're incorporating biological uh, frameworks with computer science. And when I started learning about this stuff right here, um, I started also finding out that they're not only wanting to possibly control you, but they're also wanting to educate this technology on how to behave like humans and how to react like we do. You know what I mean? They want to know.
Yeah.
They want that technology to know how slow wave sleep works and different phases that you go through from childhood to adult when it comes to slow wave sleep and how important it is to the human body. They're into that. That's what they want those machines to know. So with that, I want to see what your take is on that.
Well, science fiction isn't really fiction. They've just been, not even to say like, because I don't necessarily agree with the idea of that they have to tell you what they're doing. I don't think they have to tell you what they're doing. I think it's a part of their sadistic process where they get a kick out of just saying, "Oh, I wonder what they think about this."
Right.
And if they think it's cool, then we can get them to consent to us implementing this over a short or a long period of time, depending on how they react to it, right? So you think about films like Inception or The Matrix, where you have human cognition pretty much infiltrated and manipulated, or just flat out hijacked. And you think about like Philip K. Dick and all the stuff that was very within the realm of contemporary speculative fiction. And a lot of the themes are basically the loss of mental sovereignty. That's all real stuff. I think maybe he was making a comment during his time period on it that became scarily real within a very short space of time after that. But the most scary part about it is that there's a big gap in the data where all of a sudden it's gone from being conspiracy theory and foolishness to you have 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. You can find the most recent research that they've let come out on it about remote wearable neuroimaging devices for mental health and sleep monitoring, and things from the Mayo Clinic that explain how EEGs are measuring electrical activities going in the brain, and they can tell how you're sleeping, to like targeted memory reactivation for people who have brain damage. And there's so much stuff. UCLA has research that they're telling you about targeted deep brain stimulation, and it's supposed to be for memory consolidation, but we know it's not really just about that, because universities are essentially think tanks where all of this stuff is thought up and implemented, and they always try to convince you, hey, we just did a study and it says this, when the reality is that they've been experimenting for a long time and they already know exactly what they're doing. So they're going to try to use, I predict within the next 10 to 12 years, they're going to try to use all of these wellness devices and VR headsets and smart TVs and smartphones as different ways to connect you to the cloud, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, Sabrina Wallace says we're already connected to the cloud through smart dust because we're breathing it in and it passes the blood-brain barrier and it's all in our brains and everywhere. It's in clothes, food, it's pretty much everywhere. So, and she brings up college classes where they teach folks this, as well as tons and tons of research from even on the government websites, like the nanotechnology website and stuff. I mean, it's very, very in depth. It's going on like right now, really.
Yeah. And I know we've had conversations before where you really got excited about the hippocampus. And the one thing that I kept quiet when we were talking because I wanted to remain where you think I was smart and stuff. But I'm gonna go ahead and show my stupidity now, okay? Because this is something that I wanted to wait for and ask you about. Now with the hippocampus, especially when it comes to memory, learning, and stuff like that. I know that it works real close with the neocortex, and it usually works during slow wave sleep. You know, now when you were talking about the brain being able to, well, I'll just say it the way I say it. When you're asleep and you're in deep sleep, the brain is basically filing information. You know what I mean? The information that it feels that is necessary, it keeps, and the information that it feels unnecessary, it just discards. You know, and what I'm wanting to know is, do you think by any chance that there is some kind of technology that would be set up that would make it capable, or do you think it's possible where it would make it capable to where they can make you just forget on that premise alone?
They already have that technology. They've had that technology for a very long time, and they allude to it in a lot of movies and stuff. I mean, from back in the 80s, they kind of allude to it, including like Men in Black, which is that device. He presses it, it flashes the light, and you forget the moments that happened before. And they can set on a dial, you know, how much they want you to forget. If they want you to completely forget everything and you know, be wiped, they can do that too, but it just isn't commonplace. Um, but I guess I have to get into it and provide context for the listeners because they weren't with us in that conversation, so they don't know what I'm talking about or what you're referencing, and they probably are also asking, if you're just a hypnotherapist, why do you know all of this? And the answer to that is, I'm a very curious person. I believe that curiosity is a form of love. I have training as well in human behavior, which leads you down a very dark path if you're actually interested in the application of it. But hypnotherapy is a process. Hypnotherapy is the science of the subconscious mind. And then, in order to answer the question, what is the subconscious mind and how does it work inside of the brain? Because that's the only thing we know that we can see and we can touch. Um,
Okay, doing a sound check before I get everything set up and going. Let me see what we got here. Make sure everything's working properly. There we go. Weird Science is up on YouTube. Got to make sure it's in its proper playlist. And give it a thumbnail. And then I'll check it. Audio, make sure it sounds good. Let me see here. Yeah. I'll just give it the Wonderful World of Weirdness traditional thumb. Sounds good on YouTube. Going to go in and check DLive. It always gives me problems, so I want to make sure it's working. It is actually working, so there we go. Okay, so DLive is good. Let's go and check Rumble real quick. Make sure it's up and going. Set up and good to go. Sorry I have to do this so late at night. I had a rough start for today, but I did want to get it started and going good and finished for the week. This is one of them where I don't have to really be on a strict schedule, so I can actually be able to get in here and get it taken care of at any time of the day. All the audio sounds good so far, so it looks like we are up and ready to go. So I am getting, or everything is done now, I should say, so we're ready to start the episode. So here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Weird Science. I'm Roger Hanson, and today I will be your host. We are moving on to more topics concerning weird science. Some of them may be things that are being talked about in today's scientific community. Some of them could be from the past. If you've noticed, I've done a few of them that pertain to that. I've also gotten into some of the philosophical projects that are taking place today as well. And remember too, whenever you listen to this, that this is weird science. This doesn't necessarily mean it's cryptid or it's evil or anything, or strange in the bizarre kind of way. It's just weird, a weird science basically is what it is. So just keep that in mind as I go through here, and I'm sure you'll get where I'm going with it when I refer to it as weird science. So that being said, let me go ahead and get on with the first topic. The Origins Project is a multidisciplinary initiative dedicated to exploring some of the deepest questions about the universe and humanity's place within it. Its focus is on the origin and evolution of the cosmos, the development of life on Earth, and the processes that have shaped the natural world. The project seeks to foster collaboration between experts from multiple scientific disciplines, including physics, biology, chemistry, astronomy, and planetary science. By bringing together specialists from these varied fields, the initiative aims to address complex questions that cannot be answered from a single perspective alone. One of the primary goals of the Origins Project is to understand how the universe began and how it has evolved over billions of years. Researchers study the fundamental physical laws that govern the cosmos, examining the formation of stars, galaxies, and planetary systems. They seek to understand the process that led to the creation of matter and the emergence of chemical elements that are essential for life. By investigating the early universe, the project aims to uncover the conditions that made the emergence of complex structures, including galaxies and planetary systems, possible. Another key area of focus is the origin of life on Earth. Scientists involved in the project study how simple chemical compounds could have given rise to self-replicating molecules, leading eventually to living organisms. This research involves fields such as biochemistry, molecular biology, and evolutionary biology. By simulating conditions on the early Earth, researchers attempt to understand the chemical pathways that could have led to the first forms of life. They also investigate how life adapted and evolved over billions of years, developing increasingly complex structures and behaviors. The Origin project also emphasizes the study of planetary environments and their potential to support life. Researchers examine planets and moons within our own solar system, studying their atmospheres, surfaces, and internal structures. They use this information to understand the conditions required for life to emerge and persist. Observations of other planetary systems beyond our own are also important, as they help to place the Earth in a broader context. By comparing different planetary environments, scientists gain insight into the universal principles that govern planetary formation and habitability. In addition to studying physical and biological processes, the Origin project considers the broader implications of understanding our planet in the universe. Philosophical questions about the nature of existence, the uniqueness of life, and the likelihood of life elsewhere in the cosmos are part of the initiative's inquiry. By integrating scientific research with philosophical reflection, the project encourages a deeper appreciation of humanity's role in the universe and the responsibilities that come with understanding our origins. Education and public engagement are central to the mission of the Origins Project. The initiative organizes lectures, seminars, workshops, and public events aimed at sharing scientific knowledge with a broader audience. By communicating complex ideas in accessible ways, the project seeks to inspire curiosity and encourage critical thinking. Students, educators, and members of the public are invited to engage with researchers and explore questions about the cosmos and the nature of life. This emphasis on education reflects the belief that understanding our origins is not solely the domain of scientists, but a pursuit that belongs to all of humanity. The Origin Project also promotes interdisciplinary research, organizing the major scientific questions often requires insight from multiple fields. For example, understanding the origin of life involves chemistry to study molecular interaction, biology to study cellular processes, and planetary science to understand the environmental context. Similarly, understanding the evolution of the universe requires physics to describe fundamental forces, astronomy to observe distant objects, and mathematics to model complex systems. By encouraging collaboration across disciplines, the project fosters innovation in the development of new methods to tackle difficult questions. Research within the Origin Project often involves both observational studies and theoretical modeling. Observations of the cosmos using telescopes, satellites, and space probes provide data about stars, planets, and galaxies. Laboratory experiments simulate conditions on early Earth or on other planets, allowing scientists to test hypotheses about the origin of life and the formation of complex molecules. Theoretical models help to predict the behavior of systems over time, guiding further experimentation and observation. This combination of approaches ensures that research is comprehensive and grounded in evidence. Another important aspect of the Origin project is the study of astrobiology, the scientific investigation of life in the universe. Researchers examine extreme environments on Earth, such as deep ocean vents, acidic lakes, and arid deserts, to understand how life can adapt in harsh conditions. These studies provide clues about where life might exist elsewhere in the cosmos. By understanding the resilience and adaptability of life on Earth, scientists can better evaluate the potential for life on other planets and moons. The project also investigates the chemical evolution of the universe, tracing the formation and distribution of elements from the earliest moments after the Big Bang to the present. This research includes the study of stellar nucleosynthesis, the process by which stars produce heavier elements through nuclear fusion. By analyzing the composition of stars, planets, and interstellar material, scientists gain insight into the process that create the building blocks of life in the material universe. Understanding the origins of complex life is another central theme. Evolutionary biology provides tools to trace the development of organisms over time, identifying patterns and mechanisms that have shaped biodiversity. Researchers explore how genetic variation, natural selection, and environmental pressures interact to produce the diverse form of life we see today. This knowledge helps to place humanity in a broader context of life on Earth and to appreciate the interconnectedness of all living systems. The Origins Project also encourages international collaboration, recognizing that scientific inquiry transcends borders. By working with researchers from different countries and cultural backgrounds, the initiative gains access to a wider range of expertise, resources, and perspectives. Collaborative projects often combine field studies, laboratory research, and computational modeling to address complex questions more effectively. This global approach enhances the quality of scope of the research while fostering a sense of shared purpose among scientists worldwide. Public outreach remains a key priority. The Origins Project develops educational material, online resources, and interactive programs to engage audiences of all ages. By making scientific research accessible and engaging, The initiative helps to cultivate a culture of curiosity and lifelong learning. Public lectures and discussions often explore topics such as the origins of the universe, the potential for intraterrestrial life or extraterrestrial life, and the development of complex biological systems, sparking imagination and inquiry. The project also emphasizes the importance of ethics and responsibility in scientific research. By studying the origins of life and the universe, scientists are encouraged to consider the broader implications of their work. Questions about preservation of ecosystems, the search for life beyond Earth, and the impact of human activity on the planet are all informed by insights gained through the Origins Project. This ethical perspective ensures that research is conducted with care and mindfulness, recognizing the interconnectedness of science, society, and the natural world. The Origin Project continues to evolve, incorporating advances in technology, computation, and observational methods. New technology New telescopes and space missions provide unprecedented data about distant galaxies, exoplanets, and cosmic phenomena. Laboratory techniques allow researchers to probe molecular interactions with increasing precision. Computational models simulate complex systems across vast scales of time and space. Together, these tools expand the frontiers of knowledge, enabling the Origin Project to address questions that were once thought unanswerable. Through its comprehensive approach, the Origin Project demonstrates the power of curiosity and inquiry. By exploring the origins of the universe and development of life, and the processes that shape planetary systems, the initiative contributes to a deeper understanding of our planet in the cosmos. The work done within the project has implications for fields ranging from physics and biology to philosophy and education, highlighting the interconnectedness of knowledge and the value of interdisciplinary collaboration. The initiative also seeks to inspire future generations of scientists by exposing students and young researchers to cutting-edge questions and methods. The project fosters critical thinking, creativity, and problem-solving skills. Mentorship and hands-on research opportunities provide valuable experience preparing participants to contribute to the ongoing exploration of the universe. This focus on nurturing talent ensures that the spirit of inquiry and discovery will continue into the future. The Origin Project demonstrates that science is not only about collecting facts, but also about asking profound questions. What are the fundamental forces that shape the cosmos? How did life emerge from non-living matter? What conditions are necessary for life to exist elsewhere in the universe? How does understanding our own origins inform our perspective on the natural world and our responsibilities with it? These questions explore through rigorous research and open inquiry. Of these questions explored, through rigorous research and open inquiry, define the mission of the project, and inspire both scientific and public, and inspire both scientists and the public alike. By integrating multiple scientific disciplines, the Origin Project addresses the complexities of the universe in ways that single fields cannot. Astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, and planetary science converge to provide a holistic understanding of the cosmos and life. The initiative emphasizes the answers to the most profound questions of life at the intersections of knowledge, where collaboration and cross-disciplinary thinking open new avenues of discovery. Research within the Origin Project is dynamic and ongoing. New discoveries in astronomy reveal distant planets, stars, and galaxies, prompting new questions about the formation of the universe. Advances in molecular biology provide insight into the mechanisms of life at its most fundamental level. Computational models simulate the evolution of planetary systems, offering predictions and guiding future observations. Together, these efforts create a rich tapestry of knowledge that illuminates the pathways from the earliest moments of the cosmos to the present day. Public engagement is not merely an accessory to the project, but an essential component. By communicating findings and fostering discussion, the initiative bridges the gap between scientific research and society. Lectures, workshops, and online resources allow people to explore questions of origin and evolution, connecting curiosity with understanding. This engagement emphasizes that the pursuit of knowledge is a shared human endeavor, inviting participation and reflection from all. The Origins Project also values historical context, recognizing that the question to understanding origins has long been a human preoccupation. From ancient philosophies to modern scientific inquiry, people have sought to explain the cosmos, the emergence of life, and the forces that shape our existence. By situating contemporary research within this larger tradition, the project honors the continuity of human curiosity and the ongoing desire to comprehend the world around us. The Origin Project exemplifies the power of interdisciplinary research, public engagement, and the pursuit of profound questions. Its work on the origins of the universe, the development of life, and the formation of planetary systems contributes to a deeper understanding of our planet and the cosmos. By combining observation, experimentation, and theoretical modeling, the project illuminates processes that span billions of years and countless scales of complexity. Through education and outreach, it inspires curiosity, fosters inquiry, and encourages reflection on humanity's role in the universe. The Origins Project demonstrates that the exploration of our origins is not only a scientific endeavor, but a profoundly human one, connecting the quest for knowledge with power, with wonder, imagination, and the shared journey of discovery that defines us all. Parallax is a phenomena that has fascinated humans for centuries, shaping our understanding of space, perspective, and distance. It refers to the apparent shift of position of an object when viewed from different angles or lines of sight. This effect can be observed in everyday life, such as when looking at a distant building from two different locations, or noticing how nearby objects appear to move faster than distant ones while traveling. The principle of parallax plays a critical role in fields ranging from astronomy to surveying, and it has been instrumental in helping humans measure distances across vast expanses. In astronomy, parallax serves as one of the fundamental methods for determining the distance to celestial objects. Observing the slight shift in a star's position relative to more distant background stars as the Earth moves along its orbit provides astronomers with a direct means to gauge distance. This method is often referred to as stellar parallax and was first successfully measured in the 19th century. By analyzing the angles of apparent displacement and applying geometric principles, scientists can calculate the distance to nearby stars with remarkable precision. This breakthrough not only allowed for a more accurate mapping of the cosmos, but also provided critical evidence for understanding the scale of the universe. The concept of parallax is closely related to geometry and the basic principle of triangulation. When an observer views an object from two different points, a triangle is formed, with the baseline being the distance between the observation points and the vertex at the location of the observed object. By measuring the angles of the triangle, the observer can calculate the distance to the object. This method is used not only in astronomy, but also in surveying, navigation, and other applications where precise distance measurement is essential. The accuracy of parallax measurements depends on the baseline length, the precision of angular measurement, and the stability of the observation platform. In addition to stellar parallax, there is also the concept of lunar and solar parallax. Lunar parallax refers to the apparent shift in the position of the moon when observed from different points on the Earth. Solar parallax involves the same principle applied to the Sun, allowing astronomers to measure its distance from the Earth. These techniques were historically significant for establishing the scale of the solar system, providing astronomers with crucial information about the relative distance and size of celestial bodies. By combining these observations with the laws of planetary motion, scientists were able to develop more accurate models of the solar system and predict the movements of planets and moons. Parallax is not limited to astronomy. It also has applications in photography and visual perception. In photography, parallax errors. In photography, parallax errors occur when the viewfinder and the lens do not share the same line of sight. This discrepancy can lead to misalignment between what the photographer sees and what the camera captures. Some cameras are designed to minimize parallax effects, especially in rangefinder and twin-lens reflex models. In human vision, parallax contributes to depth perception. The slight difference in the images received by the left and right eye, known as binocular parallax, allows the brain to construct a three-dimensional understanding of the environment. This ability is critical for everyday tasks such as reaching for objects, walking over uneven terrain, and navigating through space. Modern astronomical instruments utilize parallax in highly sophisticated ways. Space-based observatories, free from the distortions of the Earth's atmosphere, have measured stellar parallaxes with unprecedented precision. Satellites equipped with highly sensitive detectors can observe minute shifts in the positions of stars, enabling the creation of detailed three-dimensional maps of our galaxy. These advancements have allowed astronomers to study the structure and distribution of stars, identify clusters and associations, and refine models of galactic evolution. The ability to measure parallax at such small scales has revolutionized our understanding of the Milky Way and provided a foundation for exploring the universe beyond. Parallax also has applications in mapping and navigation on Earth. Surveyors have long relied on triangulation techniques based on parallax principles to measure distances and create accurate maps. By establishing a baseline between two observation points and measuring the angle to a distant object, surveyors can calculate its position with remarkable accuracy. This method has been essential for the development of cities, infrastructure, and transportation networks. In navigation, parallax measurements can assist in determining the location of ships and aircraft, enhancing safety and efficiency in travel. In the field of astrophysics, parallax is used in combination with other observational techniques to derive critical physical properties of stars. By measuring the apparent displacement of a star, astronomers can determine its distance and, when combined with brightness measurements, calculate its intrinsic luminosity. This information provides insight into the star's size, temperature, and stage in its life cycle. Understanding these properties is essential for constructing models of stellar evolution, studying the formation of galaxies, and predicting the future development of cosmic structures. The concept of parallax also extends into modern technological applications, including virtual reality and computer graphics. In virtual environments, simulated parallax provides users with a sense of depth and realism. By rendering objects differently based on the viewer's perspective, designers create immersive experiences that mimic real-world perception. Parallax effects are also used in video games, web design, and animation to enhance visual storytelling and engagement. These applications highlight the broad relevance of parallax beyond scientific measurement, demonstrating its role in shaping human interaction with both virtual and physical space. Historically, the study of parallax has been closely tied to the development of the scientific method. Early astronomers, including ancient Greeks and later European scholars, sought to understand the apparent motion of stars and planets through careful observation and measurement. The successful detection of stellar parallax provided empirical evidence supporting the heliocentric model of the solar system, challenging long-held geocentric beliefs. This achievement underscored the importance of measurement, observation, and mathematical reasoning in advancing scientific knowledge. Parallax thus serves not only as a practical tool, but also as a symbol of humanity's capacity to understand the universe through careful study. In contemporary research, parallax measurements contribute to the study of dark matter and dark energy. By determining precise distances to stars and galaxies, astronomers can map the distribution of visible matter and identify discrepancies that suggest the presence of unseen mass. These investigations are critical for understanding the large-scale structure of the universe, the dynamics of galaxy formation, and the expansion of space itself. Parallax remains a cornerstone technique for probing the cosmos, providing essential data for theories about the composition, behavior, and ultimate fate of the universe. Parallax also intersects with the field of exoplanet research. By measuring the precise motion of stars over time, astronomers can detect the subtle gravitational influences of orbiting planets. This technique, known as astrometric parallax, complements other methods such as the transit and radial velocity techniques. Astrometric measurements allow scientists to determine the masses, distances, and orbits of exoplanets, contributing to our understanding of planetary formation and the potential for inhabitable worlds beyond our solar system. The integration of parallax into exoplanet studies exemplifies its continuing importance in cutting-edge astronomical research. The educational implications of parallax are significant as well. Teaching the principles of parallax helps students develop spatial reasoning, geometric understanding, and observational skills. Hands-on activities such as measuring the apparent shift of nearby objects from different vantage points provide intuitive experiences of distance, scale, and perspective. By engaging learners in both practical experience and theoretical exploration, educators can foster a deeper appreciation for the interplay between observation, measurement, and scientific reasoning. Parallax thus serves as both a tool for research and a gateway for cultivating curiosity and critical thinking. Positive psychology is a branch of psychology that focuses on the study of human strengths, well-being, and the factors that allow individuals and communities to thrive. The field emerged in response to the traditional emphasis in psychology and no, in psychology on mental illness and pathology, seeking instead to explore what makes life fulfilling and meaningful. The Positive Psychology Center is an initiative devoted to advancing research and understanding in this area, with a particular emphasis on evidence-based interventions and cultivation of personal strengths, and the promotion of flourishing at both individual and social levels. The work conducted at the center is organized around several core themes, including happiness, resilience, character strengths, engagement, relationships, meaning, and achievement. Researchers examine these areas to identify the underlying mechanisms that contribute to positive human experiences and to develop practical strategies for enhancing well-being. Studies conducted within the center often utilize the combination of longitudinal surveys, experimental interventions, and observational methods to capture a comprehensive picture of human flourishing. By employing rigorous scientific methods, the initiative seeks to provide reliable and actionable insights into the process that foster personal and communal growth. One of the primary research areas focuses on happiness and subjective well-being. Researchers investigate the factors that contribute to sustained feelings of satisfaction and contentment, exploring variables such as life circumstances, social connections, personality traits, and cognitive patterns. Studies often involve self-report measures, in-depth interviews, and diary methodologies to assess how people experience positive emotions over time. By understanding the determinants of happiness, the center aims to provide evidence-based recommendations for individuals seeking to improve their emotional and psychological well-being. Resilience is another central focus of the center's work. This area examines the capacity of individuals to adapt and recover from adversity, stress, or trauma. Research explores the psychological, social, and biological factors that support resilience, including coping strategies, supportive relationships, and cognitive flexibility. Interventions developed in this domain aim to strengthen adaptive skills and reduce the impact of negative experiences on overall well-being. The study of resilience also extends to organizational and community contexts, exploring how environments can be structured to foster strength and recovery in the face of challenges. Character strengths and virtues constitute another significant area of investigation. Researchers categorize and measure traits such as courage, curiosity, gratitude, perseverance, and kindness, analyzing how these strengths influence life satisfaction, achievement, and social relationships. By identifying and nurturing these qualities, interventions aim to enhance personal growth and promote positive social outcomes. The research also examines how cultural, environmental, and developmental factors shape the expression of character strengths, contributing to a nuanced understanding of human potential. Engagement and flow are additional topics explored by the center. Flow refers to the state of complete absorption in an activity, often accompanied by a sense of effortless involvement and intrinsic enjoyment. Research in this area investigates the conditions that facilitate flow, such as the alignment of challenge and skill, clarity of goals, and immediate feedback. The center's work seeks to understand how individuals can structure their daily lives, work, and leisure activities to maximize experiences of engagement and fulfillment. These studies also explore the relationship between engagement and long-term outcomes, including productivity, creativity, and overall life satisfaction. Relationships and social connections are recognized as essential components of well-being. The center examines the role of supportive social networks, interpersonal communication, and the community involvement in promoting positive outcomes. Research investigates how the quality and depth of relationships influence emotional health, resilience, and happiness. Interventions developed in this area focuses on improving social skills, fostering empathy, and building strong supportive communities. By highlighting the importance of connection, the center underscores the social dimension of human flourishing and the ways in which interpersonal dynamics shape individual and collective experiences. Meaning and purpose are also central themes in the center's research. Investigations explore how individuals construct a sense of significance in their lives, aligning personal goals and actions with broader values and aspirations. Studies examine the psychological and behavioral benefits of having a sense of purpose, including increased motivation, enhanced well-being, and improved physical health outcomes. Interventions designed to cultivate meaning often encourage reflection, goal setting, and engagement in pro-social or value-driven activities. The research emphasizes that a sense of purpose is both personal and social phenomena, shaped by relationships, culture, and context. Achievement and accomplishment are further areas of inquiry. Researchers examine the role of goal setting, self-regulation, motivation, and feedback in promoting success across domains such as education, work, and personal projects. Studies investigate how individuals balance the pursuit of achievement with well-being, exploring strategies for setting realistic goals, sustaining effort, and deriving satisfaction from progress. Interventions in this area often involve training in goal management, time allocation, and resilience in the face of setbacks. By linking achievements to well-being, the center contributes to an understanding of how personal and professional growth can coexist with a fulfilling life. The Positive Psychology Center also conducts applied research to test interventions designed to enhance well-being in various populations. These interventions may include gratitude exercises, mindfulness practices, strengths-based coaching, and positive education programs. Evaluations of these programs utilize rigorous experimental designs, including randomized controlled trials and longitudinal studies, to assess their effectiveness and identify the mechanisms through which they produce positive outcomes. Applied research bridges the gap between theory and practice, ensuring that scientific findings can inform real-world strategies for enhancing individual and community well-being. In addition to research, the center emphasizes dissemination and public engagement. Educational initiatives, workshops, and online resources are developed to share knowledge and tools with broader audiences. By making the science of well-being accessible, the center seeks to empower individuals, educators, and organizations to apply evidence-based practices in daily life. This focus on knowledge translated highlights the center's commitment not only to scientific discovery, but also to practical impact and social benefit. Methodologically, the center employs a diverse range of approaches, combining quantitative and qualitative methods to capture the complexity of human experience. Surveys, questionnaires, and standardized scales provide measurement insights into well-being, while interviews, case studies, and ethnographic observations reveal nuanced aspects of subjective experience. Experimental interventions test specific hypotheses, often integrating behavioral, cognitive, and social components Together, these methods allow researchers to develop a robust, multidimensional understanding of positive psychological processes. The center also emphasizes cross-cultural research, recognizing that well-being is shaped by cultural norms, values, and social systems. Studies explore how different societies conceptualize happiness, resilience, and meaning, identifying both universal patterns and culturally specific expressions of flourishing. This global perspective informs intervention in theoretical frameworks, ensuring that the findings are relevant across diverse contexts. Cross-cultural research also fosters collaboration with international scholars, contributing to a broader understanding of human strengths and well-being worldwide. Longitudinal studies are another significant component of the center's work. By tracking individuals and communities over extended periods, researchers examine how well-being evolves across the lifespan, how life events and transitions impact happiness and resilience, and how interventions produce lasting effects. Longitudinal research provides insight into development trajectories and long-term effectiveness of strategies for promoting flourishing, offering valuable guidance for educational, clinical, and organizational applications. The center also investigates the biological and neurological correlates of positive psychological processes. Research examines how brain activity, neurochemical processes, and physiological systems relate to happiness, resilience, and engagement. By integrating insights from neuroscience, psychology, and physiology, the initiative seeks to understand how mental states and behaviors are connected to biological functioning. This research contributes to a more comprehensive understanding of human well-being, highlighting the interplay between mind, body, and environment. Ethical considerations are integral to the center's research and applied programs. Investigators are attentive to the potential impact of interventions, ensuring that strategies for enhancing well-being are respectful, inclusive, and culturally sensitive. Ethical research practices are emphasized in study design, participant recruitment, data analysis, and dissemination, ensuring that the pursuit of well-being aligns with principles of fairness, respect, and responsibility. The center also examines the role of technology and digital media in shaping positive psychological outcomes. Studies explore how online platforms, virtual interventions, and digital tools can be used to support well-being, enhance learning, and foster social connections. Research considers both the opportunities and challenges associated with technology, including its potential to enhance engagement and access, as well as the risk of distraction or social isolation. By studying by studying the interface between technology and human flourishing, the center contributes to contemporary debates about the role of digital environments in everyday life. Collaboration is a key feature of the center's approach, with partnerships established across academic disciplines, institutions, and sectors. By working with educators, health professionals, community organizations, and policymakers, the initiative ensures that research findings inform practice and address real-world challenges. Collaborative projects may involve designing well-being curricula, implementing workplace interventions, or developing community programs that promote resilience, engagement, and social support. These partnerships amplify the impact of research and extend the reach of positive psychology beyond academic settings. The center also emphasizes measurement and assessment, developing reliable and valuable instruments to evaluate well-being, character strengths, engagement, and resilience. Accurate measurement is essential for understanding the efficacy of interventions, tracking developmental change, and comparing outcomes across populations. By advancing tools for assessment, the initiative supports both research and applied practice, providing a foundation for evidence-based strategies to enhance human flourishing. Public lecture workshops and seminars form another important aspect of the center's work. These events provide opportunities for researchers to share findings, engage in dialogue with audiences, and explore practical applications for positive psychology. Through these initiatives, the center fosters a culture of curiosity and learning, encouraging individuals to reflect on their own well-being, adopt strategies for personal growth, and contribute to the flourishing of others. The Positive Psychology Center also studies organizational and workplace applications of its research. Interventions focus on promoting positive work environments, enhancing leadership effectiveness, improving team dynamics, and supporting employee engagement. By understanding how positive psychological principles operate within organizational contexts, researchers provide guidance for fostering productivity, job satisfaction, and workplace well-being. These studies highlight the relevance of positive psychology for institutions as well as individuals. The Positive Psychology Center represents a comprehensive and rigorous approach to the study of human flourishing. Its research encompasses happiness, resilience, engagement, character strengths, relationships, meaning, and achievement, integrating insights from multiple disciplines and employing diverse methodologies. The center emphasizes the practical application of research finding, public engagement, and ethic responsibility, seeking to translate scientific understanding into actionable strategies that enhance well-being. Through its work, the initiative advances knowledge about what allows humans to thrive, provide a foundation for fostering personal growth, community development, and a deeper appreciation for the factors that contribute to a fulfilling and meaningful life. Yeah, so with that, I don't really think I have anything to add to it. That's about as weird as science can get, in my opinion. I felt strange just by reading that, to be honest with you. Um, Again, I'd like to apologize for doing this so late at night. I had some setbacks. I ended up having to just barely get on here and do a simulcast for someone just previously. And then I was able to get on here and get Weird Science done and over with. Now, next week, I will be back with some more Weird Science. I'm going to go in possibly another direction. This is something that I did want to add in to kind of get into the fringe psychological side of everything, which to me, from what I've found out, everything in like psychology is like a hairpin away from being pseudoscience, basically. You know what I mean? So that's something I did want to get into. It's something that I put together, and next week I will be back. I'm going to change it up some, but like I said, I wanted to do this, especially when it came to these centers and these studies too, because I have been doing research in other areas concerning them, and it's very, very interesting that these programs have been put in place and they're being done. But that's for another show. I am going to go ahead and check and see if anybody is on. And Dragus Production, thank you for posting the LFGs on Kick. I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by. I will also do say that in the chat. Say thanks. I appreciate that. And YouTube didn't have anybody on there, so we are good to go there. I can go in and see if Twitch had anybody. Usually the only thing good about Twitch is I have to go in and block people, spammers. I don't ever get anybody on there talking. So it doesn't look like anybody said anything there. And on YouTube, nothing there as well. Let me go see if anybody wrote anything at DLive. Make sure got that taken care of. And then I will bring this to an end. Oh yeah, so we have a donation of 1 ice cream from Dragus Production. Thank you very much for that. That is actually 10 lemons on DLive, so I appreciate that. Dragus Production, and thank you for doing that and making the comment on Kick as well. So we have made it to 1 hour and 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Just so you guys know, we are streaming on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and DLive. You can catch us there anytime. on Rumble and YouTube. I have my channels, The Wonderful World of Weirdness. Now on YouTube, I also have Strange Stories, which is the channel I had before I started getting involved with The Wonderful World of Weirdness, and I still use today. So you can check us out there as well. If you want to find me on DLive or on Kick, you can find me at Roger underscore Hanson. And on Twitch, I am infamous or at infamous 1969. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy it, please like, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comment section. It's cool to freaking have chat, don't get me wrong, but it's also good to get comments down in the comment section too. I hope you guys did enjoy today's show, and I hope you have a good day. Thank you for watching, and in 2 seconds, I'm ending the stream. Good night. It's good that I did that. Now, I am getting everything up. I'm testing the audio. I'm testing the audio, getting it ready. It sounds good on YouTube. I uh, I sorry I'm late. I took me a second. Um, Sounds good on D Live. Sounds good on Kick. Sounds good on Kick. I said I believe. Yeah, sounds good on Twitch. X is up and sounds good. Sounds good on X as well. So we have all of those set up. Now I'm going to have to go into Cosmic Weave on Rumble and see how it's going. It sounds good too. So we're ready to go. I have to do my audio test. I'm going to run in and get me a cup of coffee and everything. I just wanted to get this set up and ready to go. I also want to apologize for starting a few minutes late. I had to pull my information up and get it ready for the show. So, with that being said, I am going to mute out, put some background music on, and then I'll be right back. Sorry about that, Ron.
awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man, a new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Awakening to new perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing into unity. Into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery. A mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled around. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Roller roll round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Roller roll round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Roller roll round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Whistler. Theophilus Whistler. Theophilus Whistler. Theophilus Whistler. Theophilus Whistler. Theophilus Whistler. Theophilus Theophilus Whistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles, 30,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Whistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his starborn accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from Baalbek stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Years of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Vessels of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From these the you wanna go to causation all as above so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survive. Baalbek's foundation, stones that define modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Dream Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom where titans still sleep. From east to you wanna go to co-attention all as above so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, orgun fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lap dogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Piston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. curse. Nah, Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiahuanaco, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
All right, I am back. Let me put that freaking video back up that I had on there for the background, and we will have things set up and ready to go. Now, before I get started, I do want to say that, like I said in the previous episodes, we are moving on from the primordial to the next level, which would be a higher consciousness. That would be what we consider the real world reality, things of that nature, and we move on to the basic middle part of the Axis Mundi, whereas before it was the lower realms of the Axis Mundi, which were the primordial. And to be more precise, I basically could have done more on that, but we're already high up into the episode, so for me, I'm going to have to move on from the primordial and discuss this. But the reason why I'm doing it in the format that I'm doing it today, which you'll hear here in a minute, is because Mr. Robot, someone who's always on my show, has a hard time understanding the principles behind this primordial, the word primordial, and what I'm discussing here. So I'm wanting. He keeps bringing up, I need to, show or provide sources, which that's something that I wanted to prevent from myself from doing here. I wanted to make it more of a discussion, reading kind of thing, without getting into this whole show your sources thing. I kind of find that offensive because I've noticed that it's actually happening more with millennials these days, where that's their big thing. Where's your source? Well, learning is about you doing your own research. I give you information. If you want, or if you become curious in it, then it's your place to do the research. If you don't believe anything I say, check it out for yourself, but I figured I'm going to do at least one episode where I pull out some resources and stuff when I go to this part of the discussion. I did send some sources to him on Element, where I had previously done my research so that he could get a little idea of what's going on. A lot of the stuff that was discussed had to do with the role of Mot in creation. That had to do with Greek myths that speak of like a primordial chaos, Phoenician cosmology that was done by Sanachinathian, who's an ancient author. And he described Mott as arising from the inner actions of wind and primordial waters. So he represents both the mud and the first principle of life, which is what a lot of philosophers in ancient Greece discuss. So with that, that's something that I want to. I posted all of that. Erebus is another one, and then you get into stuff like Nyx and Astraeus and Aeus or Eus, however you want to pronounce it. Heraclitus also talked about it, and so did Empedocles. Empedocles, I believe. Um, it's a philosophy. It's a creation that involves creation and how it involves the interplay of like the four elements: earth, air, fire, and water. And then there's also love and strife. It gets into all of that. Then the watery compound. That's where where a lot of it gets confusing to them, and that could be an allegory for the mixing of elements, which leads to life. And that also brings you into alchemy, which a lot of people don't understand. There's alchemy that we hear about today, but then there's ancient alchemy as well, which goes farther back than what a lot of people realize. There's a lot of alchemy when it comes to religious text. It's just that we're so used to reading religious text and believing it 100%, we don't recognize the alchemy involved in it or the esoteric meanings behind it, the symbolism and stuff of that nature. So with that, I'm done. I'm going to do my reading, and hopefully you guys enjoy it. Now, this is going to be a lot more technical. It's going to break into a deeper level of understanding within the material world. So when you hear this, you're going to hear a lot of things that are straight up linguistics related. It's straight up linguistics coming out of words that you're speaking, not the words you write down, but the words that are coming out of your mouth and how you're saying them. So take that into consideration when you hear this. So let me do my countdown, and I will start. So 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of The Cosmic Weave. Today, we are going to go into another part of the Cosmic Weave. Before, I was doing the primordial beginnings, and today I am not going to go there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make this part, or I'm going to consider this part the conscious beginnings. This is where we go from discussing the primordial beginnings of the cosmic weave into the conscious beginnings of the cosmic weave. And with that being said, I'm going to get into this reading. Now, this reading is going to be a lot more technical. It's going to involve linguistics and how words are related to a lot of the things that we've discussed with the primordial beginnings. But now we go into the consciousness, and we go from the lower realms of the Axis Mundi into the center of the Axis Mundi, where consciousness becomes reality in our realm, well, in the cosmos, period. So let me go ahead and get started with this. So now, the Proto-Indo-European root H2 ENH1 is reconstructed to mean to breathe or to blow. When rendered into English spelling using conventional transliteration, it becomes an. The initial H2 is a laryngeal consonant, a type of sound present in the Proto-Indo-European language that typically does not survive as a distinct consonant in most descendant languages. However, it often influenced surrounding vowels, particularly by coloring or lengthening them, and in this case, contributes to the vowel A, seen in later derivatives. The core of the root is an, which carries the primary meaning relating to breath or air movement. The final H1 is another laryngeal that typically disappears without a trace in daughter languages, though it may also subtly influence adjacent vowels. Altogether, this root appears in a signified transliteration as an, representing the ancient sense of breath, air, or the animating force of life. This root has produced a wide variety of words in the Indo-European language family. In ancient Greek, the root appears as the word animus, meaning wind. In Latin, it contributes to the word animus. Animos is actually what it says in ancient Greek. Now, in Latin, it contributes to the word animus, which means soul or mind, and is associated with the breath of life. In Sanskrit, a closely related verb, anatai, means he breathes, showing a direct preservation of the original meaning. In English, although the root is not directly visible, it survives through Latin borrowings in words such as animal and animate, which imply having life or breath. These derivatives across languages demonstrate how a single ancient root associated with breathing evolved into a term representing soul, mind, spirit, and the vital essence of living beings in many different cultures and linguistic transitions. A laryngeal consonant in the context of Proto-Indo-European linguistics refers to a class of hypothetical sounds that were part of the ancient language's phonetic system, but did not appear directly in most of the daughter languages that evolved from it. These consonants are not attested in written form since pre-Indo-European predates writing, but their existence is inferred from consistent patterns of vowel behaviors and other phonological effects in descendant languages like Greek, Sanskrit, Hittite, and Latin. The word laryngeal itself was borrowed from anatomy, referring to sounds produced in the larynx or throat. However, linguistics do not necessarily agree on the exact pronunciation or phonetic quality of these laryngeals. The phonetic quality of these laryngeals. They are simply called laryngeals because they are thought to have originated deep in the vocal tract, possibly resembling modern glottal stops. Pharyngeal uh, fricatives, pharyngeal fricatives, or other throat-based consonants. There are traditionally three main laryngeal consonants reconstructed in pre-Indo-European, written as H1, H2, and H3. Each of these have had distinct effects on surrounding vowels. H1 is considered a neutral or plain laryngeal and often leaves little to no trace except for lengthening or preserving a vowel. H2 is thought to have had a rough or voiceless pharyngeal sound, and it tends to color adjacent vowels into an A-like quality. H3 may have been voiced and had a tendency to round surrounding vowels, turning them into an O-like quality. These laryngeals are important because even though they often vanished in the daughter languages, they left behind predictable traces. For instance, if a vowel appears unexpectedly or a certain pattern of vowel coloration occurs across Indo-European languages, it can often be traced back to the influence of a lost laryngeal. In Greek and Sanskrit, for example, scholars notice that certain roots seem to preserve an unexplicable vowel that isn't present in related Latin or Germanic words. These discrepancies were eventually explained by positing the existence of laryngeal consonants. Interestingly, in Hittite, a language of the ancient Anatolia that belongs to the Indo-European family, some of these laryngeals appear to have been preserved in writing form as actual consonants, which helped confirm their theoretical reconstruction. For example, the Hittite word hasa, meaning hearth, corresponds to Latin ara and Greek hestia, and provides evidence of a laryngeal in the pre-Indo-European root. Laryngeal consonants were a set of now visible sounds in Proto-Indo-European that played a significant structural role in how vowels behaved and evolved. Though no longer present in most modern languages, their ghostly influence can still be detected in the vowel systems, root forms, and phonological developments that trace back to the earliest stages of Indo-European speech. Pharyngeal fricatives are a type of consonantal sound produced by constricting the airflow in the pharynx, which is the part of the vocal tract located just above the larynx and behind the oral cavity. These sounds are relatively rare among the world's languages and are considered some of the most complex and difficult to articulate because they require precise control over a deep region of the throat. A fricative sound, by definition, is created when air is forced through a narrow constriction in the vocal tracts, causing turbulent airflow. In the case of pharyngeal fricatives, this constriction occurs in the pharyngeal cavity. The airflow passes through a narrow space between the root of the tongue in the back wall of the pharynx, creating a sound that is often described as raspy, harsh, or hollow. These fricatives do not involve the lips, teeth, or front of the mouth, which is what makes them acoustically and articulatorily distinct from more familiar sounds. These are the S or F, or sounds like the S or F. Now, these are two more pharyngeal fricatives recognized in the International Phonetic Alphabet. That's the IPA. The first is the voiceless pharyngeal fricative, represented by the symbol H, or it looks like an H. And the second is a voice pharyngeal fricative, represented by the symbol that looks like a backwards question mark. Now, in the voiceless version, the vocal cords remain apart and do not vibrate during the articulation. In the voiced version, the vocal cords vibrate as air passes through the pharyngeal constriction. These sounds are most famously found in Semitic languages. For instance, in Arabic, the voiceless pharyngeal fricative that looks like an H appears in words such as halal, which is permissible, and hub, which is love. While the voiced pharyngeal fricative, which is in the shape of a backwards question mark without the dot at the bottom, appears in words such as Arab, which means Arab, and an, which is AYN, and that means I. Both sounds are phonetic in Arabic, meaning they distinguish words from each other. Similarly, some dialects of Hebrew, as well as other Afro-Asiatic languages like Tigrinya or Tigrinya and Amharic, use these sounds as part of their core phonological inventory. Producing pharyngeal fricatives accurately requires a deep retraction of the tongue root towards the rear wall of the pharynx, along with an overall narrowing of the pharyngeal space. For speakers of languages that do not include these sounds, imitating them can be quite difficult because the necessary tongue movements are unfamiliar and not used in the articulation of typical Indo-European consonants. This is one reason why learners of Arabic, for example, often struggle with these fricatives, as the muscles involved are rarely exercised in other language contexts. Pharyngeal fricatives are also interesting from a historical linguistics standpoint. Some linguists have speculated that the Proto-Semitic language had a wider range of pharyngeal and emphatic consonants that are preserved in all modern Semitic languages. Additionally, in the study of ancient phonology and Proto-Indo-European reconstruction, pharyngeal-like sounds have sometimes been hypothesized in relationship to the mysterious laryngeals, though such theories remain speculative and not widely accepted in their pharyngeal interpretations. Acoustically, pharyngeal fricatives are characterized as a low-frequency energy and a less defined spectral shape compared to more common fricatives like the S symbol or the symbol that looks like an S but it kind of goes more into an L shape. This makes them sound somewhat muffled or throaty. Because of the lower resonance and the difficult articulatory setting, these sounds are more prone to variation, even among native speakers, and are sometimes replaced or approximated by other sounds in colloquial, colloquial or non-standard dialects. Colloquial or non-standard dialects. Pharyngeal fricatives are produced by narrowing the pharyngeal cavity, creating a friction-like sound deep in the throat. Though rare, they are vital phonemes in several Semitic and Afro-Asiatic languages, and their unique articulatory setting makes them challenging for non-native speakers. Their study offers insight into the breadth of human phonetic capability and the rich diversity of sound systems across the world's languages. Lengthening or preserving a vowel refers to a process by which a vowel sound is held or sustained for a longer duration in spoken language. This can change the meaning of a word entirely in many languages where vowel length is phonemic. For example, in some languages, a short vowel and its corresponding long vowel may distinguish two entirely different words. The process of lengthening can occur naturally due to stress, speech rhythm, or historical phonological developments. In certain cases, a vowel may be preserved, meaning it resists deletion, reduction, or merging with adjacent sounds over time, usually due to its prominence in a word or syllable, or due to phonetic environment. Vowel preservation is often associated with linguistic conservatism in specific word positions, such as roots or stressed syllables. Coloring adjacent vowels involve the alteration of a vowel's quality due to the influence of a nearby sound, especially a consonant. This is often observed when a consonant with a particular place of articulation causes the vowel next to it to shift in quality. A common example is the effect of a rhotic or R-like consonant on a preceding vowel, often resulting in what is called vowel R coloring. In this case, the vowel becomes centralized or retroflexed, and its quality changes enough that it is no longer purely a vowel, but acquires some of the resonant characteristics of the consonant. Similarly, velar or palatal consonants can front or raise a neighboring vowel, modifying its tone or resonance in subtle but important ways. These effects, though often gradual, can lead to long-term phonological change in a language. Rounding surrounding vowels refers to the phenomenon in which the position of the lips is altered to create a more rounded shape, typically due to influence from nearby sounds. This can involve vowels that are naturally rounded, spreading their lips rounding feature to adjust vowels that are otherwise unrounded. In many cases, the presence of a rounded consonant or a back vowel with lip rounding can cause a neighboring vowel to undergo a similar rounding articulation, even if this was not its original state. Over time, these types of articulatory adjustments can result in new vowel categories or allophones forming within a language. Allophones or allophones. Rounding influences the acoustic properties of vowels, often lowering their second format frequency, which gives them a more back or closed sound quality. As a result, the overall vowel system of a language may shift in response to consistent rounding influences, contributing to vowel harmony systems or broad phonological tendencies. Each of these processes, lengthened or preserving vowels, coloring adjacent vowels, and rounding surrounding vowels, are part of a broader system of phonological interaction, where sounds influence one another through contact, proximity, or historical change. These subtle modifications can accumulate and, over generations, reshape the sound structure of entire languages. There are several widely attested cognates across Indo-European languages that reflect the concept of brightness, height, or divinity. And they appear in many branches of the language family. These words often originate from reconstructed Proto-Indo-European roots associated with light, sky, or heavenly beings. The number of such cognates is difficult to pinpoint exactly because each root may spawn multiple derivatives across dozens of languages. However, several key roots have yielded dozens, if not hundreds, of cognates in total. One of the most important reconstructed roots is the Proto-Indo-European root that can be written out as Deiwos, or Deiwos, which means celestial, shining, or godlike. From this root, a large family of words appear in languages such as Latin, where Deiwos becomes Deus, Deus, meaning God. In Greek, it becomes Zeus, a sky god. In Sanskrit, it appears as Deva, which also means God, or shining ones, or shining one. The same root is present in the Old Norse word Tyr, Tyr, and Lithuanian Dievas, Dievas, both of which are sky or divine figures. The total number of distinct but related words stemming from this root alone across Indo-European languages is well over a dozen, likely over 30 if all dialectic variations are included. Another major root is Dayeu, D-Y-E-U, which also signifies sky, daylight, or brightness. This root gives rise to Greek dios, which is D-I-O-S, as in Dies Pater. Latin Jupiter from Diu Pater, which is D-Y-E-U. And in Greek, it's D-I-O-S, and both of them spell pater, P-A-T-E-R. And then that means Sky Father. Sanskrit is Dayus, which is D-Y-A-U-S, which means a sky god. And derivatives like day in English. Its descendants appear in at least 10 major Indo-European languages. The number of cognates or of cognate terms from this root again likely exceeds 24, considering primary and derivative terms. The root Behel or Behel, which is spelled B-H-E-L, which carries meanings related to brightness, shining, or whiteness, also has a wide reach. It shows up in Greek as phos, which means light, and they spell phos P-H-O-S. In Latin as fulgure or fulger, which is F-U-L-G-E-R-E, which means to shine. And in English as bright, blaze, and bleach. While it has many metaphoric extensions, its core semantic field includes luminosity and elevation. Over time, this root has generated numerous words across Indo-European languages, potentially more than 50 distinct terms when including compounds and derivatives. The root Luke, which is L-E-W-K, meaning light or brightness, is also very productive. It appears in Latin as lux, L-U-X, in Greek as leukos, L-E-U-K-O-S, which means white, in Sanskrit as rohita, R-O-H-I-T-A, which means reddish light, and in English through words like lucid and illuminate. This root, in its various forms, appears across the Indo-Iranian, Italic, Hellenic, and German branches, resulting in dozens of cognates. If one aggregates all such roots that share the themes of brightness, sky, divinity, or high places, such as Dayeu, D-Y-E-U, Diwas, which is D-E-I-W-O-S, Behel, which is B-H-E-L, and Luke, which is L-E-W-K, and others like Ner, N-E-R, which means nor, or man or vital force, and Mu, M-E-I, which means to shine, or Ag, A-G-H, which means to drive or lead, often linked with divine inspiration or movement. The number of total cognates expands to well over 100 across the Indo-European family. Many of these terms not only reflect physical phenomena like light or the sky, but also carry metaphorical or religious implications, becoming terms for gods, heaven, or cosmic order. The name Kalpia, Kalpia, appears to derive from or be related to the ancient Sanskrit word kalpa, Kalpa. In Sanskrit, kalpa, Kalpa, means able, fit, or competent, and it also carries connotations of proficiency and expertise. In addition to its basic meaning, kalpa holds a significant place in the Hindu cosmology, where it refers to an immense period of time known as eon, E-O-N. A kalpa, in this sense, represents a full cycle of cosmic creation and dissolution, underscoring the cyclical nature of existence. A related name, Kalpita, Kalpita, also from Sanskrit, means imagined, created, or conceived in thought. These meanings suggest that Kalpia could be interpreted as a name rooted in ideas of creative ability, conceptual formation, and the vast temporal rhythms of the universe. The underlying linguistic theme is one of formation, readiness, and a cosmic capacity for manifestation. The name Ba'u, B-A-A-U, has several origins depending on cultural context. In Phoenician mythology, Ba'u is associated with the night and is considered the consort of the wind god Calpeus. Together, they are said to be the parents of Aeon, A-I-O-N, and Protagon, the first mortal beings. This myth positions Ba'u as an elemental figure in cosmology, associated with primal forces and the beginning of human existence. In Sumerian tradition, a goddess named Ba'u, also known as Baba or Babu, was revered as a deity of healing and midwifery, further emphasizing maternal and restorative attributes linked to the name. Beyond mythology, the surname Ba'u has Germanic roots, where it originated from an old High German word meaning the cultivation of fields, or it serves as a description for someone who lived in a prominent structure. In Chinese naming traditions, a similar name pronounced as Ba'u, B-A-O, or Ba'u, B-A-U, can mean abalone, among other meanings. And the name appears in some Chinese-speaking populations as a family name. Additionally, Ba'u is a surname found in Cambodia, where it has some geographical concentration. The name therefore carries multiple layers of significance depending on its linguistics and cultural framework, ranging from divine and mythological associations to more grounded meanings of agriculture and dwelling. The name Aeon, which is A-E-O-N, originates from ancient Greek, where the word aeon, spelled A-I-O-N, referred to an age, a lifetime, or an epoch. This word itself was derived from an earlier form, Awan, Aiwon, which in turn traces back to an older Proto-Indo-European root, often reconstructed as H2EYU or H2EYWEN, meaning vital force, life, or long duration. In classical usage, aeon came to signify more than just a unit of time. It referred to the unbounded or eternal, a span of existence so vast that it transcended typical human understanding of time. In philosophical and mystical traditions, particularly in Hellenistic thought and Gnostic cosmology, Aeon became personified as an emanation of the divine. In these systems, aeons were not merely units of time, but spiritual entities or principles that emanated from a supreme source, each representing aspects of divine thought, light, and order. These spiritual eons were considered timeless, existing outside the limits of ordinary chronology, embodying the eternal unfolding of the cosmos. In later Christian theological and esoteric traditions, the word aeon was sometimes used to describe dispensations or epochs in the divine plan, often implying a cosmic significance to each age of existence. The notion of the aeon as an eternal cycle became important in early mystical writings, where it represented the bridge between the temporal world and a more fundamental eternal reality. In modern usage, the term aeon continues to convey a sense of vast, unmeasurable time, often used in poetic or spiritual contexts to evoke the majesty of the cosmos or the eternity of existence. The name Protogonus is composed of two distinct ancient Greek root words, each carrying a powerful and symbolic meaning that reflects the early cosmological and mythological concepts. The first part, proto, comes from the Greek word protos, which means first or foremost. This word stems from Proto-Indo-European root, reconstructed as per, meaning before or in front. Over time, per developed into various forms across Indo-European languages, often connotating priority, leadership, or an original position in space or time. In Greek, protos came to mean the first in a sequence, the most important, or the origin point of something. It was used to denote not only physical precedence, but also metaphysical primacy, such as the first deity, the original being, or the primal cause. The second part, gonus, is derived from the Greek word gonos, which means birth, offspring, or generation. This word comes from the Proto-Indo-European word gen, G-E-N, which referred to begetting, producing, or giving birth. This is the same root that gave rise to words in many Indo-European languages, such as genus, Genus in Latin, kin in English, and Janati, Janati, in Sanskrit, all of which relate to birth, origin, or family. In Greek usage, gonos emphasized not only the act of generation, but also the result, offspring, progeny, or a new emergence from an earlier source. When combined, protogonus literally means firstborn or first offspring. It was a name often given to primordial beings in mythological traditions, such as the Orphic creation deity who was believed to emerge from the cosmic egg at the beginning of time. In this context, protogonus symbolizes the very first emergence of life, spirit, or consciousness from the chaotic void or the primordial unity. He is often seen as a personification of the initial spark of being, the one who contains within himself the seed of all future creation. The name Genos and Genea both stem from deeply ancient linguistic roots connected to birth, family, origin, and lineage. They are part of a wide network of words in ancient Greek and other Indo-European languages that center around the concept of generating, producing, and belonging. The name Genos comes from the Greek word genus, which is spelled Genos, which means race, kind, stock, offspring, or family. It refers to a group of people who are linked by a shared origin or descent, often within a clan, tribe, or extended family. This word traces its origin to the Proto-Indo-European word genh1, which meant to give birth, to beget, or to produce. This root gave rise to many related words across Indo-European languages. For example, the Latin genus, meaning kind or type. The Sanskrit Janus, Janas, people or kin. The Old English sen, or kin, whichever way you want to spell it, Cynn, which became kin, Kin, and the German Geschlecht, meaning, which is spelled Gschlecht, meaning lineage or gender. In Greek, genos retained this ancestral meaning, emphasizing both the act of generating and the result of generation, such as descendants, bloodlines, and categories of being. It was often used in philosophical, genealogical, and even cosmological contexts to describe types or classes of things that shared a common origin. Thus, genos as a name evokes the sense of a foundational group, a tribe, or lineage that stems from a common progenitor. The name Genya is the feminine counterpart and closely related in meaning. It derives from the Greek word genia, which means generation, family, or descendant. Like genos, it also traces back to the Proto-Indo-European root genh1 and emphasizes the concept of birth and lineage, but genya typically refers more specifically to the idea of a generation in time, a succession of people who are connected by ancestry. It reflects the passing of life from one group to the next and is often used in historical, mythological, and genealogical discussions to describe dynasties, ancestral lines and the continuity of family over time. Together, these names represent variations of the same ancient concept that life, identity, and belonging are rooted in shared origin and reproductive continuity. Genus tends to emphasize kind or type in a broader or categorical sense, while genia focuses focuses more on the succession of generations, the thread that ties the present to the past through ancestry. Both reflect a worldview in which birth, descent, and family were not only biological facts, but also sacred principles that shared the order of society, the structure of the cosmos, and the destiny of individuals. Root words and lexical borrowing are two essential concepts in the study of language, especially in historical linguistics and etymology. Understanding these ideas help explain how languages evolve over time, where their words come from, and how they influence one another. A root word is the most basic form of a word, carrying the core meaning from which other words can be built. In many languages, especially those that are part of the Indo-European family, root words can be traced back to thousands of years to a shared ancestral language. For example, in ancient Indo-European languages, there was a root that meant to bear or to carry, which was sometimes like a beher, spelled Bher. This root gave rise to many different words in different daughter languages. In Latin, it became fer, which is Ferre, which led to English words like transfer, confer, and refer. In Greek, it appears in pharaoh, Phero, which also means to carry. In Sanskrit, it shows up as Bharati, Bharati, meaning he carries. The root word therefore serves as the foundation on which more complex words are built through prefixes, suffixes, and other modifications. These root forms often encapsulate a basic concept such as movement, perception, emotion, or physical action, and they can be remarkably persistent across time and geography. Lexical borrowing refers to the process by which one language takes words from another language and incorporates them into its own vocabulary. This happens for many reasons: through trade, conquest, migration, colonization, or cultural influence. When people speaking different languages come into contact, they often adopt words from each other, especially if one group introduces new ideas, technologies, or practices. For instance, English has borrowed extensively from French, Latin, Greek, Norse, and many other languages over the centuries. The word ballad comes from French, which in turn took it from Italian. The word algebra comes from Arabic, and yoga comes from Sanskrit. Borrowed words may eventually become so thoroughly integrated into the recipient language that native speakers do not even realize they came from elsewhere. Root words and lexical borrowing work together in shaping the vocabulary of a language. Sometimes a borrowed word is adopted in full, other times, the, other times only the root of a borrowed word is taken and then adapted using the native language's grammar. There are also instances where borrowed roots are used to coin new words by combining them with existing prefixes or suffixes in the receiving language. For example, many scientific and medical terms in English use Greek or Latin roots combined with English grammatical forms, such as biology, from Greek bios, which means life, and logos, which means study, or aquarium, from Latin, which aqua means water, and the suffix arium, a place for. The study of root words helps trace the ancestry of languages and shows how certain core ideas persist across cultures and epochs. Lexical borrowing reveals the dynamic, ever-changing nature of languages and highlights the historical interactions between peoples and civilizations. Together, these concepts offer insight into the richness and complexity of linguistics development. The word bacillus, often rendered in classical Greek as Basilius, meaning king or sovereign, has a complex and somewhat debated etymology. While it is a well-attested term in ancient Greek literature, its precise origins are not entirely clear, but several linguistic pathways and comparative roots have been explored to explain its emergence. The earliest form of the word appears in Mycenaean Greek, written in the Linear B script as ga si re u, which referred to a king in the full political sense, but rather to a king, no, which referred not to a king in the full political sense, but rather to a kind of local chieftain or official, possibly a craftsman, leader, or administrator. This form, GWASILEUS, or GWASILEUSOS, as reconstructed by scholars, shows how the term evolved into the later classical form Basilius. The shift from the initial labiovelar sound represented as GW or KW to the billable B sound in later Greek is a phonetic change that happened during the transition from Mycenaean to classical dialects. The root of Basilius has no direct, uncontested Proto-Indo-European origin, which makes it somewhat unique among Greek titles of power. However, several possibilities have been proposed. One hypothesis connects it to a root related to stepping or walking, possibly from a Proto-Indo-European root like GWEM, meaning to go or to come, suggesting the idea of a leader who goes forth or stands before others. However, this connection remains speculative. Another theory proposes a pre-Greek, non-Indo-European origin for the word. This would mean that the term was part of the substrate language spoken in the region before Greek became dominant and was later absorbed and adapted into earlier Greek speech. This possibility is supported by the irregular phonological pattern of the word, which does not fit neatly into the expected morphological structure of Indo-European derivations. The Mycenaean form quasi-rau might reflect such a pre-Greek origin. It is also worth noting that the ending "use" is a common Greek morphological suffix used to denote a person connected to a certain role, action, or status. For example, notus means sailor, from nos meaning ship. In this light, basileus would structurally mean a person who embodies or performs a particular function, even if the word basi is not clearly defined. While basileus became the standard Greek term for king, especially during the Archaic and Classical periods, its etymological roots are not definitively Indo-European. The word likely came from an earlier stage of Greek language, perhaps even borrowed or inherited from a pre-Greek substratum, and evolved over time through phonological and morphological adaptations. The suffix "-ius" fits well with Greek linguistic patterns, but the base element "basi" or "gussi" remains uncertain in origin, though it ultimately came to be associated with rulership and authority within the Greek world. Labiovelar sounds are a type of consonant that combines two distinct places of articulation: the lips, labial, and the soft palate, or velum, velar. This means that when producing a labiovelar sound, the speaker simultaneously engages with both the lips and the back part of the tongue, which presses against or comes close to the soft palate. In essence, these are doubly articulated sounds with both labial and velar features happening at the same time. In linguistics terms, the classic labiovelar consonants in reconstructed Proto-Indo-European are usually presented as a group of three: the voiced labiovelar, the voiceless labiovelar, and the aspired voiced labiovelar. These are written by linguistics as GW, KW, and GWH, respectively. These are not simply sequences. These are not simply sequences of two separate sounds, such as a velar followed by a labial, but rather are single consonantal sounds that involve both areas of articulation in one unified motion. To understand this more clearly, consider how KW would have sounded. This sound would have this sound would be produced by rounding the lips, as in making a W sound, while simultaneously articulating a K at the back of the mouth. The result is a consonant that is similar to the modern English Q, which is QU sound. Q sound. As in the word quick, where the Q and the U together form a kind of labiovelar combination. These labiovelar consonants were an important part of the Proto-Indo-European consonant inventory, and they played a significant role in the evolution of many Indo-European daughter languages. However, not all descendant languages retained them in their original form. In fact, different branches of the Indo-European family treated these sounds differently, often breaking them down into either simple velar or simple labials. For example, in Greek, labiovelar often became labial sounds. The Proto-Indo-European GW sound often became a B sound. A good example of this can be seen in the transformation of the Proto-Indo-European root GWENH2, meaning woman, which became Guni, Gune, in Greek, showing the GW becoming a G in the vowel, reflecting Greek changes. In Latin, by contrast, labiovelar often became simple B or GU sounds, as seen in the word gutur, meaning four, from Proto-Indo-European KW etworus. In the Germanic languages, including English, some labiovelars were preserved longer or shifted in different ways. The Proto-Indo-European KW often became a HW or W sound, depending on the context and specific daughter language. In the case of the English word what, this traces back to a root involving the KW sound. The loss, transformation, or simplification of labiovelar in the various Indo-European language is one of the factors linguistics use when trying to reconstruct ancestral forms of words and trace patterns of phonetic change over time. Their presence in the proto-language and their predictable transformations in daughter languages serve as important evidence in the study of historical linguistics and language evolution. Thus, labiovelar sounds are key elements in understanding how ancient speech systems were articulated and how the sounds of words evolved differently across regions and time. They reflect the intricate mechanisms of sound change and the way physical articulation shapes the development of language. The word theos, known from ancient Greeks as meaning God or deity, has an uncertain but much discussed etymological background. It does not have a clear and direct origin from a securely reconstructed Proto-Indo-European word in the way some other Greek words do, but scholars have proposed several possible connections based on the sound patterns and semantic fields that reflect ideas of divine power, appearance, or shining qualities. One suggestion ties theos to a Proto-Indo-European root associated with vision or shining. This idea connects it to the root that underlies verbs for seeing or appearing, such as the root that gives rise to words like thea, Thea, meaning a view or spectacle in Greek. The suggestion is that the idea of divinity may have originally been linked to a being that appears, is seen, or shines, an object of awe and reverence, possibly celestial in nature. Another proposed connection is to the Proto-Indo-European root that meant to evoke or place, as in the setting of a god in a position of reverence or ritual. This would frame theos as a concept tied to worship and ritual placement, something established or installed in sacred practice. However, this theory has less phonetic and semantic support than others. There is also a hypothesis that relates theos to a verbal root associated with the idea of doing or placing, implying a being who acts or exerts power. This would match well with the functional role of the god as an active force or mover in the universe. However, none of these proposed roots, whether associated with shining, placing, seeing, or acting, are universally agreed upon, and some scholars believe theos may be a loan word from a pre-Greek substrate language. This would mean it entered the Greek lexicon from a language that was spoken in the region before Indo-European speakers arrived. The presence of related terms in other Indo-European language is not strong enough to confirm a common ancestor for the word in that family. In short, while theos is one of the most important words in Greek religious vocabulary, its exact etymology remains uncertain. Scholars have proposed roots tied to shining, seeing, placing, invoking, or acting, but none have been definitively proven. It may ultimately represent a blend of Indo-European linguistics influence and older regional linguistic traditions that were integrated into early Greek religious thought. And with that, I am done with my reading. I hope you guys did enjoy that. I would like to ask you, if you did like this stream, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Love to hear your feedback. It doesn't look like we've had any comments, so I think everything is okay. I can just walk away from this stream and be done with it. I hope you guys enjoyed, like I said, and I hope you guys have a good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time of the day it is. And with that, I will go ahead and end the stream. Hope to see you later. You guys have a good night. mountains, wild places, and the cycle of life and death. In ancient Near Eastern and Anatolian traditions from which the cult of Cybele evolved, lions were commonly associated with storm gods, warrior kings, and chthonic forces. When Cybele is shown seated between lions, she inherits and transforms that imagery. Rather than being a god of conquest or wrath, she is portrayed as a sovereign, maternal figure whose power lies in integration rather than domination. She is the generative force who presides over both birth and destruction, holding the balance between the nurturing and devouring aspects of life. The throne itself also plays an important role in the iconography. Being enthroned signifies legitimacy, permanence, and the goddess's rule over a cosmic or natural order. When combined with the presence of lions, the imagery evokes a being who does not merely preside over a political domain, as kings do, but who is seated at the heart of the primordial world. Her throne is not in a palace, but in the wilderness, the domain of mountains, caves, and beasts, signaling that her power is pre-civilizational and eternal. In the Roman imagination, this symbolism was particularly potent. It set Cybele apart from the more rational civic gods of the Roman pantheon. She represented a mystery, an ecstatic and primordial power that originated outside the city, from the east, and from the ancestral past. Her lions reminded Roman audiences that her dominion extended into spaces that were dangerous, fertile, and sacred, beyond the control of emperors or armies. Her position between them showed that she was not just a goddess of motherhood or agriculture, but of transformation and initiation into the mysteries of life. Moreover, the lions can be interpreted psychologically or spiritually as representations of the passions, the unconscious, or the untamed aspects of the self. In this reading, the image of Cybele enthroned among them becomes a metaphor for spiritual mastery, the inner balance of chaos and order. To align with her, a worshiper might seek to tame or integrate their own inner wilderness, symbolized by lions through rituals, devotion, and personal sacrifices. Thus, the symbolism of Cybele, enthroned and flanked by lions, encapsulates a complex fusion of power, fertility, danger, and cosmic authority. It reflects her identity as a goddess who does not just preside over life, but contains all its contradiction, birth and death, wilderness and civilization, order and chaos, in a single, all-encompassing, maternal presence. In Roman culture, pietas was a central virtue encompassing duty, loyalty, and reverence, especially toward the gods, the state, and family. For individuals considered to embody pietas, the consultation of oracles or auguries was not merely a superstitious act, but a solemn responsibility. These practices were part of maintaining the harmonious relationship between humans and the divine, which was believed to secure the favor of the gods and preserve the welfare of the Roman state and its people. Consulting oracles or auguries was undertaken with deliberate ritual purity and respect. Those who were pietous-minded would approach these divine channels with humility and reverence, recognizing that the gods communicated through signs and omens. To ignore such messages or to interpret them dishonestly was considered impious and could invite divine disfavor. Therefore, pious individuals often followed strict procedures, sometimes abstaining from sex, fasting, or engaging in purification rites before engaging in divination. Augury, the interpretation of the will of the gods. Through the observation of birds was especially integral to Roman public and private decision-making. Augurs, priests specially trained in this discipline, would observe the flight patterns, calls, the types of birds at specific sacred locations known as templum. A pious person would either personally observe these signs or more commonly consult an augur before making significant decisions such as marriage, political actions, military campaigns, or religious dedications. To ignore the augur's reading was not just imprudent, it was seen as a violation of pietas and the divine order. Oracles, though more commonly associated with Greek religious life, were also consulted by Romans, especially in periods of Rome, especially in later periods as Rome absorbed Hellenistic culture. Pious individuals or state representatives might consult Sibylline oracles or visit famous oracle sites such as Delphi, Dodona, or Cumae. The Sibylline books, for example, were a collection of prophetic writings kept by the state and only consulted during times of crisis. It was through these that deeply pious figures such as priests or senators sought guidance in times of plague, war, and disaster, often leading to the introduction of foreign cults like that of Magna Mater. In all cases, the process of consultation reflected the Roman view that the gods were involved in human affairs and expected proper ritual and moral behavior in return for their guidance. The virtue of pietas compelled the individual to seek this guidance not for selfish advantage, but for the good of the broader community and in harmony with religious laws. Consulting oracles or auguries was thus an expression of one's devotion, humanity, and sense of moral responsibility within the sacred cosmic order that defined Roman religiosity. Pietists in Roman religion and culture was both deeply held was both a deeply held virtue and a personified deity. As a concept, pietas represented a central Roman value: dutiful respect and devotion to the gods, one's family, and the Roman state. When this abstract virtue was deified, pietas became a divine embodiment of these ideals, venerated especially during the late Republic and early Empire as a stabilizing moral force in Roman life. The deity Pietas was most commonly depicted as a matronly woman, sometimes offering a sacrifice, holding a child, or performing a gesture of devotion. This representation reinforced her association with familial piety, civil responsibility, and religious duty. Her image could often be seen on Roman coins, monuments, and altars, particularly during periods when Roman leaders wished to emphasize their own piety or the moral renewal of the state. For example, coins issued by emperors like Augustus of Antoninus Pius prominently featured pietas to signal their loyalty to Roman tradition and divine favor. The first temple to the goddess Pietas was reported built in 181 BCE by Consul Manius Acilius Glabrio, funded by fines collected for impiety. It stood near the Forum Halitorium in Rome and served as a visible testament to the importance of religious and civic duty. Unfortunately, the temple was later removed during Augustus's architectural reshaping of the city, although its ideological influence persisted. Worship of Pietas was not characterized by ecstatic rituals or elaborate mystery cults. Instead, it was expressed through acts of loyalty, sacrifice, and observance of religious and social obligations. Her cult was intertwined with Roman state religion, which did not separate ethics from worship. To honor Pietas was to affirm one's place in the Roman social order, obedient to the gods, loyal to family, and devoted to Rome's political institutions. Everything to make sure the audio is working, and after that we will get on with the show. Running about 6 minutes late. This is my midnight edition for the wonderful world of weirdness, and I'm waiting for Rumble to kick in. Gotta check out YouTube out, make sure that live stream is in the right playlist, and I'll put a thumbnail on there so that we got a thumbnail going with it. And after that, we will be ready to go. Let me figure out where that actually is. There we go. Found it. Okay, so that's set up. Let's hear the audio. Okay, so we have good audio there. Kick is up and running. And let's see if Twitch is working. Nope. It's had enough with us. It's done for the night. So I don't even think I have Twitch actually set up on there. Alright, so it's up and running on Rumble as well. So yeah, we're good to go. Yeah, I don't think I do have it set up for Twitch. Excuse me. Would have been nice if I could have gotten that sorted out. Yeah, it's offline. It's done for the night on Twitch. So let's see what X is doing. See if we've got it up on X. Yeah, there we go. X sounds good, and we are ready to go. So I'll do my countdown, and we will get on with the show. Had to run in and get my coffee and get things going. So after that, I will do the show. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Esoteric Agenda. I'm Roger Hanson, and I will be your host here on the wonderful world of weirdness as well as strange stories on YouTube. Now, with that being said, this is going into our 7th episode for our second, or no, technically this is our first season. The 15-minute videos that I've been putting out actually come from a bunch of older content that I had that I wanted to save, so I put it together. Now this is fresh, so technically it's the first season. So with that being said, we are on the 7th episode for the first season of official season of Esoteric Agenda. Now, last week I kind of got more into Aphrodite and star offerings, things of that nature, rituals and stuff like that, and how well, the best way to say it is when with Magica. Okay, Magica, Magicae is how they said it back in the day, and it was spelled Magicae. No, Vocis Magicae is actually the word. It was Voces Magica. And we were talking about the whole thing about chastising spirits and how that worked in the world of magic. So from that point, I want to continue on when it comes to this. This kind of goes off into a different direction, and I wanted to do that so that I can get on with more areas when it comes to esoteric beliefs, and I'm more into the older school ideas uh, of the esoterics. Now, unlike a lot of popular belief, there is a lot of Judaism when it comes to the esoterics. If you really want to find out a lot about that, I suggest that you go and check out another channel too called Esoterica. It's got a lot of informative information on there, and you can find out a lot about what I'm about to discuss. Some of it hasn't been discussed. This is stuff that not too many people know about, even though I've been discussing a lot of things that a lot of people on YouTube really don't know about. It's more, when you get on a lot of these videos, it's more trendy, basically. They go according to the trend rather than research and stuff like that. And I'm more of a research kind of person, so I go off into areas that a lot of people don't really discuss. So with that being said, let me go ahead and get on with the topic. Now, the Bajua is an ancient and enduring symbol that lies at the heart of Chinese metaphysics, philosophy, and practical arts such as Feng Shui, or Feng Shui, and martial disciplines. The word Bajua translates as 8 trigrams. These trigrams are sets of 3 lines, each of which can be either solid or broken. A solid line represents yang, the active, bright, and masculine principle, while the broken line represents yin, the receptive, dark, and feminine principle. When arranged in groups of 3, these lines form 8 unique figures. Each figure, or trigram, carries specific associations with natural forces, directions, family roles, and cosmic principles. According to Chinese traditions, the origin of the Bagua is attributed to the culture hero Fu Qi, or Fu Xi, who is said to have lived in prehistoric times. Fu Xi is described as a wise sage who observed the patterns of nature in the sky and on the earth. On the earth. Through his insight, he discerned the fundamental structure of the cosmos and expressed it in the form of the trigrams. These symbols reflected the interplay of the 2 great forces of yin and yang and provided a map of change and balance in the world. Over time, the trigrams became central to the I Ching, or the Book of Changes, one of the oldest and most influential texts in Chinese thought. The I Ching uses hexagrams, which are formed by combining 2 trigrams as the basis for its guidance on how to act in harmony with the changing circumstances of life. Each trigram of the Bagua represents a distinct aspect of reality and natural energy. The trigram Quin, or Qian, whichever way you say it, Qian, composed of 3 unbroken lines, signifies heaven, strength, and creative force. It is associated with the father figure and embodies the purest form of yang energy. In contrast, the trigram Kun, Kun, made of 3 broken lines, symbolizes earth, receptivity, and nurturing. It is linked with the mother figure and embodies the essence of yin. Other trigrams include Zen, which represents thunder and arousing force, Zun, Xun, which signifies wind or wood and gentle penetration. Then Kan, which is Kan, which stands for water in danger or depth. Then Li, Li, which represents fire and brightness. Then Gen, Gen, which symbolizes mountain and stillness. And Dui, or Dui, Dui, which stands for lake and joy. Each of these trigrams is connected to a cardinal or intercardinal direction, a season, and various elemental and symbolic meanings that reflect the qualities they embody. The trigrams are arranged in two primary sequences known as the earlier heaven and later heaven arrangements. The earlier heaven arrangements or arrangement attributed to Fu Xi depicts a cosmic and ideal order. It reflects the balance of forces as they exist in their purest and most harmonious state before the interplay of time and change. This arrangement is used in certain meditative and ritual contexts where the focus is on aligning with the original unity of the cosmos. The later heaven arrangement, associated with King Wen of the Zhou dynasty, shows the order of the trigrams as they manifest in the cycles of time, nature, and human affairs. This sequence is practical and dynamic, used in divination, feng shui, and other applications where the concern is with understanding and working with change in the world, in the temporal world. In the feng shui, the bagua serves as a tool for analyzing and enhancing the energy of space. A bagua map is overlaid on the layout of a building or a piece of land, dividing it into 8 sectors plus a central area. Each sector corresponds to one of the trigrams and governs an aspect of life, such as wealth, health, fame, relationships, career, knowledge, family, or children. By identifying the trigram and its attributes that rule each area, practitioners of Feng Shui seek to harmonize the flow of qi, or life force. They may recommend adjustments in placement, structure, color, or material to promote balance, prosperity, and well-being. The use of bagua in Feng Shui or Feng Shui reflects the ancient belief that human life is deeply interconnected with the forces of the environment and that harmony with these forces brings good fortune. The bagua also plays a significant role in Chinese martial arts, particularly in the internal style known as baguazhang, or 8-trigram palm. This art emphasizes fluid, circular movements, constant change in direction, and the cultivation of internal energy. The philosophy of baguazhang mirrors that of the trigrams. The practitioner must remain adaptable, responsive, and able to shift between opposing forces as circumstances require. The movements of Bagwazam or Hong are said to reflect the continuous transformation and interaction of yin and yang, and mastery of the art involves both physical skill and deep understanding of these principles. The concept of raquia or raquia, Raqia, occupies a central place in ancient Hebrew cosmology and forms part of a wider tradition of Near Eastern views about the structure of the universe. The word Raquia appears in the Hebrew Bible, especially in the creation narrative found in the book of Genesis. The term is typically translated into English as firmament, expanse, or dome. Its meaning is tied to the verb rakwa, which means to spread out, to beat out, or to hammer into thin plates, as one would do with metal. This imagery suggests that the raquia was envisioned as a vast solid structure that was stretched across the primordial waters to divide and organize the cosmos. In Genesis, the raquia is created by God on the second day. Its purpose is to separate the waters above from the waters below. The narrative describes how the primeval waters were divided by the firmament, creating a space where life could exist. The waters above the raquia were envisioned as a celestial ocean or reservoir, while the waters below formed the seas, rivers, and subterranean waters of the earth. The creation of the raquia marked the first major act of differentiation in the otherwise undivided chaos of the initial creation, establishing an ordered universe. The raquia served not only as a divider but also as a part or as a support for the heavenly bodies. According to biblical descriptions, the sun, moon, and the stars were set in the raquia to give light upon the earth, to mark seasons and days, and to rule over the day and night. This arrangement reflects the views that the firmament was a solid or semi-solid structure capable of bearing these luminaries. Much as a ceiling might hold lamps, ancient readers would have understood the raquia as a visible part of the sky, a great dome arching overhead. The concept of the raquia is closely connected to broader Near Eastern cosmological ideals. Many ancient cultures, including the Babylonians and Egyptians, described the heavens as a solid structure that kept back the cosmic waters. In Mesopotamian tradition, the sky was sometimes portrayed as a vault made of precious stone, while Egyptian texts speak of the goddess Nut arching over the earth as the personification of the sky. The similarities suggest that the Hebrew concept of raquia was part of a shared cultural understanding of the universe's architecture, adapted to fit the distinctive theology of monotheism and divine order found in Israelite religion. Later Jewish traditions included apocalyptic and mystic writings, expanded upon the idea of Raquia. In some texts, it is described as layered, or multiple firmaments, or heavens stacked above one another. Each level might serve as the dwelling place for angels, or the throne of God. The uppermost heavens were thought to be the most pure and holy, the domain of the divine presence. The waters above the highest Raquia were seen as the source of blessings, or something as the boundary of the scene of the created world, beyond which lay the ineffable realm of the divine. The Raquia also plays a role in discussions of cosmic order and stability. By holding back the upper waters, it prevents chaos from overwhelming creation. The breaking of the Raquia, as imagined in flood narratives or apocalyptic visions, represents the undoing of the cosmic order, a return to the primordial state of watery chaos. This idea can be seen in the story of Noah's flood, where the windows of heaven are opened and the fountains of the deep are broken up, allowing the waters above and below to mingle once more. In ancient Israelite thought, the Raquia served as more than a physical structure. It represented the boundary between the human and divine realms. The sky marked the limit of human experience and comprehension. Beyond it lay the mysteries of God's dwellings and the hidden workings of creation. This sense of separation is echoed in the Psalms and prophetic writings, where the heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament proclaims the work of his hands. Raquia thus functioned as a sign of God's majesty and the ordered beauty of the world he made. Interpretations of the Raquia evolved over time as understanding of the natural world changed. Ancient and medieval commentators offered various explanations for its nature, debating whether it was made of actual substance or was a more subtle kind of firmament. Some saw it as crystalline, others as made of fire or light. With the rise of scientific astronomy, the notion of a solid sky gradually gave way to models of the heavens as vast and empty space. Nonetheless, the symbolic meaning of the Raquia as a marker of divine order and cosmic structure remained influential in religious thought. In later mystical traditions, including strands of Kabbalah, the Raquia took an additional layer of meaning. It was seen as a part of the chain of worlds or levels of existence that linked the material and spiritual realms. Raquia could be understood as a veil or partition that the soul might ascend through in its quest for union within the divine. In this way, the ancient image of the firmament continued to serve as a metaphor for spiritual journey and transformation. Admin Cadman is a foundational concept in the mystical traditions of Kabbalah. The name Adam Kadmon means primordial man or original man. It refers to the first emanation of divine light or presence as it begins to take form and shape creation. The figure of Adam Kadmon represents the initial expression of the infinite, unmanifested divine source as it steps toward manifestation. This concept is not to be confused with the earthly Adam of the biblical Garden of Eden. Instead, Adam Kadmon symbolizes the cosmic blueprint, the archetype from which the universe unfolds. It is a symbol of pure potentiality and divine order at the very beginning of creation. In Kabbalistic cosmology, Adam Kadmon arises after the initial act of creation known as the withdrawal or contraction of the infinite light. This act, called the Tzimtzum, Tzimtzum, is described as the process by which the boundless divine light makes space for creation to exist. Following this contraction, the light begins to re-enter the space in a measured and structured way. Adam Kadmon is the first and most subtle vessel or form through which this divine light flows. It is the intermediary that bridges the infinite with the finite, the unknowable divine with the emerging worlds of form. Adam Kadmon is not a literal figure but a symbolic structure that contains within it the totality of creation in a unified and undifferentiated form. All the divine attributes, forces, and patterns that will later unfold into distinct realms and beings are contained within Adam Kadmon in their purest and most harmonious state. In Kabbalistic text, Adam Kadmon is often described as a radiant being of light, composed of divine energy that issues forth from the source in a sequence of stages or emanations. These emanations are sometimes depicted as flowing from the eyes, ears, mouth, and other symbolic channels of Adam Kadmon, representing the ordered transmission of divine light into the unfolding cosmos. One of the key features of Adam Kadmon is that it contains within itself the arrangement of the 10 Sephirot, the divine attributes or vessels through which God's presence is made manifest in creation. In Adam Kadmon, the Sephirot exists in perfect unity and balance. They have not yet differentiated into the complex structures of the lower worlds, but they are present as pure potential, as aspects of the single, undivided light. The ideal arrangement serves as the template for the later development of the spiritual and material world. The image of Adam Kadmon is a grand cosmic form or body. As a grand cosmic form or body, conveys the idea that the entire universe is structured according to a divine pattern, and that human beings reflect this pattern in their own level of existence. The concept of Adam Kadmon also carries deep philosophical and spiritual implications. It teaches that all of creation originates from a single source, and that the diversity of the world is the unfolding of a unified reality. It emphasizes the idea that the cosmos is not random or chaotic, but is rooted in a higher order and purpose. In the mystical path, contemplating Adam Kadmon invites the seeker to look beyond the surface of things and to perceive the underlying unity of all that exists. It points towards the goal of returning to that unity through spiritual refinement and alignment with the divine will. In the writings of the Kabbalists, Adam Kadmon is associated with the highest of the four spiritual worlds, the world of Atziluth, or emanation. This is the realm closest to the infinite, where the light of the source still shines with full intensity. From Adam Kadmon, the light descends through successive levels, becoming more differentiated and distinct at each stage, until it reaches the world of physical matter. This process reflects the principles of gradual manifestation, in which the hidden becomes revealed in stages, and the infinite expresses itself in finite form. The infinite expresses itself in finite form. The symbolism of Adam Kadmon has parallels in many other spiritual and philosophical traditions. The idea of a cosmic man or primordial being that contains the universe within itself can be found in ancient mythologies, in the figures of Purusha, in Vedic thought, and in the Platonic idea of a world soul. These parallels suggest that the image of the primordial man speaks to a deep intuition about the unity of existence and the divine order that sustains it. In Kabbalah, however, the concept is given a distinctive form rooted in the language of the Sephiroth and the dynamic interplay of divine light and vessels. The image of Adam Kadmon also serves as a meditation on the nature of humanity and its place in creation. Just as Adam Kadmon contains the structure of the universe, so too is each human being seen as a microcosm, reflecting in miniature and the divine order. The correspondence between the human and the cosmic is expressed in the teaching that the human soul contains within it the potential to ascend through the levels of existence and to reunite with its source. The journey of spiritual growth is thus a journey back to the state of unity represented in Adam Kadmon. In later Kabbalistic systems, particularly in the teachings of Isaac Loria. The idea of Adam Kataman is developed further to explain the processes of creation, shattering, and restoration. According to this view, the light that emanates from Adam Kadmon enters into vessels or structures designed to contain it. However, because of the intensity of the light and the limitations of the vessels shatter, scattering divine sparks throughout the lower worlds. The task of humanity is to gather and elevate these sparks through righteous actions, prayer, and study, contributing to the repair of tikkun, or to the repair or tikkun of the cosmos. Adam Kadmon thus becomes a symbol not only of original unity, but also of the goal towards which creation strives, the restoration of harmony and wholeness. Adam Kadmon represents one of the most profound and layered concepts in the mystical traditions of Kabbalah. This figure, whose name means primordial man or original human, stands at the threshold of creation itself, representing the first expression of divine light as it begins to structure and unfold the universe. Unlike the earthly Adam of the Book of Genesis, Adam Kadmon is not a literal human being, but a vast cosmic archetype that embodies the entire potential of creation in its purest form. He is a symbol of unity, order, and the seamless connection between the infinite and the finite. The teachings surrounding Adam Kadmon serve as a gateway to understanding the deepest mysteries of existence, the nature of divine manifestation, and the human role in the cosmic order. The concept of Adam Kadmon arises in Kabbalistic thought as part of the sequence of emanation that follows the initial contraction of divine light, known as the Zitzum. According to this tradition, before creation could begin, the infinite light withdrew itself to create a space in which finite worlds could exist. This space, known as the void or hollow, was not empty in an absolute sense, but filled with the potential for creation. Into this space, the divine light began to re-enter in a measured and ordered way. Adam Kadmon represents the first and most refined vessel through which this light flows. He stands as the bridge between the infinite source and the unfolding world, containing within himself all the possibilities of creation in their most harmonious and undivided state. In the vision of Kabbalists, Adam Kadmon contains within his form the structure of the 10 divine attributes known as the Sephirot. These Sephirot represents the channels through which the divine will is expressed and made manifest in the world. Within Adam Kadmon, these attributes exist in a state of perfect unity and balance. They have not yet differentiated into the distinct and interacting forces that shape the spiritual and material realms. Instead, they are present as pure potential, as aspects of a single undivided light. This perfect arrangement within Adam Kadmon serves as the cosmic blueprints from which all of creation unfolds. The imagery associated with Adam Kadmon is rich with symbolic meaning. He is described as a radiant being of light whose form encompasses all that is and all that will be. The divine light flows from Adam Kadmon in measured streams, issuing from symbolic points such as the eyes, ears, mouth, and other channels. These streams represent the ordered transmission of divine energy into the worlds that emerge below. This imagery convey no this imagery no wait this imagery conveys the idea that creation is not a chaotic explosion, but a carefully orchestrated unfolding of divine will. The light that emanates from Adam Kadmon descends through a series of stages, becoming progressively more distinct and concrete as it moves towards the world of physical matter. Adam Kadmon occupies the highest of the four great worlds described in Kabbalistic cosmology, known as the world of emanation, or Atziluth. This is the realm closest to the infinite source, where the divine light shines with full intensity and clarity. From Adam Kadmon, the light descends into the world of creation, formation, and action, each stage representing a further degree of differentiation and manifestation. This process reflects the principle that the infinite expresses itself in finite form through gradual stages of revelation. The figure of Adam Kadmon stands as the template for this process, embodying the perfect balance and unity from which all diversity emerges. The idea of Adam Kadmon also carries deep spiritual significance. It teaches that the universe is not a collection of random or disconnected parts, but an ordered whole that reflects a single divine plan. All of creation originates from the unity represented by Adam Kadmon, and the purpose of existence is to return to the unity through spiritual refinement and alignment with the divine will. For the seeker on the mystical path, contemplating, Adam Kadmon is a way of attuning to the hidden order of the cosmos and recognizing the divine presence that permeates all things. It invites one to see beyond the surface of the world and to perceive the harmony that underlies the apparent diversity of existence. In the teachings of Isaac Luria and later Kabbalists, the story of Adam Kadmon is further developed to explain the dynamics of creation, fragmentation, and restoration. According to this view, as the light of Adam Kadmon descends into the vessels prepared to contain it, the vessels prove unable to hold the intensity of the light and shatter. The scatters sparks of divine light throughout the lower worlds, embedding holiness within the fabric of creation. The task of humanity is to gather and elevate these sparks through righteous actions, prayer, and spiritual study, contributing to the healing and restoration of the cosmos. Adam Kadmon thus represents not only the original unity of creation, but also the goal towards which creation strives, the restoration of harmony and wholeness. The symbolism of Adam Kadmon finds resonance in many other spiritual and philosophical traditions. The image of a cosmic human or primordial man who embodies the universe within himself appears in the myths and teachings of many cultures. In ancient Vedic tradition, the figure of Purusha serves as a similar role, as does the world soul of Platonic philosophy. These parallels suggest that the idea of the universe as a great human-like form is a deep and universal metaphor for the unity of existence. The Kabbalah, however, Adam Kadmon is given a distinctive expression through the language of the Sephirot and the dynamic interplay of divine light and vessels. The contemplation of Adam Kadmon has also inspired reflection on the nature of humanity and its place in creation. Just as Adam Kadmon contains the structure of the cosmos, so each human being is seen as a microcosm, reflecting in miniature the divine pattern of the universe. The human soul contains within it the potential to ascend through the levels of existence and to reunite with its source. The spiritual journey is thus understood as a process of returning to the state of unity represented by Adam Kadmon through the refinement of character, the pursuit of wisdom, and the practice of compassion and justice. The image of Adam Kadmon has endured as a powerful symbol in mystical thought because it speaks to fundamental truths about existence. It expresses the idea that all things are connected, that creation is rooted in a single source, and that the purpose of life is to restore and rebuild the hidden unity of the world. It changes us to see ourselves, or it challenges us to see ourselves as participants in a cosmic process responsible for the work of healing and harmonizing the world around us. By meditating on Adam Kadmon, the seeker is invited to align with the divine order and to become a vessel for the light that sustains creation. Azazel holds a deeply symbolic and mystical place in ancient esoteric and apocalyptic traditions, especially in texts like the Book of Enoch and later mystical interpretations. In these writings, Azazel is not merely a name tied to a scapegoat ritual, but emerges as a powerful figure representing the transmission of forbidden knowledge to humanity and the complex relationship between divine order and cosmic transgression. The mystical traditions portray Azazel as one of the leaders of the Watchers, being of the Watcher beings who descended from the heavenly realms and broke the boundaries set by the divine by mingling with mortals. These Watchers, under Azazel's guidance, are described as having revealed secrets that were meant to remain hidden. Azazel is credited with teaching humanity the crafting of weapons, the art of war, the use of cosmetics and jewelry to enhance physical allure, and magical practices that disturb the balance of the natural world. In these mystical accounts, Azazel's teachings are not just seen as technical or artistic advancements, but as knowledge that disrupted the harmony between the human and the divine. His role as the revealer of these secrets made him a symbol of the dangerous lure of hidden wisdom when sought without reverence or responsibility. The mysteries that Azazel revealed were considered potent, their misuse bringing corruption, violence, and moral decay to the world. This portrayal connects Azazel to the archetype of the fallen teacher or the dark initiator who opens the gates to powers that humanity is not yet prepared to wield. The punishment of Azazel in these mystical narratives further underscores his significance. He is often described as being bound and cast into a desolate place, sealed away until the time of final judgment. This imagery reflects the mystical idea that creation forces of chaos and transgression are restrained within creation, kept in check until the appointed time when they will be reconciled or annihilated as part of the restoration of cosmic order. In this sense, Azazel embodies the shadow side of divine wisdom, the aspects of knowledge and power that can only be integrated after a long process of purification and return to balance. Mystical traditions, especially those of the Kabbalistic kind, sometimes interpret the story of Azazel as a reflection of the cosmic drama of the breaking of the vessels, where divine light shattered the early structures of creation and scattered sparks of holiness throughout the material world. Azazel's fall and the dispersion of these teachings mirror this pattern of fragmentation, where pure divine energy becomes mingled with the profane, and the work of spiritual seekers is to gather and redeem these lost sparks through acts of holiness and insight. The wilderness to which the scapegoat was sent in the biblical ritual becomes, in this view, a symbol of the outer realms of existence, where unrefined energies and forces dwell, waiting to be returned to their source through spiritual labor. In later mystical and magical traditions, the figure of Azazel also comes to be associated with the rites of banishment and protection. His name might be invoked in the context of magical workings designed to cast out impurity, to separate the sacred from the profane, or to ward off malevolent influences. This reflects the enduring power of his image as a force that must be acknowledged and ritually confronted in the work of maintaining spiritual integrity. The legend of the sacred tree from the Garden of Eden and its transformation through sacred story or sacred history offers a profound and intricate narrative rich with esoteric symbolism. The story begins in the earliest moments of human existence, at the very dawn of time, when Adam and Eve walked in the midst of the Garden of Eden, surrounded by the beauty and harmony of creation. The tree of life, standing at the heart of this paradise, represented not only the promise of immortality, but the direct connection between humanity and the divine source. After the fall, when Adam and Eve were exiled from the garden, it is said that a branch or fragment of this holy tree was taken and preserved. This piece, carrying within it the essence of divine wisdom and the potential for redemption, became a sacred relic through which the hidden plan of the divine would unfold across the generations. According to this tradition, the fragment of the tree of life remained within the human lineage, passing from patriarch to patriarch as a token of the lost unity of the divine. The sacred wood bearing the memory of Eden was eventually fashioned into part of the structures of Noah's Ark. The Ark, a vessel designed by divine command to preserve life during the Great Flood, mirrored the original function of the Tree of Life. Just as the tree had been the source of life in the garden, the ark became the means of preserving life through the waters of judgment and destruction. The wood of the ark, imbued with the same holy essence as the tree, symbolized the continuation of divine mercy in the hope of renewal. In the mystical imagination, the ark was not merely a ship, but a moving temple, a sanctuary of life, guided by the hidden hand of providence through the storm of cosmic rebalancing. The journey of the sacred wood did not end with the flood. In the stories that followed, this wood resurfaced in pivotal moments of sacred history. It is told that after the floodwaters receded, the piece of wood was recovered and eventually fashioned into a staff. This staff came into the possession of the patriarchs and was ultimately passed to Moses and Aaron, depending on the version of the legend. In their hands, the staff became an instrument of divine power and authority. With it, the Red Sea was parted, water was drawn from the rock, and wonders were performed before the Pharaoh of Egypt. The staff, like the tree and the ark, served as a conduit for the force of divine will, linking heaven and earth, and reminding humanity of the source of all power and wisdom. The staff's association with the tree of life elevated it from a mere tool to a symbol of the original covenant between the divine and creation. When Aaron's staff blossomed as a sign of his chosen role, it echoed the vitality of the tree of life, a sign that even in exile and wilderness, the spark of divine life remained present and active among the people. The staff stood as a signpost in the path of return, pointing to the lost paradise of the hope of restoration. Some esoteric traditions carry the story further, tracing the journey of the sacred wood into the era of kings and temples. It is said that a piece of this wood found its way into the construction of Solomon's temple, incorporated into the threshold or some hidden part of the inner sanctum. The temple, like the garden and the ark, represented a point of connection between the earthly and the divine, a place where the presence of the holy could dwell among humanity. The inclusion of the sacred wood within the temple structure symbolized the continuation of the divine plan and the ongoing possibility of communion between creation and the Creator. In Christian mystical writings, the story reaches its culmination in the claim that the wood was ultimately fashioned into the cross upon which Jesus was crucified. In this interpretation, the cross is seen not merely as a tool of execution, but as the final expression of the tree of life's journey through time. The cross formed from the same wood that had once stood at the heart of Eden becomes the new tree of life, offering the promise of eternal life through sacrifice and redemption. The connection of the cross to the original tree unites the themes of fall and restoration, judgment and mercy, exile and return. The symbolism of this sacred wood is profound and layered. The tree represents the unity of creation with the divine source, the original harmony that was shattered by the fall. Its journey through sacred history mirrors the human journey through exile, struggle, and the hope of return. The wood's presence in the ark, the staff, the temple, and the cross speaks to the enduring presence of divine mercy and guidance, even in the darkest moments of history. It reminds the seeker that the material world, though fractured by sin, still carries within it the seeds of divine purpose and the promise of renewal. In mystical thought, the sacred wood is not only a symbol of historical continuity, but also a key to understanding the spiritual path. The seeker, like the sacred wood, is called to pass through the waters of purification, to serve as a vessel of divine power, to stand as a threshold between worlds, and ultimately become a living sign of the possibilities of transformation and return. The journey of the wood reflects the journey of the soul, moving through the cycles of fall and redemption, bearing within itself the hidden spark of the divine and destined to be restored to its original glory. The legend of the sacred wood invites contemplation on the interconnectedness of all moments of sacred history, the hidden patterns of providence that weave through time, and the mystery of how the divine plan unfolds through material forms. It calls the seeker to see beyond the surface of things, to recognize the sacred in the ordinary, and to trust in the hidden workings of grace that guide all creation back to its source. The sacred tree, the ark, the staff, the temple, and the cross together form a single narrative thread, a golden chain that binds the beginning and the end, the fall and the restoration, the exile and the return. So yeah, I wanted to go through that because that is very fundamental when it comes to Freemasonry. Now, a lot of people know about the temple, they know about the rituals and everything that take place within the Freemasons, but a lot of people don't know that that is actually a newer um, a, a newer part of the Freemasons' belief systems, especially when it comes to the sacred wood. This is very fundamental in the original beliefs of the Freemasons. So after this, I'll dive into other aspects of that. But I wanted to share this because right now, like I said, we are on episode 7. That means we are halfway through, and I enjoy. I've enjoyed it up to this point. But I do know that I need to go further into it and bring out a lot more that pertains to the esoterics. And this is the perfect area to get into when it comes to the Freemasons and secret societies and mystery schools and things of that nature. I really did enjoy, or I have been enjoying this this series. To be honest with you, I've been wanting to go back and go over a lot of this stuff again, and because it's been forever since I've been able to revisit this, so I really do enjoy doing it. It feels like I'm going back to um, the original purpose of why I was doing this stuff. You know what I mean? I really, that's what it feels like. You know what I mean? That's what I actually started doing this stuff for, is to research this interesting stuff and come up with it. I'm to the point now where it's more about enjoying what I'm doing rather than worrying about the viewers and who actually wants to watch or listen to the stuff that I'm putting up. You know, I enjoy this kind of stuff, so I really feel good about doing it again. Now, before I go on, I do want to say thank you to Alan Ilabet Baby. I have a hard time pronouncing that on Kick, for stopping by and making a comment in the Kick chat. I wanted to do a shout out and say thank you in chat as well for stopping by. And that's what I am doing now. So with that, I don't think that I do have any more comments. I have 3 viewers on Rumble at the moment. I have 36 views on YouTube, but nobody is a current viewer, and I don't see anybody else being on there. Oh, I got 2 viewers on Kick, so if you guys want to check me out, you can check me out on Rumble, YouTube, Kick, X, and D Live as well. So stop by, check out my channels, and you can find me there. Let me see. I should go and check D Live too, make sure, see if anybody actually stopped in there or not. So let me do that real quick before I end the show. I'll do it. Yeah, it looks like Surveillance, aka DK Spiracy, stopped in. Thanks for stopping in on D Live, DK. Appreciate it. I'll do the same to you. Did a shout out to you. If you guys are interested in this kind of stuff, he's one person that you'd like to check out on D Live. He goes by DK Spiracy 123. I want to also write thanks for stopping by in chat, and thank you very much. So like I said, you can find me on Rumble, and you can also find me on Rumble as Roger Hanson at Infamous 1973. You can find me on D Live as Roger_Hanson. On X, you can find me as Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. And on YouTube, you can find me at The Wonderful World of Weirdness, at The Wonderful World of Weirdness. I also have another channel on there called Strange Stories. So if you haven't seen this and you want to see it later on, it can be on that channel. And if you want to stop by, you can see the raw view. After I'm done with these, I usually edit them and make them into 15-minute videos, because I've noticed that a lot of people do enjoy watching 15-minute videos at a time. So I break it down, make it easier for people to watch. So if you liked what you've seen, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Appreciate your feedback. I've also just like having comments, to be honest with you. It's something I've always enjoyed, and make comments in the comment section, because I don't know how many people are aware of it, but it really does help out. It shows the platform that the channel is active if there's a conversation going on in there. And besides that, I hate just getting, bots that are wanting me to buy subscribers or views. So hearing somebody is something that's really cool. So thank you for stopping by. I hope you guys have a good day, good evening, good night. It's my midnight, so it's kind of getting a little bit late for me. I'm getting ready to end my day. So wish me luck. And with that, I will go ahead and end the video. Thank you guys for watching, and I will talk to you later. Yeah.
Also,
Well, it's like I was talking about the other day too, with what do they call that? That's that mount. It's the one that they have Stargate supposed to be at on the TV show.
Zion Mountain?
What is it again? What'd you say?
Are you talking about Cheyenne Mountain?
Yeah, Cheyenne.
Or something like that?
Yeah, like Cheyenne Mountain was originally set up and put together for the space program. It was like the Space Force that everybody tries to say Trump started putting together. They had that out all the way back whenever Cheyenne Mountain was put up. That was one of the main purposes of building that base, you know. So I find that kind of interesting right there. So now
and I mean, been there since the 40s, 50s, and you know, when they started building all these deep underground bases as well, like they pretty much had this secret space program going by then too.
Yeah. Now with me, the first thing that got me involved in what it was Lazarus, his story with Area 51. I started reading up on that, and then I heard about Bigelow, and a lot of people relate Bigelow to, you know, the skinwalkers, but he was also fascinated with Area 51 as well, because that was right there in his neck of woods, you know. I learned about that, and then I learned about Dulcie, and I was already interested in Area 51. But when I finally got into it, it was when I finally heard the story about Phil, you know, and that is.
How did you react to that story when you first heard it?
I was like, dude, this is a cool freaking story, you know. I mean, like, I don't even care if the story's real or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, the story he said just blew me out of the water. If nobody's listened to his story, they need to listen to it. I mean, this is some amazing shit. He's talking about like underground train systems that connect each freaking deep underground military base, you know, and it's supposed to be worldwide, not just here in the United States. Just amazing stuff. I mean,
maglev trains.
He talks about how when he started talking about how they mined it out, because he was an engineer and he had to do all that stuff, man, it was just amazing. The cutters that would cut through the rock left the edges like marble. He's like, you could see the reflection.
I actually have a friend in Australia who, he's an engineer too, and he was sitting in a pub one day next to these other engineers out in outback Australia, and they pulled out some schematics for him that showed this underground base they were working on, he reckons. And so yeah, they were doing it there too. I didn't believe it at the time until I learnt more about it later on.
It's pretty amazing. Then after...
And you know about Pine Gap in Australia?
I've heard of Pine Gap.
So it's actually the only part of Australia that is not part of Australia. It's technically part of US soil. The US built that military base straight after JFK got assassinated. LBJ flew over and went into Alice Springs and kind of certified the base, and then they built it out there. A lot of weird shit happened around that time too. Like there was a shootout at an American military base on the coast there too at that same time, where one military guy lost it and machine gunned down a bunch of his own people, including his commander or something like that. And then they built this base out there, and it doesn't look like much when you look at it on Google Maps. It's called Pine Gap. It's in this very middle of Australia. They said they originally built it for communications with submarines and ships around in the ocean. And then later they said it was for like space communication too. But it looks like a really small little base, but lots of people work there, so a lot of people believe it's a deep underground base as well, similar to Area 51. And in that area, there's like tons of UFO sightings all the time. Like there's a place there called Tennant Creek, and you go to the service station there, and like literally from the ground to the roof, the entire service station is covered in newspaper clippings of like cops and firefighters and everyone in the community seeing UFOs, and it's all been in the paper. And they have like little cutouts of aliens filling up your car with fuel and all sorts of stuff like that. It's very trippy out there. Yeah.
Now, I've heard that that's also, well, not that area in particular, but Australia is also the launching area for when the scientists are leaving to go to the Antarctic. They have to make it to Australia and then shoot from there down to Antarctica too, because that's the final stop before they go into the ice.
Yeah, it makes sense. Pretty close.
So
there's a lot of Australian teams that go down there for research and stuff. I'd love to check it out.
So when after Lazar and everything, I started doing more research on Facebook, and that's when I started finding out about people who were claiming to be abductees, and I listened to their stories and stuff. And after I started listening to most of them, I finally had to back off, you know what I mean, and just stay away from it, because it's pretty hard.
I was always in it to see if it was real, and in the very beginning I just could not accept it. It was too bizarre, like too far out there for me. And I actually have to give credit to Jeremy Corbell, who like went around and by hand verified a lot of the information they were saying. And as this stuff became available over the years, it just became undeniable, Mm-hmm. And at that same time, I was doing my own sort of otherworldly explorations and meeting my own aliens and stuff like that. So my belief system relaxed enough for me to realize, holy moly, this stuff is actually real. I mean, it's disclosed now, but it's people still don't fully realize the scope of what this actually means.
Yeah. So we've got about 15 minutes in, man. If you want to start talking about some of the stuff that you got, then we can do that. Now, do you have anything when it comes to the message from his ex-wife and all that about his death?
No, I don't actually. I haven't heard of that part.
I posted it up in the chat.
I'm sort of wondering where we should begin with this story, because should we end with Phil Schneider and get a bit of like surrounding information first, or do you want to start with Phil Schneider?
Well, I mean, getting an echo somewhere.
That's probably me.
Okay.
I'll turn my mic down.
Okay. No, when it comes to Phil Schneider, he's an interesting story and everything, but if you want to start out with some of your space program information.
Roger, I might have to leave because I'm having too many issues in regard. I don't know why all of a sudden today your show is just giving me so many problems with like everything. My technology on my phone, my technology on my laptop, my technology on my boy's iPad. So if it persists and I leave, that's the reason why. I just was going to give you the heads up. If I drop off, it's because of that. Okay. Not because I'd like to. It's because I'm being intercepted, and it's starting. The boys are doing homework, and it's really annoying because
Men in Black.
Leave us alone.
Yeah.
Well, there's you can break aliens down into two main groups, which is those who are free will loving aliens and those who dominate and control. Okay, those who are service to self, those who are service to others. Those are the two main groups. And the ones that are service to others tend to leave other planets alone, whereas the ones that are service to self, like the reptilians and their minions, they interfere, but they want to keep it secret because the way they protect themselves is by not letting the population know that they're doing these things. They always rule through other alien species. So like you'll tend to see the greys pop up, the insectoids, but really behind that, the reptilians are pulling the strings. And they're the ones that are also interacting with our secret space program and stuff like that. Because once you get really into it through the remote viewing data, you'll see quite a big part of this galaxy and a big part of the next galaxy as well, Andromeda. And that's called the Draco Empire.
Yep.
Also, there was an Israeli defense minister who blew the whistle on aliens. I can't remember how do you say his name. I'll recognize it when I see it. Former Israeli space. Yeah, that's right. The space chief guy.
Alright, I am going to link back in there to get the audio and everything back because things just went aloof. So hopefully I can get in there before he realizes I'm gone. Alright, sorry about that. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Former Israeli space chief has sent eyebrows shooting headward by saying the Earthlings have been in contact with extraterrestrials from a galactic federation. So it matches up with what the Canadian guy is saying, and it also, I'll tell you, it matches up with what the remote viewers are saying. The Farsight people have contacted what they call the Galactic Federation of Worlds, and they've given the plight of humanity to the Galactic Federation of Worlds, which are the free will loving ETs that have banded together in our galaxy to oppose the reptilians. And yeah, it's very interesting stuff because this kind of theme kept coming up all over the place.
Now, can you hear me, Mr. Robot? Yeah, I don't think
I hear you, man.
The Alps into Italy in that area, and then into Spain and all of that. So you have that group that was there, and then they were also Indo-European, but they were from a different group of Indo-Aryans, you know what I mean? Which, when I say Indo-European and I say Indo-Aryan, it's the same thing. It's just they changed names. So don't get that confused. They're not two separate. They're not two separate things. They're actually the same thing. It's just the names were changed.
Aryan as in Asian, as in what is it? It's India.
Yeah, all of it, all the way to China, and
not as an Aryan, as in the common sort of modern viewpoint of Norse.
That's usually the common mistake that people make, but it's a
the
lot
sort of
more.
German sort of Third Reich sort of theory.
Yeah, they believe all that. Don't get me wrong. There are groups that do believe all that, but that's a common mistake that a lot of people fell for all through history. Like, Hinduism. Hinduism was created out of the Indo-Aryan ideologies. And so was Zoroastrianism, which Zoroastrianism and Hinduism are like brothers and sisters when it comes to religions.
Actually, Aryanism is more of a Persian concept, isn't it?
Yes,
I said Indian, but in reality, it's Persian.
That is to an extent too as well, but the Persians aren't as old, okay? And like the Persians had an issue with like Scythians, the Scythians and their beliefs, and they were Indo-Aryan as well. So even though the Persians are Indo-Aryan, then they're not necessarily the root, the beginning of it all, like because the Scythians and the Sarmatians are real deep into the Indo-Aryan kind of cultures, you know what I'm saying? And then when you get up around the northern part of the Caspian and the Black Seas and stuff, then you have the Russians, and then you have and all the other countries up there, and then Germans. All of those are where it really all began, right up in that area. Just north of.
When you say Germans, you're talking about Hanson Goths, rather than Germans.
Well, if you're talking historically.
Because you're using a modern interpretation.
Yeah, I was just trying to be nice.
By calling them Germans,
I was just trying to be nice to you, Mark. We can call them the Goths if you want. I mean, we can do that. We can call them that.
Hanson Goths or Hanson Goths? Yeah.
Okay, so in the mythological cosmogonies of the Near East, the universe is formless and it's empty. And the only existing thing prior to creation was the water abyss. Now, in the Babylonian creation story, the Elish, the primordial waters, is described as a watery chaos from which everything else appeared. Now, the watery chaos has similarities to the cosmogony of the Greek mythographer Pherecydes of Syros, and in the mythical Greek cosmogony of Hesiod, which is between the 8th to the 7th century BC. The origin of the word is chaos. The origin of the world is chaos, and you'll hear a lot of people discuss that. And like even today, when you hear people talking on the internet too, they'll talk about how chaos is actually the evil, and it's everything that we're supposed to be against, and it's all about bringing things into order and things of that nature. But nobody realizes that chaos is actually is the mythological.
Who coined the quote? Out of chaos comes order.
That's probably I can't remember who, but that's probably the best
Uh,
quote you could do in a situation like this. That actually fits what I'm talking about, though. But the origin of the world is chaos. It's considered as a divine primordial condition from which everything else appeared. In the creation, chaos is a gaping void. But later, the word is used to describe the space between the earth and the sky after their separation. Chaos may mean infinite space or a formless matter which can be which can be differentiated. The notion of temporal infinity was familiar to the Greeks. From remote antiquity in the religious conception of immortality. The conception of the divine as the origin influenced the first Greek philosophers. In the Orphic cosmogony, the unaging Chronos produced ether in chaos and made in divine ether a silver egg from which everything else appeared. And when I go through this, or when I was going through this the first time, and like just here recently when I had to go back over this and kind of catch up at where I left off, it kept popping into my head about this egg and this silvery egg. And this happens a lot when it comes into a lot of this ancient history. Like, do you remember the story about the city of Troy? The battle in the Iliads?
Yeah. Just got to remind myself I'm not fully awake at the moment.
Now, in the Battle of Troy, do you remember how the whole thing started in the first place?
Not off the top of my head.
It was a conflict. It was in mythology, and it was supposed to have taken place between the 12th and 13th century BC. Now, the Greeks waged war against Troy after they had taken Helen from her husband. Okay, now Helen's story is what's so interesting. Okay, because if you read up on her, she was supposed to have been born of an egg. Okay, and this theme pops out all through these myths. Okay, and there's a reason for that, is because, and I'll get to that before long, but I wanted to point that out before I went any farther about this, because of this whole thing about the silvery egg from which everything else appeared. There's certain people within these ancient mythologies or histories or religions or whatever you want to call it, where they were born of an egg, and I think that's something that really stuck out to me when I got into it. So after going through all that, I want to kind of go over chaos and kind of discuss that a little bit more. Now, this is all according to chaos, and it's actually cosmogony, and I've used that term a couple of times. But that's basically what chaos is cosmogony. Now, chaos is the mythological
Don't you mean cosmology?
cosmogony.
Okay.
Mogony. You're using
Okay.
sophisticated uppity up today words. We're using old folk word back from in the old ancient Greek days when they used to be all good and cool and stuff. Cosmogony.
Probably
You're checking the
cosmo. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just had to check that word.
What does it mean?
Study of the origins and development of the universe, or a specific system within the universe.
Okay. So now, chaos is the mythical void state preceding the creation of the universe, the cosmos. Now, in ancient Near East cosmology, the early Greek cosmology, it can also refer to the early state of the cosmos constituting of nothing but indifferentiated and indistinguishable matter. Now, there's something else that I wanted to point out here too with chaos, and there's a thing that they call chaos comp. All right. Now this is from Germany, and chaos comp, also described as a combat myth, is generally used to refer to a widespread mythological motif involving the battle between culture hero deity with a chaos monster, often in the form of a sea serpent or dragon. Now, the term was first used with respect to the destruction of the chaos dragon Tiamat in the Enuma Elish. Now, I don't know if I've had that conversation with you about the Enuma Elish or not, but that has to do with the Sumerians and the Babylonians, okay? And it's one of the first creation myths of the time. And Tiamat was the mother of Enki and Enlil. So, and I know you've heard me talking about Enki and Enlil all the time. I don't know if you remember.
Yeah. I just always considered the entire dragon creation thing to be Northern European rather than. I was just thinking about the Bethesda game Skyrim, to be fair.
Yeah.
which uses a lot of concepts.
We have to maintain a plane. We have to maintain a physical plane. So this one is it. Unfortunately, it does serve us really. Not unfortunately, but it's the best suited for the practice. The only problem is what's been inhabited on here. So we got to get rid of a lot of it, and we have to get rid of. And because people are so unwilling to change their consciousness, we give so many opportunities to kind of get it right, so we don't have to annihilate everything. And people are like, no, I'm not gonna do that because it's not cool. And so fine, whatever, okay. But like you've been warned type of thing.
And yeah, we just need to know where things are going to be at when we get stuff done, because there's certain points to make it stronger. We'll be able to able the energy will be able to, like, when you see it, you got to see it from what it's going to be, because they all go together. It's not They're not separate. They're in separate places, but they're all connected. We do it on purpose in order for us to know what's happening where. And yeah, no, they're not doing anything now, but they will. They can, and they have. They can do little stuff individually, but it's them connected, and you'll be able to see the energy first. It's gonna be so cool. Well, it's gonna be cool for me because I'm gonna be on the other side of it. I ain't gonna be on the side where, oh my god. But yeah, like, it's really it's some of our best work yet. And I mean, like, we've been doing this for, oh god, forever, honestly. But so yeah, we'll just see how it goes. I mean, we know how it's gonna go, but I mean, guess we'll show you how it goes. I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking now. I hope I'm going to stop talking now.
Well, the thing is like, where I really picked up on this stuff was, there's a woman over in England that I referred John to, and I told him he really needs to try to talk to her, and she's a parapsychologist, and she brings up the fact, that, like, we at one time believed in elves, gnomes, trolls, things of that nature, different lores throughout time. Now you take a look at today's generation, and it's changed towards ghosts, aliens, UFOs, and crop circles. And then she said, well, you take a look at the crop circles. Now you have these crop circles that are popping up in fields, but also 400, 500, 600 years ago, it was even farther back, 2,000 years ago, it was traditional for people in England who were pagans to go out in these fields when they had not sowed their crops, but whenever they had finished with their crops, and they would do ceremonies and festivals to celebrate the bringing in of the crops, because they were actually doing these festivals to worship their deities. Now, what's to say that that's not connected?
Which is why power had been bestowed amongst some.
Right. Now, what's to say that that's not connected to these crop circles that we're seeing today? And what's to say that there isn't some kind of psychological connection with us and having to see things like elves and dwarves and gnomes, UFOs, ghosts, entities.
Having to see things?
Yes.
It's not having to see things. They are here. You don't have to see them. It's because they exist.
No,
you know what I mean?
It's an honest question. I mean, I know you have your opinion. I have my opinion. She brings up a valid opinion. I mean, it's true.
But it's just a matter of thinking that you have to, and it's not all opinion. It's some very well facts, because it's not. We do see them.
What
it's
she says isn't any less valid than what you say. I mean,
what I'm saying, depending on who's listening, because she's right. She's saying, what's stopping us from having to see these things? The thing about it is, nothing's stopping us from having to see them. We do not have to see them. The reason we see them is they exist.
The question is it's not seeing them. It's how is it that they keep popping up? Like, crop circles isn't something that just a certain group of people see. You know what I mean? Like,
because they exist. That's what I'm saying.
No, she's not saying they don't exist. She's saying, what kind of connection do we have to make it to where we see these crop circles? What makes it to where we believe in gnomes, we believe in trolls, we believe in elves, then we start believing in UFOs. We start believing in...
Usually people see them, right?
What's to say they're not transdimensional entities that's been here all along, appearing to us the way we want them to be seen?
Oh, no, because it doesn't work like that. I'm not going to be who you want me to be because it makes you comfortable. I am who I am, and then if you're able to see me, it's because you are who you are.
You're talking
your
about
energy
yourself,
level.
Though. You're
no,
in
general,
yourself.
and even these things. Even a car, I can. Oh, is that a Toyota? Oh, it looks like a Toyota, and you get closer. Oh no, actually, it's an Acura. You know what I mean? You saw it how you thought you saw it,
Well,
but
see
what it
that
is, it still
that steps
was.
back from what we were discussing though, because like you can't have it both ways. You know what I'm saying?
How is it both ways? Seeing
Like
something for what it actually is versus what you think it is, it's the same thing. I
like
mean, like you might think it's a Toyota, but it's actually an Acura. You might think it's worthless, but it's actually everything. It's one of those type of
but
things.
we live in a matrix. If
Or
you're
you do, not all of
no,
us.
I mean, you see, like right there, you can't say you don't live in a matrix. You're here. We're
But
talking.
wait, you cannot. Or am I? Am I here? I'm only here because I choose to be. Because if I'm not any longer here, then I'm not here, right? I'm
But
only here because I choose to show up. If I
no,
stop
I
showing
mean,
up, I'm no
period
longer
on
here.
life. I mean, in the real world, you're
But
here.
look, how do you know how I exist if you don't know me? The only way you can know of my existence is me bringing it to you. And I don't necessarily. What if I? You don't know that. What if I stop coming because I'm dead or by your nature dead? But I am dead to you if I'm no longer here. My life here with you is over, and I have rebirth somewhere else.
I've
Type of
met
thing.
you.
It's
I mean, that's
that.
important too. I've
Did
met
you though?
you.
What if I'm not who I say I am? What if
You
I'm just
see,
HDC and I'm just something typed into a code and I don't really, you know what I mean? But
that's
you're
that's kind of what it gets into. You know what I'm saying? It's like uh, your how you appear. You know what I'm saying? Like
but I
that's
only am
that's
going
kind
to
of
appear
the
how you
deal.
see me.
Like people back then didn't think of UFOs. They didn't think of well, they did think of ghosts, but they didn't think of UFOs, and they didn't
Because it was
think of,
normal.
you know what I'm saying? They thought of the elves. They thought of the gnomes. They thought of, because that was something that they could visualize. So
Dwarves exist though. There's dwarfism. Like dwarfs actually exist. They've just dumbed down the terminology and we don't give them any type of substantial power. Like it's not something that we just hope to see. They really do exist. Things living in different places. What's a troll? It's supposed to live under a bridge. Well, we have plenty of trolls that live under
gnomes,
192.
gnomes, things
What's
like
a
that. But
what's a gnome?
that's what they comprehended, and that's what they saw. You see what I mean? That's what they saw. That's what they were capable of seeing. You
But
see?
who's to say that others didn't see other things? That's just what's smart. Because I mean, people have been seeing things and not telling people for ages. I mean, like,
Hmm.
why tell people if they're going to do stuff to you when you tell them? Why tell people if they're not going to be able to understand what you understand? Why tell like doesn't you get tired of sharing knowledge with people who are closed off? Like, there's no
Hmm.
point at that point. It's like you figure it out on your own. I don't have to help you, and
Well,
that's the point I
even
got to.
even in your own mind, okay? Like there's a lot of things you can't comprehend. There's things that are
Mm.
just way too overwhelming that you can't comprehend. So if
See,
there's
and
a
see when you
if
say you.
no everybody,
But
okay.
see, that's the terminology that puts it to where it's in place for it to have to be definite and finite, and that's where you're not,
So
and then you're
you're telling
creating
me
it.
that you have complete knowledge of the universe.
I never told you
No,
anything.
I mean
You're assuming that based off of the words that I'm saying. I'm telling you that when you forcefully say something is, it becomes. When you continuously say something is, it's always going to be prevalent until you choose to change what you're associating and being able to describe or how you're describing it. It's going to be that thing. So if I'm always like, oh, I'm worthless. I'm worthless. I become worthless. If I always
right.
become, I don't know what I understand. I don't know I'll never know what I understand. But like, there's ways for you to be able to comprehend absolutely everything. It's just your willfulness to do so. There's ways for you to be able to block out anything that's attempting to access your energy for free and not be able to pay up like they supposed
Hmm.
to. Like, even if you play stupid, I know one thing, the best way to get somebody that thinks you stupid is to be that stupid person that they think that you are. Like, because if you present yourself as with your full capacity, they're going to attempt to go harder. And if you're the hardest, then of course them
Now
hits are
see,
going to hurt.
that also brings up another aspect of this transdimensional thing. Like there doesn't necessarily have to be just good entities. There's bad entities that want to do stuff like that.
But see, evil doesn't exist. Like evil, there's no such thing as evil because we expel it. Like we allow things to be what it is by free will and take on any form that it feels is necessary for it to operate.
Well,
But that does
let
not mean
me
it's going
let
to
me put it
operate
to you this
consistently.
way: there's entities that want to drain you of.
Oh, I know Elon Musk. Shoot, he's number one entity. Let's talk about Kanye West. Like, let's keep going. We can go for days.
Yeah,
I know these. You
I
talk about
already
me, or
know
you talk about the
you.
world?
I already know
Shit.
you and your Elon Musk thing.
I
You've
mean,
explained
like
that.
you don't need
You've
add
explained
Kanye.
that
Let's
a
add
few
Kanye
times.
on the record. Let's add Kanye on the record. Shit, let's add Aubrey Graham on the record. Let's do that. I mean, Aubrey is a little light. Like, let's go. We can go for days. I've been
Yeah.
doing this for a long, long time, honey.
Yeah. See,
Long,
like
long time.
that's another aspect. Like there's trans-dimensional entities that aren't just positive. They're not just negative. They don't. They're according to
They weak
levels.
and they got to
They're
be able to get where you at, and they don't know how to do
right.
it without being leeches. Exactly. That's like the people I know when I was coming up. They would rob people because they didn't have the money that these other people had. They see people like that, like to kind of rob people in other aspects, and automatically their mind is like, "Well, they robbing me. I get to rob them and get away with it because they
Mm-hmm.
robbing me, and I know they robbing me." Type of thing. But I don't like robbing, regardless of who's doing it, how rich you are, or what type of level of existence you run on. I like robbing is robbing. You're not gonna take anything from me because I ain't taking nothing from you. And if you feel like you're gonna take something from me, well then I do absolutely nothing on the force scene because if I do something on the force scene and you might be able to counteract what I'm doing, I don't want you to be able to counteract. I want to be able to attack your ass and be left alone
Yeah.
about it. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say
Mm-hmm.
like no, I'm doing nothing because if I ask you to stop and you don't stop, then we have a problem because no means no, stop means stops. Period. And if you're unable to comprehend these simple instructions, we have to do something about it.
Exactly. And see, that's where it goes back to what I was talking about. Like it's on physical, emotional, and spiritual levels too. Like there's
And a connection.
there's that connection there, and you can't have one without the other. The little thug trying to rob you on the street to freaking your
You whooping his
emotions.
ass and letting them know that you don't get
No,
down like that, and him being surprised because you're a
I,
girl,
I,
and they think,
I
what
think
in the world
I think
is
I
that, Medea?
explained.
It might be, bitch. Don't ever try it
I
again,
think I explained it
motherfucker.
good enough. Now let's talk about the emotional stuff. You know what I mean? Stuff that drains you emotionally and leaves you freaking tired and
Suicidal and
yeah.
sleepy, and yeah, it is so crazy because lately I've been seeing people who are usually way more tired and way unable, way less able to achieve my level of energy, accessing my energy, and I've been I want their money. So I've been allowing them if you just want to get the money. I like because I mean like why are you doing this? You know what I mean? So keep doing what you got to do, honey. I'm on my way to be where you're at, type of thing. But in the regards, I'm still protecting myself because you're only going to get certain things from these things. Like I might just one day blow up and be on live talking about what I know and who is
Mm-hmm.
doing these things to me, and you might not even know that I was aware of it. It's like, wait a minute, I didn't see that coming. Exactly. But speaking of which, I have a show tonight. But it's regards to what you allow, what you accept. And Jaffe even hit on that day we were on Pirate Radio. It's like, yeah, but shouldn't you be able to block stuff? But Mr. Anderson was like, yeah, but you're affecting stuff. But stuff affects you as much as you allow it to affect you.
Mm-hmm.
Where as long as you're aware, when you're unaware, it's going to affect you as much as it would like to affect you. So
Mm-hmm.
for me, being aware helps so much because I know when they come and they bring my drinks from Wawa and they have stuff in it. Certain delivery drivers, they tell me who certain delivery drivers are, how or certain Uber drivers are, and I'm able to kind of know what I'm getting prior to its arrival, type thing. And it's one of those things to where I share this with the world, and I'm so passionate about it because I do it on a consistent basis. Like I love what you told Chappie. He's like, this is her lifestyle. Like she really like believes in it. She really lives in it,
Mm-hmm.
and like it's the truth. And I think Jaffe knows that as well. And Mr. Anderson definitely.
Okay, getting everything set up. Remembered to unmute. I always forget to do that at the beginning. I don't know why. So maybe on the beam, it started kicking in. I got to test the audio. Sounds good. I have Rumble started. Gotta hit refresh on that one. Let me see what it sounds like. Sounds good on Rumble. Let me see something real quick. It should be starting on Kick or on X. I mean, let me see if it's going there. Every time I go in here, it's always got the little wheel turning. Yeah, okay, so that's going good on D-Live. And it's going good on Twitch. Going good on Kick. YouTube is firing up. Okay, so we have everything going except for Strange Stories on X. Now I'm waiting to see if that one sounds good. Doing my audio tests. Hit refresh on it. It gives me issues every time. Let me see now. Still giving some issues. No, nothing. I'm going to have to switch over to the producer. See what's going on there. See what's taking place here. Doesn't seem to be kicking on, so I wonder what the deal is with that. Yeah. That is interesting. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be going at the moment. It says it's live, but I'm not getting any feed coming out of it, so there's a good chance I'm not going to be able to do anything on X today. So I am going to just go ahead and get the show started because I've got to get it going. I'm running a little bit late. Actually, I'm running almost an hour late from the show. Now, today I am doing another episode of Strange Stories. Today's topic is going to be Ilya Ivanovich, and it's going to be Ivanov's Ape Army. This is a project that I've been wanting to actually put on video for quite some time, and it's actually been one of the first things I actually started doing research in when it comes to this. I wanted to add some of my weird science to my strange stories. At one time, I was planning on maybe doing an entire series for just weird science, but I decided to not do that because it'd be just easier to set it up inside of the Strange Stories and add it as a part of the Strange Stories video series. So that's what I'm going to do. Today's episode is going to be about Ilya Ivanovich Ivanov and his army of apes, which is a very interesting story. It relates to some of the stuff going on today. So with that, I'm going to take a drink of my coffee and start this episode. Hope you guys enjoy. Now, Ilya Ivanovich Ivanov is, or he was born in 1870. He ended up dying in 1932. Now, he was a Russian and a Soviet biologist, best known for his pioneering work in artificial insemination and controversial attempts at creating human-ape hybrids. And before I get started with this, I'm going to tell everybody this isn't the stories or any of the folklore or any conspiracy theory. Okay, this is fact. So all the stuff that I'm going to be reading here is stuff that actually is documented and true. So just to let you know, I'm not talking about any kind of conspiracy theory or nothing. This is stuff that actually took place in history. Now, Ivanov was a pioneer in developing artificial insemination techniques, particularly in horse breeding. His methods significantly increased the efficiency of selective breeding and were later adapted for use in other livestock and even humans. Now, he experimented with crossbreeding closely related to species such as zebras and horses. He created the zebroids and bison with domestic cattle. So his work laid the foundation for hybridization research in genetics as well. Now, in the 1920s, under the Soviet regime, Ivanov proposed and he also attempted to create a human-ape hybrid. Now, he traveled to Africa to inseminate female chimpanzees with human sperm, but failed to achieve results. Later, he attempted to impregnate human women with ape sperm, but was also unable to proceed due to lack of willing participants and also ethical concerns. Now, his research was ultimately halted, and he was discredited. Ivanov fell out of favor with the Soviet authorities during Stalin's purge. He had purges that were going on. Now, in 1930, he was eventually arrested and exiled to Kazakhstan, where he continued his scientific work until he died in 1932. Now, while his hybridization experiments were controversial and ethically dubious, his contributions to artificial insemination had a lasting impact on modern animal breeding. Now, his work still remains a subject of scientific and historical curiosity, often discussed in the context of Soviet-era science and ethics. Ilya Ivanovich Ivanov's work in artificial insemination and selective breeding laid the foundation for modern reproductive technologies, some of which were later adapted for use in humans. While this controversial hybridization experiments were largely discredited, his pioneering methods in animal breeding influenced advancements in human reproductive science. Now, Ivanov's techniques in artificial insemination, originally developed for livestock, were later adapted for human fertility treatments. In the 20th century, artificial insemination became a widely used method for helping couples with fertility issues. The process involved sperm collection, preservation, and controlled insemination, principles that Ivanov refined in animal breeding. Today, techniques like intrauterine insemination, which is IUI, and in vitro fertilization, which is IVF, are direct extensions of his early work. While eugenics predated Ivanov, his work contributed to discussions about selective breeding in humans, influencing controversial programs. Now, in the early 20th century, the Nazi Germany and their eugenics programs explored artificial insemination to quote unquote enhance genetic traits. Some countries use artificial insemination to promote desirable genetic traits, though these practices were widely condemned. The first modern sperm banks emerged in the mid-20th century using freezing and insemination techniques similar to those Ivanov developed for animals. Advances in genetic screening and embryo selection are now used in assisted reproduction, a concept rooted in Ivanov's work with controlled breeding in animals. Ivanov's experiments raised ethical questions that later shaped bioethics in human reproduction. His failed human-ape hybridization attempt served as a cautionary tale about scientific ethics and the boundaries of genetic experimentation. There are no confirmed reports of deaths resulting from Ilya Ivanov's controversial attempts to impregnate human women with ape sperm. However, the experiments themselves were highly unethical and never reached full execution due to several factors. Now, in the 1920s, Ivanov sought to create a human-ape hybrid, like I said, and that was the humanzy, is what he called it, using artificial insemination. Now, his plan involved impregnating human women with chimpanzee or orangutan sperm to test whether such a hybrid could be viable. He initially attempted to inseminate female chimpanzees with human sperm, but none of those attempts were successful. Later, he proposed inseminating human women with ape sperm and reportedly sought volunteers, though this aspect of the project remains controversial as well. Ivanov lost funding and support from Soviet authorities before he could carry out the human trials. His last known living male orangutan, the one he planned to use for insemination, died before the experiment could proceed. Now, the Soviet government eventually turned against him, leading to his arrest in 1930 during Stalin's purges. He was exiled to Kazakhstan, like I said before, where he died in 1932. And let me also say there is no verified evidence that human women were actually inseminated or harmed during the process. However, I do also want to add that given the secrecy of Soviet scientific programs, some details might have been lost to history. Now, if any human trials did proceed in secret, there's no recorded deaths or published medical consequences from them. So, just to let you know, there hasn't been any evidence or documents found so far that indicates that it took place. After Ilya Ivanovich Ivanov was exiled in Kazakhstan in 1930, he was stripped of his status as a leading Soviet scientist and was forced to work at the Kazakh Veterinarian Zootechnical Institute in Almaty, then Alma-Ata. Now, his work during this period focused on more conventional animal breeding and artificial insemination rather than the radical hybridization experiments that had that had made him infamous. Now, Ivanov continued his pioneering work in artificial insemination, applying his methods to horse, cattle, and other domestic animals. His techniques helped improve livestock breeding efficiency, which was important for the Soviet agricultural system. He worked on breeding Cossack horses for increased endurance and strength. His previous work in the Caucasus on breeding superior war horses was adapted for local Cossack breeds. Despite despite his fall from favor, he was still recognized for his expertise in animal genetics and reproduction. His research was focused on improving livestock reproduction rates and genetic selection to boost agricultural productivity. Ivanov was under constant surveillance, though, by the Soviet authority, as many of his colleagues and former supporters had been purged. In 1932, he suffered a stroke and died shortly after. Now, his human-ape hybridization experiments were quietly buried by the Soviet regime. His work was largely forgotten until it was later rediscovered. Though his career ended in scientific exile, his contributions to artificial insemination lived on and were later applied to human reproductive technologies, but without the unethical hybridization attempts he had once pursued. Now, Ilya Ivanov's attempts to impregnate human women with ape sperms were halted due to several ethical, scientific, and political concerns. These included the fact that the women who were meant to participate in the experiments were were reportedly not fully informed of the nature of the procedure. And also, the idea of cross-species hybridization was seen as an abomination by both the religious and the secular institutions during the time. Now, even with artificial insemination, human-ape hybrids were extremely unlikely to succeed due to differences in the chromosome numbers. Humans have 46 chromosomes, while the chimpanzee only has 48. Any successful fertilization, which supposedly was never confirmed, would have likely led to severe genetic defects too. Initially, Ivanov's work was supported because the Soviet government was pushing the boundaries of science to prove that humans could be biologically engineered. However, in the late 1920s, Stalin's regime had shifted focus towards political purges and control, and Ivanov's radical work was seen as dangerous pseudoscience that could embarrass the Soviet Union. When news of his experiments leaked, there was global condemnation as well from the scientific community and religious institutions, which pressured the Soviet Union to abandon the project. In 1930, Ivanov was arrested, like I said, during Stalin's purges and exiled to Kazakhstan, where he was stripped of his status and banned from continuing hybridization research. And then later he died in 1932, and his work was buried by the Soviet government. And it did resurface It was decades later, but it did resurface later on. It was forgotten for a short period of time, but it did eventually resurface. It's actually one of the biggest. Well, it's not even a conspiracy, like I said. It's actually a fact, and people see that story all the time, and it's just hard for them to believe that it did actually happen. And the truth of the matter is it did happen, and there's no conspiracy theory or anything like that behind it. It was it's documented fact, So just be aware of that when you hear this. This is the real deal. This isn't anything that was fabricated. So while his artificial insemination techniques continued to be used in livestock breeding, his human-ape hybridization experiments remained one of the most controversial and ethically condemned projects in scientific history. Now, Ivanov was arrested in 1930 during Stalin's Great Purge under the common charge of counter-revolutionary activities. He was linked to scientists and intellectuals who were falling out of favor with the Soviet regime, basically. Now, the Communist Party had tightened control over the scientific research, favoring only work that aligned with the Soviet ideologies. His experiments, particularly the human-ape hybridization project, were increasingly viewed as unscientific, wasteful, and embarrassing for the Soviet Union. The government was shifting towards applied sciences like industrialization and military technology, rather than radical biological experiments. Now, the Stalinist government frequently accused scientists of sabotaging Soviet progress as well, like charges known as wrecking. That's what they referred to it as. It was a charge known as wrecking. Now, Ivanov's failure to produce results may have been interpreted as deliberate incompetence or like a waste of state resources too. Instead of execution, though, which was common for many intellectuals at the time, Ivanov was sentenced to 5 years of exile in Almaty, Kazakhstan. He was barred from continuing his research and forced into a less controversial scientific role in veterinary medicine. But he ended up dying a couple of years later in 1932 while he was still in exile. Now, his arrest was part of a broader crackdown on intellectuals and scientists who did not conform to Soviet ideology, and his work was largely suppressed until after the fall of the USSR. Now, the Soviet Union had an aggressive state-controlled approach to science, often prioritizing ideological conformity and practical application over ethical considerations. Scientific research was heavily influenced by Marxist Leninist ideology, and ethics were often subordinate to political and economical goals. All scientific institutions were state-run, first off, meaning that researchers had to align with political directives from the Communist Party. Now, funding and career advancement were contingent on adherence to ideological goals. The government heavily funded nuclear physics, aerospace technology, and military research, leading to successes such as Sputnik in 1957 and the development of ICBMs. Now, human biology and genetics, however, were politicized and censored, especially under Stalin. Scientists who disagreed with official doctrine were often imprisoned, exiled, or executed. that would have to do with the Lazinsko affair also. And we'll get into that here in a minute. Now, many research projects were shut down because they were deemed Borgias or Western. Now, Trofim Lysenko rejected Mendelian genetics and promoted Lamarckian inheritance, claiming that acquired traits could be passed down. Now, his influence led to the persecution of real geneticists, such as Nikolai Vavilov, who was arrested and died in prison. Now, this set back Soviet biological science by decades, leading to famines due to failed agricultural policies. And for me, I kept that in, but let you know, I don't really believe that a lot of the things that biology is doing is actually doing anything good when it comes to agriculture. So I'm not really a big fan of saying that biology prevents famine. It's just, that's a little bit too far-fetched for me. So I did want to mention that. I was debating on keeping that in or going ahead and taking that out because it was in some of my notes, but going through and doing my edits, I decided to just go ahead and keep it in. Now, Soviet medicine and psychology conducted covert experiments on human subjects, often without consent. Psychoactive drugs, sleep deprivation, and isolation studies were performed on political prisoners in psychiatric hospitals. Ivanov's ape-human hybrids project was ethically questioned, but approved because it fit with the Soviets' desire for scientific dominance. Now, early Soviet cosmonaut trials involved brutal endurance tests too, such as extreme G-force exposure, isolation, and physical punishment. Now, Leica, the first dog in space in 1957, was knowingly sent on a one-way mission with no means of survival, a decision criticized by, in later years. The USSR was the first to send a satellite, which was Sputnik, and a human, which was Yuri Gagarin, into space. This political and scientific victory pressured the U.S. into launching NASA in the Apollo program. The Soviet Union engaged in massive nuclear weapons development as well, leading to tests that devastated the environment. In 1961, for example, there was the Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear explosion in history. Now, biological warfare programs like BioPreparedit these programs researched weaponized anthrax, smallpox, and Ebola, often violating international treaties and stuff like that. So, now the USSR investigated brainwashing techniques, hypnotherapy, and psychotropic drugs to control behavior, much like the CIA's MKUltra program here in the United States. Now, after the Soviet Union fell in 1991, scientific restrictions eased and ethical standards improved. However, the legacy of suppressing research lost decades in genetics and unethical human experimentations still lingers even today. Today, post-Soviet states have regained their place in global scientific research, particularly in aerospace, physics, and medicine. But right now, I'm wanting to get back to Ivanov. Okay, now Ivanov, like I said, was a pioneering Soviet biologist. He specialized in artificial insemination, which a lot of people actually started calling that AI before what AI is popularly known as today. Now, he was specialized in artificial insemination and hybridization experiments. His work, like I said, laid down the groundwork for several reproductive technologies that were later refined and adapted for human use. So now we get into how a lot of his work laid down the groundwork for technologies and stuff that are being used today. Now, Ivanov was one of the first scientists to perfect artificial insemination, which is AI techniques in animals, significantly improving breeding efficiency. Now, in 1901, he developed methods that artificially inseminated horses, leading to a threefold increase in breeding rates. Now, his AI methods were later adapted for human fertility treatments, forming the basis of modern sperm banks and assisted reproduction techniques. Now, his methods also directly influence the development of human sperm banks and fertility clinics. Donor insemination, which is usually called DI, is the process of collecting, storing, and inseminating donor sperm, and was based on principles that Ivanov refined. Okay, Ivanov attempted to create, interspecies hybrids, like I was mentioning before, and he it made him famous. Okay, basically, and it was actually a failed human ape hybrid project, but that's what his big attempt was. But he was also responsible for being able to develop for people today now to develop human sperm banks and fertility clinics. So while his human ape experience did fail, his work eventually influenced later advancements in like genetic engineering and cloning too. Animal cloning and genetic hybridization techniques inspired by Ivanov's hybridization efforts contributed to modern cloning techniques such as the cloning of Dolly the sheep in 1996. Now, while controversial, his ideas did lay the conceptual groundwork for stem cell research and xenotransplantation, which is using genetically modified animal organs for human transplant. Now, Ivanov's experimented with freezing sperm and eggs for later use, an idea that eventually evolved into cryopreservation. Though his freezing techniques were crude, they contributed to the development of modern sperm and egg freezing for fertility preservation. Today, frozen sperm, eggs, and embryos are routinely used in IVF, and that's IVF is in vitro fertilization. Now, embryo freezing in surrogacy is the ability to store and later implant fertilized eggs into surrogate mothers. That builds upon Ivanov's early research too. So that's where that comes from. Now, Ivanov's innovations in artificial insemination, or AI, and reproductive manipulation paved the way for later advancements in human fertility treatments. His work in sperm collection, insemination techniques, and embryo manipulation influenced modern in vitro fertilization and reproduction endocrinology, I guess they call it. Now, in vitro fertilization is the technique used in egg fertilization and implantation, and it traces back to Ivanov's AI research. Cytoplasmic sperm injection, which is shortened down to ICSI, is the precise injection of sperm into an egg used in fertility clinics. This also builds on Ivanov's early work on insemination. Now, Ilya Ivanov developed several key techniques in artificial insemination, which is, like I said, or it was originally what AI was called, which now it's not, but originally AI stood for artificial insemination. But he did develop several key techniques in artificial insemination that were later adapted for human fertility treatments. His methods focused on improving sperm collection, storage, and insemination efficiency, laying the foundation for modern reproductive technologies such as IVF, sperm banks, and donor insemination. Now, Ivanov developed methods to collect and preserve sperm for extended period of times, which would ensure the successful of fertilization, even when the donor and recipients were separated by time and distance. So he experimented with cooling sperm to slow metabolic activity, an early precursor to cryopreservation, which is the modern sperm freezing for today. They call it cryopreservation. Now, sperm cryopreservation are used in sperm banks and fertility clinics for assisted reproduction in cancer patients, preserving fertility. Modern IVS treatments use frozen sperms in embryos, a technique that evolved from Ivanov's storage experiments. Ivanov developed a method to inseminate multiple females using sperm from a single high-quality donor. He refined sperm dilution techniques using a buffer solution, allowing a small sperm sample to be used across many inseminations. He introduced catheter-based insemination, improving accuracy and success rates. Sperm from a single donor can be used for multiple recipients, a practice in sperm banks even today. Now, inter-uterine insemination, which is IUI, is a catheter-based AI and is now widely used in human fertility treatments to increase pregnancy success rates. Now, Ivanov optimized sperm extraction techniques, improving the quality and concentration of sperm samples. He experimented with chemical solutions to extend sperm lifespan, an early step towards sperm washing. He designed specialized syringes and uh, pipelets to enhance insemination precision. Sperm is now processed to remote impurities and select the most viable sperm before insemination. Advanced sperm injection methods in IVF build upon Ivanov's precision techniques. They build upon Ivanov's precision techniques. Ivanov's hybridization attempts, horse zebra, human ape, artificial intelligence, explored the limits of sperm egg compatibility and fertilization efficiency. Through ethically questionable, his study of interspecies reproduction provided insights into genetic barriers and reproductive compatibility, influencing later studies in human fertility genetics. Pre-implantation genetic testing, which is PGT, is used in IVF, in vitro fertilization, to screen embryos for genetic diseases influenced by early genetic studies like Ionov's. Today's reproductive science often tests fertility treatments on animals before applying them to humans. Ivanov's sperm preservation, insemination techniques, and genetic research played a crucial role in shaping modern fertility treatments. His breakthrough in sperm viability, AI, efficiency, and reproductive manipulation form the basis of today's IVF, sperm banks, IUI, and fertility preservation. Ilya Ivanov, uh, no, Ilya Ivanov's early experiments in artificial insemination laid the foundation for modern human reproductive technologies like intrauterine insemination, which, like I said, is IUI, and in vitro fertilization, which is IVF. His pioneering techniques in sperm collection, storage, and insemination efficiency directly influenced the development of these assisted reproductive techniques, which is ART, A-R-T. Ivanov was the first to refine catheter-based insemination to precisely deposit sperm closer to the reproductive organs rather than rely on natural fertilization. His methods increase the chances of conception, which is the same principle behind IUI today. In modern IUI procedures, washed and concentrated sperm is injected directly into the uterus, bypassing the cervix to improve pregnancy success rates. Ivanov's techniques of sperm dilution and precise insertion sets the groundwork for this approach. Ivanov developed methods for enhancing sperm quality, which led to modern sperm washing techniques. He experimented with chemical solutions to keep sperm viable for extended periods, ensuring high motility, an essential factor in today's IUI. Today's sperm is processed, which is another word for washed, to remove dead or low motility sperm, just as Ivanov sought to improve sperm quality before insemination. Now, his work in sperm selection and viability led to the ability to use donor sperm banks for IUI, just as he successfully inseminated animals using preserved sperm. Ivanov discovered that increasing sperm concentration and depositing it closer to the egg raised fertilization rates. He also pioneered mass insemination, where multiple females could be inseminated by a single high-quality donor sample, a technique widely used today in sperm banks and donor insemination. Donor IUI uses the same principles, allowing a single donor's sperm sample to be processed and used in multiple recipients. Ivanov's early research focused on improving sperm performance, handling the insertion, which directly influenced IVF techniques that require precise handling of sperm and eggs. Ivanov's advanced sperm extraction and handling techniques were early forms of what later became sperm retrieval for IVF. Modern intracytoplasmic sperm injection, which is ICSI, where a single sperm is directly injected into an egg, developed from the same precision insemination techniques Ivanov pioneered. One of Ivanov's most groundbreaking contributions was his early work in sperm preservation, which later influenced cryopreservation, sperm freezing, a vital aspect of in vitro fertilization. He experimented with cooling sperm to slow metabolic activity, allowing for its later use, which is the basis of today's frozen embryo transfer, which is FET, in vitro fertilization, or IVF. Today, sperm and embryos are frozen and stored for later use, just as Ivanov developed a long-term sperm storage to allow fertilization after collection. Although controversial, Ivanov's experiments in cross-species hybridization explored the limits of egg-sperm compatibility and early genetic manipulation, concepts that later influenced human fertility treatments. His studies in reproductive genetics paved the way for modern advancements like pre-implantation genetic testing, which is PGT, to screen embryos for genetic disorders before IVF implantation. Genetic research on fertility treatments, which ensures compatibility between donor sperm and recipient eggs. Now, today's IVF uses genetic screening to select embryos with the highest chance of survival, an extension of Ivanov's early studies on selective breeding and sperm viability. Ivanov's pioneering artificial insemination, sperm preservation, and genetic research directly paved the way for IUI and IVF. His breakthroughs in sperm storage, insemination efficiency, and fertility enhancement techniques remains the foundation in modern assisted reproductive technologies. During the early 20th century, eugenics and pseudo-scientific beliefs in improving the genetic quality of the human population was widely adopted in various countries, including Nazi Germany, the United States, and other parts of Europe. Artificial insemination became one of the controversial tools used to control reproduction and promote the idea of radical purity. By enhancing what were considered desirable genetic traits, eugenicists used artificial insemination for the selective breeding of humans in an attempt to create superior populations while suppressing the reproduction of those they deemed genetically inferior. The Nazis adopted a radical form of eugenics rooted in racial purity and a concept deeply tied to social Darwinism. They believed that certain races, particularly those of Aryan descent, were superior, while others, including Jews, Romani people, and those with disabilities, were deemed subhuman or genetically inferior. This ideology led to the establishment of a systematic approach to controlling reproduction through forced sterilization, euthanasia, and selective breeding. Under Heinrich Himmler and the SS, which is the Schutzstaffel, the Nazis implemented a program of selective breeding aimed at increasing the number of radically pure Aryans. Artificial insemination was one of the methods used to achieve this goal. The Lebensborn program, initiated by Himmler in 1935, sought to increase the Aryan population by encouraging the birth of children with radically pure parents. Racially, racial. Let me do this again. The Lebensborn program, initiated by Himmler in 1935, sought to increase the Aryan population by encouraging the birth of children with racially pure parents. The program provided facilities where women could have children with SS officers or other selected Aryan men. These women were often inseminated with the sperm of SS officers if they were able to conceive naturally, and the children born from this program were encouraged to be raised as Aryans. In some cases, women were inseminated by SS officers whose sperm was carefully selected for its perceived genetic superiority. The offspring were intended to embody the ideal Aryan characteristics such as blonde hair, blue eyes, and physical strength. Artificial insemination was also used to create a genetic pool of Aryan children. SS officers considered to be genetically superior were chosen to contribute their sperm for insemination in women selected from their racial purity. These children were viewed as future leaders of the Nazi regime. The Nazi use of artificial insemination was based on forced reproduction, which violated the ethical principles of individual consent and autonomy. This system promoted forced sterilization of people deemed undesirable, and later the systemic extermination of millions, including those involved in the Nazi eugenics program. These practices steeped in racism and discrimination resulted in profound human rights violations. In the 20th century, the eugenics movement in the United States gained significant traction. The idea was to improve the human race by promoting reproduction among those with desirable genetic traits and preventing reproduction among those considered undesirable. Although eugenics policies in the U.S. did not involve the same degree of state-sanctioned reproductive manipulation as in Nazi Germany, artificial insemination was still used as part of efforts to control breeding. Founded in the early 1900s, the AES promoted the sterilization of individuals considered to be genetically inferior, including those with disabilities, mental illnesses, and certain ethnic or racial groups. While the primary focus was on forced sterilization, the use of artificial insemination to selectively breed people with superior traits was also encouraged in some circles. Some American fertility clinics in the early to mid 20th century embraced eugenics-inspired practices, selectively offering artificial insemination with sperm from men with desirable traits. These practices were later discredited due to their unethical foundations. The focus was often on selecting sperm donors who were perceived to be of higher social or intellectual status. Sweden, along with several other European countries, ran government-sanctioned sterilization programs to prevent the reproduction of individuals deemed genetically inferior. While these programs did not prominently feature artificial insemination as a tool for selective breeding, they often laid the groundwork for eugenics-based fertility control, including the manipulation of sperm and reproductive choices. In some cases, artificial insemination was used as a means of encouraging the procreation of genetically fit individuals while preventing those considered unfit from reproducing. Many other countries in Europe during the 1920s to the 1940s were involved in eugenics practices, some of which included the use of artificial insemination in limited and often coercive ways to improve genetic stock based on racial, ableist, and classical ideologies. The ethical issues surrounding artificial insemination and eugenics programs have been widely discredited today. The eugenics movement was fundamentally flawed based on pseudoscientific and racist ideas and ignored basic human rights and individual freedoms. In both Nazi and other eugenics programs, many individuals were coerced or forced into reproductive decisions with no consent from the individuals involved. Eugenics programs promoted discrimination based on race, class, mental health, and disabilities, creating a genetic hierarchy that marginalized entire groups of people. Forced sterilization, human experimentation, and state-sanctioned violence committed in the name of eugenics left a legacy of human rights abuses that still affect the descendants of those targeted by these programs today. To use The use of artificial insemination in Nazi Germany and various eugenics programs in the early 20th century was part of an effort to control reproduction and promote the breeding of humans with desirable genetic traits, often along the lines of racial purity and societal ideals. In these programs, artificial insemination was used to selectively breed individuals with specific physical, intellectual, or racial characteristics deemed superior, while forcibly sterilizing or preventing the reproduction of those considered genetically inferior. These unethical practices, rooted in discrimination and pseudoscience, have left a dark legacy in the history of reproductive medicine and human rights. Embryo selection and genetic screening are advanced reproductive technologies used in assisting reproduction to help selected embryos that are genetically healthy or have certain traits, reducing the risk of genetic disorders. These technologies are used in conjunction with in vitro fertilization, which is IVF, and other assisted reproductive technologies, which is ART or ART. Now, embryo selection refers to the process of choosing the healthiest or most genetically desirable embryos for implementation during IVF. The goal is to increase the chance of a successful pregnancy and reduce the risk of genetic disorders or diseases. There are various methods used for embryo selection, most commonly pre-implantation genetic testing, which is PGT. Pre-implantation genetic testing involves testing embryos for specific genetic disorders or chromosomal abnormalities before they are implanted into the uterus. There are three primary types of PGT. There's PGTA, pre-implantation genetic testing for uh, aneuploidy, and this screens for chromosomal abnormalities in the embryo. These abnormalities include conditions like Down syndromes, trisomy 21, basically, with results from an extra chromosome. Now, PGTA identifies embryos with the correct number of chromosomes, increasing the chances of successful implantation and reducing the risk of miscarriage and chromosomal disorders. Then you have PGTM, that's pre-implantation genetic testings for monogenic diseases, and this is used to screen embryos for single gene disorders or monogenic diseases. Cystic, for example, like cystic fibrosis, sickle cell anemia, Huntington's disease, and stuff like that. It is particularly useful when one or both parents are known carriers of a specific genetic condition. Now, after that, you have PGT-SR, which is pre-implantation genetic testings for structural rearrangements. And this is used to detect structural chromosomal abnormalities, such as translocations or inversions, which can cause infertility or miscarriage. It is helpful for individuals with a history of these issues or known chromosomal rearrangements. The process of selecting embryos typically follows these steps. Eggs are retrieved from the mother or egg donor, and sperm is used to fertilize them in a laboratory setting, creating embryos. Now, the embryos are cultured for a few days, usually up to 5 or 6 days, at which point they are. Hold on, I've got to get this cat out of here. Okay, sorry about that. I've got a cat that wants to act all crazy. Okay, now the embryos are cultured for a few days, usually up to 5 or 6 days, at which point they are in the blastocyst stage, the stage just before implantation into the uterus. A small number of cells, usually 5 to 10, are biopsied from each embryo, typically from the outer layer called the trophectoderm. Now, the cells are then analyzed using advanced genetic screening techniques, such as next generation sequencing, which is also called NGS, or fluorescence in situ hybridization, which is called FISH, FISH. And that's used to detect any genetic or chromosomal abnormalities. Now, based on the results of the genetic test, the best embryos, in other words, those without abnormalities or carrying the desired genetic traits, are selected for implantation into the uterus. The remaining embryos can be frozen for future use or discarded. While embryo selection can significantly reduce the risk of genetic disorders, it raises several ethical concerns. There are ethical debates surrounding the selection of embryos based on genetic characteristics, particularly when it comes to selecting against disabilities. Uh, some argue that this could lead to the designer baby phenomenon, where embryos are selected for non-medical traits such as intelligence, physical appearance, or athletic ability. Now, some couples use genetic screening to choose the sex of their children, often based on cultural or personal preferences. This practice is controversial and raises concerns about gender bias. Now, the ability to select embryos with desired genetic traits can be seen as a form of modern-day eugenics, where certain genetic traits are valued over others. This has raised fears of social inequality and discrimination against individuals born with undesirable genetic traits. Genetic screening is the process of testing individuals or embryos for genetic conditions, disorders, or predispositions to certain diseases. It plays a critical role in ensuring the health of offspring and is often performed in the context of assisted reproductive technologies. Genetic screening is often used in conjunction with in vitro fertilization to assess the genetic health of embryos before implantation. As mentioned under PGT-M and PGT-A, however, genetic screening can also be performed on individuals prior to pregnancy to assess their carrier status for certain diseases. Carrier screening tests individuals, either prospective parents or embryos, to determine whether they carry genes for certain genetic disorders. If both parents are carriers of the same recessive genetic condition, in other words, cystic fibrosis or Tay-Sachs disease, things like that, there is a higher risk of passing that condition to their child. Carrier screens help identify these risks before conception or implantation. Newborn screening is typically done after birth to test for certain genetic conditions that are not immediately obvious. It includes tests for conditions like phenylketonuria or PKU and hypothyroidism or hypothyroidism. Hypothyroid is what that basically is. Now, screening performed before pregnancy checks if individuals carry genes for specific inherited conditions that could be passed on to their children. A more comprehensive version of carrier screening expanded screening tests for a broad range of genetic conditions, especially in population with higher risks of certain disorders. Now, genetic screening involves analyzing DNA for specific markers or mutations associated with genetic disorders. Common methods usually include next-generation sequencing, which is a high-throughput sequence technique that allows for comprehensive analysis of genetic material, identifying even rare genetic variants. NGS is widely used in pre-implantation genetics testing, which is PGT, for identifying genetic disorders in embryos. Then fluorescence in situ hybridization technique that uses fluorescent probes to bind to specific chromosomes, and that allows the visualization of chromosomal abnormalities such as aneuploidy or abnormal chromosome number. Now, PCR is used to amplify DNA sequences, allowing for the detection of specific mutations or genetic variations. One of the main benefits of embryo selection and genetic screening is the reduction of the transmission of genetic disorders. By identifying embryos with genetic issues or abnormal chromosomes, couples can avoid passing on conditions like cystic fibrosis, sickle cell anemia, Huntington's disease, and Down syndrome. Genetic screening and embryo selection help couples make informed reproductive decisions, including whether to proceed with pregnancy or explore other options like egg sperm donation or adoption. It also allows for more personalized family planning, giving parents the option to have children free from certain genetic disorders. As with embryo selection, genetic screening raises various ethical issues. Genetic screening provides couples with choices, but it also raises concerns about genetic determinism, the belief that an individual's life or potential is solely determined by their genetic makeup. This could lead to social pressure to select embryos with only the most desirable traits. The possibility of using genetic screening and editing techniques to select for physical and intellectual traits beyond disease prevention has led to fears of creating designer babies based on arbitrary traits like intelligence, height, or appearance. This raises concerns about social inequality and eugenics. Now, with that all being said, I want to get back to Ivanov. Now, Ilya Ivanovich Ivanov did indeed conduct experiments, okay, attempting to hybridize humans and primates, including the use of orangutan sperm. His work focused on selective breeding and cross-species reproduction, particularly in the context of human and ape hybridization. Ivanov's attempts to create hybrids using sperm from apes like orangutans, chimpanzees, and gorillas were part of a broader effort to explore the potential of human-animal hybrids, which he believed might shed light on human evolution and development. In terms of specific results, it is important to note that Ivanov's hybridization experiments were largely unsuccessful. There are no credible reports of viable hybrids being produced in his experiments. The process of hybridization between humans and other primates was and is scientifically implausible due to significant genetic differences between humans and other great apes, despite their shared ancestry. The mechanism that might allow for successful fertilization and viable offspring are not present in these types of interspecies attempts. In Ivanov's case, it is known that he made several attempts to impregnate female chimpanzees with human sperm and female humans with ape sperm, but the results were inconclusive and controversial. The methods used and the ethical concerns surrounding these experiments further clouded the outcomes. For the orangutan sperm experiment specifically, it seems that there was no successful pregnancies or births of hybrids, further reinforcing the fact that the reproductive barriers between humans and other great apes are insurmountable. Additionally, scientific knowledge and the ethical standards have since evolved, and such experiments would not be conducted today due to the many moral, ethical, and biological concerns they raise. These kinds of experiments were seen as an unethical overstep of scientific boundaries, and they never led to any meaningful or lasting result in terms of hybridization. The experiments and the lack of success in creating viable hybrids also highlight the limitation of early genetic and reproductive science, especially when Ivanov attempted to push the boundaries of natural reproduction and hybridization using primates and humans. Despite the historical curiosity surrounding his work, it remains a largely failed and controversial chapter in scientific history. The women who were reportedly involved in Ilya Ivanov's experiments, particularly the attempts to impregnate them with ape sperm, were not fully informed of the nature of the procedures. This lack of informed consent is one of the major ethical issues surrounding his work. In many cases, the women may have been told that they were participating in standard fertility research, but the actual nature of the experiment involving animal sperm and the goal of creating hybrid offspring was not disclosed to them. Ivanov's experiments were conducted in secrecy and under questionable ethical standards. At the time, scientific practices did not have the rigorous ethical guidelines that exist today, and the concept of informed consent was not as clearly defined or emphasized. It is believed that some of the women involved were led to believe they were participating in regular reproductive studies, possibly without understanding the full implication of what they were partaking in, including the use of animal sperm. Secrecy around these experiments and the lack of transparency contributed significantly to the unethical nature of the work. The ethical violations in Ivanov's research were later condemned, and many of his actions, particularly concerning human participants, would not be allowed under modern scientific standards. The involvement of these women in such controversial experiments without their full understanding or consent highlights the deep moral issues associated with Ivanov's work and reflects broader historical shortcomings in how scientific research was conducted without proper regard for ethical considerations. Ilya Ivanovich Ivanov's work, particularly in his later years, was deeply affected by the political atmosphere of the Soviet Union, and many of his colleagues and supporters faced purges due to the shifting priorities of the Soviet leadership. During the 1930s and the 1940s, the Soviet Union underwent massive political repression, and many prominent scientists, particularly those whose work was deemed politically or ideologically problematic, were purged or silenced. Some of Ivanov's colleagues were purged or fell out of favor with the Soviet regime, and these include a well-known biologist and geneticist, Berman, who was one of Ivanov's early supporters. However, like many of other geneticists during the time, his views came into conflict with the Soviet government, especially during the rise of Lysenkoism in the 1930s. Lysenkoism rejected Mendelian genetics and promoted a more ideological and politically driven approach to biology, which Ivanov's work didn't align with. Berman, along with other geneticists, was arrested during the purges and later died under harsh conditions. A geneticist who worked closely with Ivanov, Sokolov, supported Ivanov's controversial research. And him, like many of the other scientists during the Stalinist era, fell victim to the regime's shifting allegiance and ideological purges as well. He was arrested and died under the purges, possibly due to his association with more unorthodox scientific ideas. Now, during the Great Purge and the subsequent years of Stalin's rule, many scientists who were associated with Western scientific ideas or who deviated from the official Soviet doctrine, such as Lysenkoism, were arrested, imprisoned, or executed. Ivanov's work, which had strong ties to Western concepts of genetics and reproductive science, was considered controversial by the state, and his connections to such individuals put him in a difficult position. In the 1930s, Soviet science underwent a dramatic shift under Trofim Lysenko, who promoted ideas that contradicted classic genetics. Ivanov a proponent of Mendelian genetics and hybridization, found himself increasingly isolated as Lysenkoism took hold of Soviet biology. Lysenko's rise was politically motivated, and it led to the persecution and removal of many prominent scientists, including those who had supported Ivanov. Lysenkoism emphasized the environment and ideological factors in biology, was opposed to Ivanov's more experimental and genetic approach. Ivanov himself was ultimately discredited by the Soviet authorities, while he continued to pursue his work on hybridization. His ideas were increasingly out of line with the official Soviet scientific policies. In the late 1930s, after Stalin consolidated his powers and Lysenkoism became dominant, Ivanov's work came under suspicion and he lost the support of key political figures. Eventually, Ivanov was exiled to Kazakhstan in 1937, where his later work became largely ignored and sidelined by the Soviet government. His fall from favor mirrored the fates of many of his colleagues. The Soviet Union, particularly during the early to mid 20th century, was at the forefront of pushing the boundaries on science to explore the potential for biological engineering and the manipulation of human genetics. The political and ideological landscape of the Soviet state at the time provided both the incentive and the resources for such radical experimentation, though it was often motivated by the desire to prove that Soviet science was capable of achieving feats that were, at the time, considered taboo or impossible in the West. One of the most controversial and ambitious fields of research in the Soviet Union was the attempt to create human-animal hybrids, particularly through the work of Ilya Ivanov. Now, Ivanov, like I said before, was a pioneer geneticist, and he was obsessed with the idea that human reproduction could be manipulated and genetically enhanced through crossbreeding humans with other species, such as chimpanzees and orangutans. Now, his research into human-ape hybrids was motivated by the desire to increase human physical capabilities and create superhumans and explore the boundaries of human evolution. Now, Ivanov's work is well known for his attempt to artificially inseminate women with ape sperm and vice versa. This is in an attempt to create human-ape hybrids that could be controlled or even genetically enhanced. Now, while his experiments were unsuccessful and faced significant ethical and scientific hurdles, there were parts of a broader Soviet interest in using biological engineering to manipulate human and animal traits. Now, these ideas fit into a broader eugenics movement promoted in the early Soviet Union, which included attempts to create the perfect human. Though Stalin's regime eventually distanced itself from overt eugenics after the rise of Lysenkoism, there was still significant interest in using genetics to shape the Soviet population, even if it was masked under the guise of scientific socialism. Now, the rise of Trofim Lysenko in the 1930s fundamentally altered Soviet biology and genetics. Lysenko, who rejected Mendelian genetics, which focused on the inheritance of traits through DNA, in favor of his own theory of biological determinism, was supported by the Soviet government as part of an effort to control and manipulate the environment and genetics to enhance agricultural productivity. His belief that acquired characteristics could be inherited had potential applications in genetic engineering, though it was later discredited. Lysenko's ideas were politically favored because they aligned with the Soviet vision of human improvement through environmental factors and effort, rather than through genetics. This focus on environmental factors was seen as more egalitarian because it suggested that anyone, regardless of their genetic background, could be improved through effort and ideological commitment. Alongside experiments on animal hybridization, the Soviet government also showed significant interest in manipulating human reproduction directly, either through artificial insemination or through attempts to genetically enhance the traits of Soviet citizens. Artificial insemination and genetic screening were seen as key tools in controlling the human gene pool, with efforts aimed at breeding for desired traits, such as intelligence, physical strength, and resilience to environmental factors. Ivanov's attempts to artificially inseminate women with sperm from other primates were part of this broader belief that human genetics could be artificially directed, much like agricultural products would be genetically selected and bred. The Soviet government used artificial insemination techniques to selectively choose sperm for men who were considered to have desirable genetic traits, such as strong, healthy, or intelligence, and inseminate women with it. This was considered an attempt to improve the genetic pool of the Soviet Union, ensuring a stronger, more robust future generation to support the socialist cause. Soviet scientists, many of whom were heavily influenced by Marxist-Leninist ideology, believed that biology and genetics were subject to ideological manipulation and could be molded to reflect the greater social goals of the state. Much like the Soviet Industrial Revolution, which sought to turn the country into an economic powerhouse, the scientific community was viewed as having the potential to transform nature and biology to fit the needs of the socialist state. Under this thinking, genetics was not seen as a neutral science, but rather as a tool for achieving socialist progress. The Soviet government pushed the idea that eugenics and genetic control could enhance the human species to a level that could guarantee superiority over capitalist nations. The notion that the Soviet state could take control over nature and human biology was rooted in a broader ideological and scientific materialism and technological utopianism. Was rooted in broader ideology of scientific materialism and technological utopianism. Just as the Soviet regime sought to dominate the forces of nature in agriculture, industry, and military affairs, there was also a belief that it could shape and engineer human biology to fit the needs of the state. This led to experiments in genetic modification, reproductive technology, and other forms of biological engineering, such as the attempts to genetically select for desirable traits in the population, such as the attempts to genetically select for desirable traits in the population. Many of these ideas were initially tied to broader eugenic theories, where biological traits like intelligence, health, or physical appearance were considered fundamental to the success of the collective state. In this way, the Soviet biological engineering programs were part of a larger effort to create a genetically superior population that could fulfill the vision of a socialist utopia and to use scientific methods to improve the species in line with the Marxist-Leninist ideas of progress and equality. Many of these Soviet-era experiments ran into major ethical challenges, especially with regards to the coercion of individuals and the manipulation of human genetics for political purposes. The idea of using genetics to create a superior human population led to serious debates about the morality of such practices and the human rights of those involved. The eventual failure of these experiments, largely due to flawed theories such as Lysenkoism and unethical practices, led to the decline in support for eugenics and genetic engineering in the Soviet Union. By the 1950s, Soviet biology shifted away from these controversial ideas, particularly as Lysenkoism was officially discredited. The Soviet Union push to maintain genetics and human reproduction in the early 20th century was deeply entangled with ideological goals, social engineering, and a desire to build a more powerful socialist state. The drive to biologically engineer humans was a direct reflection of the broader ambitions of the regime to control the perfect, not just nature. To, oh God, hold up now, let me go. Now, the drive to biologically engineer humans was a direct reflection of the broader ambitions of the regime to control to control and perfect not just nature, but also humanity itself. Despite the failures of these programs and the ethical concerns they raised, the efforts of the Soviet Union laid the groundwork for later debates and advances in genetic engineering and reproductive technology worldwide. Okay, so that's all I have for that right there. I also, while I was reading this, wanted to say something that I found out in one of my earlier stories. I was talking about the Dyatlov Pass, and I was talking with Mark Edworthy about it. and we were talking about possible nuclear radiation and nuclear fallout. Now, at the time, from what I found out doing a follow up on that, I found out during the time there wasn't much evidence of nuclear waste in that area, even though they did have a nuclear reactor that did have a bad explosion and everything during that time period. But the whole area right there within the pass in the Soviet Union wasn't like extremely radioactive with nuclear waste and stuff. But I can say that I checked into it for later time periods, and like by the time the 50s had come around, that whole area was just completely um, contaminated, basically. So at some point, nuclear experimentation did take place within that area. When, I couldn't tell you. It did get out of hand. It actually became pretty toxic for some time. So I don't even know if it's still that way today, but I just wanted to add that in. Um, and I wanted to do this for a long time. It's been a long time coming for me to do this. I've been wanting to actually bring this topic up for quite a few years now, and I've never gotten around to do it. So I want to do this one, and this is kind of part of my weird science part of Strange Stories. And later on, I do want to come back and do another one for Dr. Sergei Baranov. He's another interesting doctor that I am going to add to the Strange Stories. Maybe I'll do it next week. I'm not sure. It all depends. If something else crosses my mind that I want to do first, then I'll do that. But I really hope you guys did enjoy. I'd like to thank the 3 viewers on Beam who are watching. I'd also like to thank the 4 viewers on Rumble who are watching. I don't know if anybody was able to watch on X, but if you were able to see it, I hope you did enjoy it. For D-Live, I have no clue if anybody can see anything on there, but if anybody was there and watching, I do appreciate it. Now on Twitch, we don't have anybody. I have 1 viewer, but I'm pretty sure that's me. So I also don't have anybody on Kick, which is cool. Means I can get out of here. And for anybody who has been watching on YouTube, thank you. We've had 2 recurring viewers. That's what I do know. So had 86 views on YouTube. I hope you guys enjoyed this. And I'd like to say thanks once again. And I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. If you guys want to leave a comment, please do so. I'd love to talk in the comment sections about these topics. If you have anything that you want to add to it or any questions you'd like to ask, feel free to ask them. You know, like, subscribe, share, whatever, you know. But most likely, or most definitely, leave a comment so that I can talk with you guys. So with that, I will now officially turn the stream off. Have a good night, guys.
There's a lot of people.
That was exactly what Arthur Fleck said in that first video about Kanye. He said Kanye approached him on the street not too far from Skid Row when he was hanging out, and he said, "They did what I warned you about. They're saying that I went crazy, but what really happened is they destroyed my career, and I'm homeless now, and they're going to act like I made a comeback, but it'll be somebody posing as me." And it's interesting too. This kind of veers off into the world of politics. I don't know if you and Roger saw saw Trump's latest one of Trump's Truth Social posts last week, and Donald Trump actually did post this. You can look it up, where he said that Joe Biden was assassinated back in 2020, and they put body doubles and even AI generated images of him in place of the real him making speeches.
Trump said that? Really?
Yeah, he did.
Wow. Now,
Did you remember that, Roger?
Yeah, were you talking about Biden?
Yeah, did you see Trump's Truth Social post?
Well, I try to stay away from a lot of Donald Trump's Truth Social posts.
But
no.
That's like committing suicide by saying something like that, isn't it?
That's fine, but I was just wondering if you had seen that particular post as it relates to what we were talking about with people.
But why?
I've heard some of it.
I don't know why Trump would say that. Doesn't he know everybody thinks he's nuts?
Well, it all stemmed from the pen. Okay, they had this pen that they say that Biden was just
the auto pen.
The auto pen, where they were just automatically signing stuff, and that's where it started from. So I mean, like, I
But to say that he's dead, because I just saw a thing where they interviewed Biden the other night, but it was kind of weird. I mean, he doesn't act like he knows where he's at, but wow, I mean,
he's definitely senile.
And they said that part of the reason they were coming up with the cancer diagnosis for him so now, even though he's had it for years, was to cover for the fact that the real one was actually dead. Now there was actually instances there was actually at least a couple instances in the former Soviet Union decades ago where the premiers had died, and the Russian people didn't know about it for like months or years in some cases.
Wow.
And this was before AI and all that stuff, where they can completely create fake videos of world leaders making speeches they never made and everything else. The technology is way more sophisticated than we know.
Well, when it comes to AI and everything, the more that I'm doing research into that, which I've been doing it amazingly a lot in the last year, but the more I check it out, the more I see like a lot of esoteric aspects to it, like that a lot of people aren't even aware of. Like most of this stuff everybody calls computer science isn't really computer science. It's straight up esoteric shit. Excuse my.
It's weird. My boyfriend and I watched a show about it with Bill Gates, and he said a lot of young people are starting to create their own partners and stuff because they just aren't interacting with humans and don't know how. So it's strange. It's really strange. But the weird thing is, I keep seeing the whole thing like they said Britney Spears went crazy, and now she's got a conservatorship over her. Somebody's got control over her money. Wendy Williams, Chappelle supposedly, but he said that he was never crazy, that he just needed to get away, and he didn't want to deal with them. So but then when he left, that's what they said about him. They were like, oh, he's lost his mind, and we don't know if he'll ever be back again, because he said, no, I'm not going to take your contracts and do what you want me to do with them. So that's what he said.
And Cat Williams said the same thing too.
Oh,
Because didn't they? He said
he's got something to do with a lot of them, and somebody said Britney Spears and had pissed off Jay-Z somehow too. But I think I'm surprised he hasn't been charged with something, knowing Diddy as well as he does. You know, they were friends. He has to know. He had to be involved in that stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. And another, I do wonder, because Trump was talking about those clones and AI body doubles and what have you. You remember back when they cloned Dolly the sheep back in the early 2000s, and then they said, well, this didn't work out so well. We're not going to research cloning anymore, and we're certainly never going to clone humans. And then that was the last we ever heard of it. Does anybody really believe that the government would stop cloning people? I mean, body doubles are part of security details for these people, so why wouldn't they clone them?
They actually had something in Ancient Aliens on an episode they had in their later episodes where, and I don't know for sure if it's true or not, but they said that that's not really the case, because I think it was in Japan or somewhere over in the Orient, they cloned or they made twin clones, two kids that were twins over there, and the guy who did it actually got put in prison for 3 years and was released. So I know, and there are rumors that another human named Eve was actually cloned. So I think that one was in South America.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that vaguely.
So
I do vaguely remember hearing about that. And it's interesting too, what I was going to tie that Biden-Trump thing back to, and the Kanye thing back to, was another story going clear back to the 60s when they said that, for some reason that we still don't understand today, that Paul McCartney had actually died and had been replaced, and the Beatles were in their psychedelic phase and all that time, and so they were slipping all these subtle messages into their songs like I Am the Walrus and Strawberry Fields Forever about Paul McCartney having died and been replaced with another one. But the weird thing about it, you could attribute to them all just to having been too strung out on acid and having paranoid delusions and stuff back then. But to this day, Ringo Starr is actually still going around saying that the real Paul McCartney was actually killed and was actually replaced with like a body double or a clone. So it makes me wonder if when they supposedly cloned Dolly the sheep back in the early 2000s, if this was the first time that something like this had been pulled off, or if it was just them making something that they've been doing for maybe decades public.
Elvis, they keep running around saying he's alive, but I'm sure he's
yeah. He may have been one that was just sacrificed because he sold his soul to the devil, though, and he really is dead.
He was in such bad shape on his last concert. I don't even know how he made it through that. And that was shortly after that he died. So.
Yeah, he was.
If he was sacrificed to this cult, you know what the intentions to that was, don't you? They were going to eat his ass.
Elvis.
Elvis. I would have, if I was a cannibal, dude. Elvis would have been right on the plate, dude. He was fat and succulous, or whatever they call it.
I do wonder if there is some cannibalism. You've heard of the adrenochrome conspiracy, haven't you, Roger?
No, I've never.
The adrenochrome. The adrenochrome thing.
Tell me about
So
it.
basically, I thought you of all people had heard about this since you were like a big conspiracy buff and you were into all kinds of weird stuff.
I
But
might know it, but I'd like to hear you say it because I want to hear you.
oh,
Huh?
you just want to hear
I want to hear you.
my side of it.
Your-
Okay,
Give me your element.
so basically the adrenochrome thing. Huh?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So the adrenochrome thing, it actually does tie into like the Hollywood conspiracies thing. And it's pretty out there. I don't know for sure if I believe it myself, but since you mentioned like the cannibals thing, it just reminded me of it. So it was like basically the adrenochrome is a chemical it's an endorphin that's produced in the brains of children when they're traumatized, be it through being molested or raped or put in very terrifying situations. So basically the theory went that, Diddy and Weinstein and Epstein had this in their trafficking rings. Children would be terrified from being kidnapped and molested and stuff. And somehow or another, these celebrities were getting adrenochrome from these traumatized children, which is the endorphin produced by their brains when they're traumatized. And these celebrities were consuming adrenochrome to stay young. And they were even using it as a beauty product, applying it like on their skin and stuff.
Isn't there?
I mean,
animal
that is pretty. I know it sounds pretty crazy,
But wasn't there animal too? They said that if it was scared, it tasted better. Or a fish.
Oh yeah, like a toad. Like there was some kind of psychedelic toad. You'd scare it, and it would emit some kind of psychedelic, and you would lick it, and the trip would be stronger if it was scared.
It was actually some kind of I don't know what it was. They said if the animal was scared, the meat tasted better. I can't remember what it was.
Veal?
Huh?
Was it veal? Like calves, you would scare them all bad before you'd slaughter them, and the meat would be juicier. More.
It was kind
The
of
same kind of thing.
Yeah, and they still believe.
You
some
guys,
kind of crazy.
But that was kind of basically what the adrenochrome thing was, and it ties into another Hollywood conspiracy theory called Pizzagate, where they were actually eating brains of children with adrenochrome in them.
Well, that's like that Mountain Dew thing that I sent you, isn't it? Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or like, I don't know what that's about. Have you heard that, Roger?
Yeah.
I've heard of it through Pizzagate, and what this goes into is something kind of like a interview that Jaffe off of the World Pirate Radio Network last night did, where he had a girl who says that she was involved with MK Ultra, and that they had her